played a lot as the 4 treant by the Smar. So kind of weird that they're picking it out because they already have a tiny. So are they showing a bit more of the draft? Can we still see a Grim as Earthshaker 3 and Doom can be played mid? That's something
That is true.
that was something we've seen.
beastcoast has played Doom in every position comparatively, by the way. Carry, mid, off lane, 4 and 5.
I mean, the hero is so
No, I don't mean now. I mean, in their history, they've chosen to do these. They don't always win, but they love to do. Actually, Doom carry was invented in Peru. I don't know if that's a good thing, but it was invented there.
No, I mean, I love the fact that Schofield has such an interesting hero pool. Anyway, like he plays, Tusk. He doesn't care. I'll pick Nyx, second most played hero. Right
You know,
now.
he used to play carry actually. When he first came into the scene, he was known as a child wonder, best carry in Peru. This guy's gonna beat everyone.
Isn't the other guy a child wonder?
They're all child wonders.
There's, I was like, thinking,
They're also young.
Well, Schofield now is older, but when he first came to the scene, everyone was like, this guy's gonna be the best carry. Then he went to offlane. He's gonna be the best offlaner. And then in 4, it's like, actually, yeah, he is now. Interesting choice, huh?
So you talked about securing a lane. I think Sven Lich is a very serious combo already.
Yeah,
It's not so much kill potential as other lanes, right? Because you're lacking. Well,
I mean, you have a stun, which adds, like the 2 seconds of it. But yeah, you have 3 melee heroes as well. So I do wonder if Gorillaz probably might be considering taking the Faceless Void. The thing is, Faceless Void.
you don't have much of a combo.
Huh? Sorry.
You don't have much of a combo.
The Phoenix is available. You have the Treant already. You have Phoenix, Treant, Faceless Void. That's something there. But then it's like, who goes where? Are you going to have the Phoenix
Maybe
off
like a
lane?
tiny mid you could actually run. Then Trin could go 4 and then Phoenix 5. Actually, I don't dislike that.
And I actually do like the Phoenix because we also want a hero who can do percentage damage, really good against this Sven. Because Faceless Void, you Chronos Sven, and then you start tickling him. And then when he's done, he just destroys
Right, he
you.
takes his steroids and just starts smacking you, right?
So
But then, even if you go for that combination, right, later on, what kind of control are you going to have to deal with that Sven? He's just going to run through your entire lineup.
we have decent control right now, actually.
The Sprout alone is
Oh,
already
wow.
pretty strong. Because Sven is not a hero that can carry Battle Fury, or doesn't want to, obviously. So the Sprout is actually pretty powerful
But
until the enemy team gets 4 stats.
It's no longer built into the Battle Fury, the Quelling Blade.
It is, yeah. It still is.
So you can cut through the Sprout.
Yeah, but he doesn't build Battle Fury. I mean, you
right.
can build Sven Battle Fury, but okay, you can try that if
That's
you
not
want
what
to.
you mean, yeah. Like-
Interesting pick of the Razor, right? We don't see this very often.
No, it's the first time in this tournament.
I actually love this hero, both thematically and also, I think right now he's in a pretty strong point ever since they changed how the static link works.
Yeah, it's the lamest spell now. It's pure movement speed.
No,
Oh, no, that's not spell. Yeah,
that's
that's
unstable
thinking-
current.
yeah.
Static link is the one that steals.
Yes.
Like, now you can hit other people.
While you move, yeah. That's
So
a-
now the best thing is Razor can go for the build that I think is best, which is Yule Scepter. You use the Sven while you're stealing damage, and meanwhile you lash and whip at his supports. That's
I
the
guess,
point,
sure,
because you
yes.
steal from him as he's
And
flying.
another thing is that Yule Scepter is not isn't affected by stats resistance. So even if you have a Satanic, you're still gonna be in the air for the same amount, or an SNY, which are heroes, which
And-
are items that Sven doesn't mind making.
It also dispels both the Frost Shield and the War Cry. So
Yeah,
you actually
that's
have
true.
a lot of good dispels here. I like this pick a lot, and honestly, it suits Mr. Jeans. I said it. He wants a consistent mid. He wants to snowball from there. Viper, Razor. These are the kind of heroes that do this, right?
And you also, like you said, they have the Overgrowth, which you can use after the Sven BKB, and that's a good way to just keep him far away from the Razor. Thing is, I'm looking at G Pride, and we know from yesterday, Nature's Prophet can really scale late game.
Okay,
But-
so they're actually thinking that it's a Razor carry.
Yeah, where's it gonna be? Though we're gonna find out right. And it's gonna be Rubik. Huh?
I think maybe tiny mid then.
Yeah, probably. Right? It's gonna be like it has
or,
to
or maybe
be.
tiny off.
It has to be the Razor and the Nature's Prophet and the Tiny are cores.
Yes.
Rubik and Treant probably going to be in the the
I mean,
support role.
Rubik mid was a thing.
We've seen actually that's one of the things that they do on Chris. Like he played the second most played mid after NP is the Rubik.
Or Chris Luck.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe.
But but now beastcoast has the final pick. They want a mid here. It could be a Rubik mid, could be a tiny mid, could be Nature's Prophet mid. So they have that flex of whatever they're up against.
Yeah.
So beastcoast might take their time with this one.
Their lanes are a bit difficult no matter what they do here. They pick the easiest mid you can find, right? The mid that's not directly countered by Razor and it has a decent matchup against the rest.
I mean, I could be way off, but it feels like Grim's still solid because you can just put the Doom mid.
Okay.
And it's gonna be, Necrophos.
I like the idea actually.
Yeah, there's not that sustained magic damage from Gorillaz Pride.
Are they gonna put the Doom mid? No, they're gonna put Necrophos mid. Okay.
Yeah, Necrophos mid. It's going to be Schofield on the Earthshaker. Not here. He's we've seen him a lot on, but I like that there's not really that big sustained magic damage coming out from Gorillaz Pride. And yeah, I still think beastcoast probably be able to take this. I feel like their scaling is a little bit less, and they just they don't have the magic damage to kill down Necrophos on Gorillaz Pride. So beastcoast.
I find that the Beast Coast draft is easier to execute, I would say. Like, their win condition is much more in the later stage. They just need to survive the early, really, against the opponent. And honestly, if you were telling me that beastcoast had the harder win condition, I'd probably still support them because I do think they're mechanically a bit better. But when I see the harder win condition of the team that's also, you know, more new and not as used to, I kind of got to side with Beast Coast, right? Because I do find that ease of execution is quite important when it comes to these things.
Yeah, when looking at Gorillaz Pride's, like, we've seen Nature's Prophet. Like, I'm not going to doubt it again. Nature's Prophet late game is insanely strong.
Yeah,
They're like, no, don't scare me. But the rest of them as well. You know, it's like you have the Razor isn't known for scaling late game, and you got Rubik or Tiny. One of them is going to be playing your mids. Like, it's not as impressive as well. So
also the Sven is right now. If you want to prevent Sprout, I actually didn't think of this, but you can go for the Superman Sven.
Yeah,
right?
there you go.
Just fly. And I think
7-second cooldown with the talent.
And you also dispel now, which can dispel Yule Scepter, so there's no way of escaping him. So it's good against Razor too. And my point is also that he's just naturally good against MP. He has natural armor, gets movement speed, which MP hates because he just wants to hit and stop, right? He doesn't want to move and try to hit you. And you also deal really good single target damage.
Yeah, that's what I was going to go with that because yesterday we saw Eternal Envy.
Purge
Medusa.
kept talking about that.
Yeah, because Medusa, she does really good spread damage, but her single target damage is not as high as you'd like it to be.
She's more like a gyro.
Yeah. So when you look at Sven, though, he's well known for, like, jumping in. If he has an Echo Saber, like 2 slashes, and that guy's 80% of his HP is gone. So
you kill someone else by accident, but you're not really mean to.
I'm sorry, I was hitting him, and then accidentally
the 2 supports died. Whatever.
And the Aghanims, like you're talking about, it helps with the mobility. You know, you're not gonna be Cliff Teasy on this one. You're just gonna be able to jump down if you get caught anywhere.
Ironically, you mentioned him because recently he made a stream where he was trying to explain why BKB is better than Ags, which is ridiculous. Anyone that has not watched that clip about The Office where they're discussing Sven having a BKB, and it was crazy. But RTZ did argue that in most cases the BKB is better than the Ags. I kind of agree for the most part. Just in this specific situation, as Danley pointed out, the lockdown is kind of limited. Actually, Sprout is one of your best quote-unquote lockdowns against Sven.
True.
So being able to get out of it, either 4 steps on your team or you go for the Superman build.
They still have Overgrowth and Rubik Cliff. Speaking of Rubik, the spells that he can steal this game, there's Reaper Scythe, there's Chain Frost, there's Doom. Those are pretty good spells that you can steal.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for breaking down the draft. Game 1 is ready. So let's jump into the draft right now. It's going to be taken over by Moxie and Purge. They're not in the studio, but they're going to be covering the matches online. How are you two doing today?
Well, not sure if we're having as much fun as you guys are, but I like the shirts too. I'm jealous we didn't get a shirt, Purge.
I don't think I want to wear a t-shirt with a suit jacket. It's just not really my style. But I'll take another gaming t-shirt. I could always have more.
For sure, for sure. But yeah, we've got a great match coming up. We've got, Beast Coast versus Gorillaz Pride. This should be really fun to watch. I know that G Pride made their way up through the open qualifiers. I'm sorry, I'm getting a repeat in my audio and it's throwing me off really badly. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, but anyways, definitely looking forward to this match. I think it should be really fun to see some of these more up-and-coming kids facing off with the more established crew. Should be a great time.
Yeah, it should. I think the draft is kind of interesting as well. Beast Coast has definitely a lot more cores going for them on versus what Gorillaz Pride is throwing at them. And one of their cores has to be either Treant Protector or Tiny, unless it's going to be like a Rubik or something weird. In which case, the Necro actually works out really well, because if they can force a Necro versus a melee lineup or a melee matchup, then it's a lot easier to get last hits and lane control with Death Pulse. It makes the skill a lot more effective. So depending on how good unless he ends up going mid, I guess, against Razor, maybe that's the other plan. But I guess that's one good thing going for Gorillaz Pride, is that they don't really have a great matchup against Razor. But other than that, I think I like the Beast Coast lineup a little bit better. It feels like it's going to have more longevity, a little bit better ganking, really strong team fight with Earthshaker and Lich. So I definitely like the Beast Coast lineup a little better.
I'm enjoying looking at this courier currently with the very derpy looking cat. What do you think about this courier, Purge? You said that you like those big eyes, but
it's pretty cute. It's definitely pretty cute.
Do you feel bad about it though? The fact that, like, what is it? When the dog is a flying courier, it's the cat carrying him, but it looks like the cat has died, I believe.
I haven't, believe it or not, I haven't done this much research on the couriers, but we'll check it out later on. The cat looks a little derpy, but he looks very flat too. I don't know what it is. See what I mean?
I like it. I like the flat cat,
Yeah, that's kind of cute.
All right. Well,
See you
I'm
later, nerds.
sorry, guys. I'm having some audio issues. I'm
See
getting
you
way
later,
too
nerds.
much repeat going on here, and I'm not sure why. And I can't hear game sounds right now because otherwise I'm going to be hearing doubles. But gonna do the best I can for now until we have some sort of a fix here. Retry just muting Discord for now. Let's see. Then we'll try just talking in game. Yeah, I can still hear myself.
Okay. One sec.
Hold that thought, guys. We're trying our best we can right now, trying to figure out a solution to all this. It's the
think
fun
we should
of
just-
being
let's-
not on site.
Just let's mute Parsec.
30 seconds to
Okay. So lanes look like it is going to be Tree plus Rubik in the offlane here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Dismar playing this Rubik. He caught my eye a while back, and he's one of those fours that is very good at making things happen on the map. So definitely going to be looking forward to see what he can steal. There's not too many awesome spells. Obviously, Doom, Chain Frost, and of course the Earthshaker ultimate is great, but
No, there's really good stuff. Fissure is excellent. Reaper Scythe, Chain Frost, Doom. He's got plenty of great abilities. Even like Sven's stun is fantastic too. So let's see how the setups are looking. Tree gonna get some trading in. Wow, the Leech Seed level 1. Don't see that very often. Usually it ends up being just not as good from what's normal, just because you do just pretty much just as much heal with the third skill. Leech Seed is just a really high mana cost, but I mean, if they can pressure the Sven successfully, then it's going to be worth it.
top lane looks like they're putting a little bit of pressure over here on Ardius. And they should get this kill. He's blocked up with the Fissure Scope. He'll going to be able to go and get the body block, and there it is. They're able to take down the Razor.
So tiny mid, okay, not what I expected here, but that is the third core. Should be fine against Necro more or less. I don't think we'll see any kills unless there's any major mistakes, but that definitely changes their game's tempo by a huge amount, which is really nice, because once Tiny gets a couple items picked up, rotating into side lanes and trying to get kills is going to mean a lot of pressure coming towards even heroes like Sven. And this looks like a dead nature's prophet to me.
I don't know. He's running pretty fast. I think he's going to be able to make it, Purge.
Okay,
He's
guess
trying. He's he's doing everything he can, but Schofield doesn't have the mana for a fissure, so he's not gonna be able to grab him. He's a
assume that
survivor, this
the-
nature's prophet.
I assume that the Doom is going to be able to catch up, but I guess not. So if he could get some kind of like fissure and attack like 4 times thing, he's got to kill, but it's probably the safest plan now.
All right, I think we found a solution for some of these tech issues, so we should be back in the ball here. Sorry about that, guys. Bottom lane looks like Stinger was forced to run back, but they managed to go and get the Belt of Strength. So we'll delay Hector a bit, and that's something that he definitely was looking forward to. It's a pretty classic Hector move.
Decent harass coming towards the Rubik. The Tree's done a pretty good job fighting the Sven so far. This is a good nature's grasp. That looks like it killed me.
Yeah, it does. Although they managed to stun him up, they need a little bit more damage. I don't think they're going to be able to get it. No mana left
close.
over on Stinger. If he had a Frost Blast, I think maybe they might have slowed him down enough, put enough damage down, but...
Pretty good last hit so far for Sven, though, so he's not going to be unhappy with his current position. But his HP is a little lowered. A second Sage's Mask on Lich now. Very interesting way to start the laning stage. They're very cheap for the mana regen that they give, but I don't really know what he's planning to build those into. The only other thing that's really obvious maybe is Necro, but it's not a common Lich item, so maybe just Basilius or something. We'll see.
No, maybe we'll see
Tiny,
something
a little bit
different
low.
too.
Yeah, it could be something weird.
It's always the fun. That's one thing I really do enjoy about Beast Coast is that they're not afraid to kind of experiment in their matches. You know, as noticed by the fact that they did. Oh gosh, we lose Hector. How did that happen? That shouldn't happen.
Looks like a fight to the death there. They did have more regen generally. Yeah, telekinesis left into Nature's Grasp. And actually 2 points of Leech Seed here. So one cool thing about this as a 3-position tree is that rather than skilling like Nature's Grasp and Living Armor, which is generally more common on trees, he just got way more damage this way because he's basically skilling 2 damage abilities instead. So hypothetically, they're able to pressure the Sven a lot better, and if you can force him in the jungle too early, it can be a big advantage. That looks like a kill to me, but we'll see.
I don't know. With Schofield going around.
Yeah. Maybe Fissure would have killed him there, but very unlikely because of the raindrop there.
I think either way, you're still very happy with this. You managed to take out the Blitz Courier. He's not going to be able to get any items. Although that is not something that you're happy about because that should not have happened. Schofield, hello, sir?
Wasn't he? Was he even that low? What happened? He got attacked by tower a couple times or something?
He got hit by the tree toss, and then on top of that, he ended up
everything was enough, I guess.
Yeah, everything was just enough. Just a bit too cheeky waiting around there.
Yeah, I guess so. I think it's very possible his ward was able to spot him. That's why he felt safe, because Tiny shouldn't have known where he was exactly. So it could lead to a D ward potentially. But still, a kill is excellent there for mid Tiny, especially when his net worth is going to be suffering compared to Necros. You do not usually want to play melee heroes against Necro because he gets way more harass on you than vice versa. And because you're melee, you don't get to deny as much. Therefore, he's just like constantly regenning. It's really nice for Necro to have those melee matchups. So they did get to abuse the Necro in that way. Haven't really seen that much out of Razor this game, though. Don't really know if they've been able to abuse Static Link that much. But his net worth compared to the Doom is actually worse, so it just kind of feels like things are going a little bit rough for G-Pride.
I think either way, you're still very happy with this. You managed to take out the Blitz Courier. He's not going to be able to get any items. Although that is not something that... There you go. Now you can see it.
Yes, not he was not as high HP as I thought he was. Kind of just made a big mistake there.
Oh, hold that thought. The Whisper is pretty fast, and with that Fissure, he's going to be able to walk away, but... You get a kill on Stinger. They fought over the rune down.
Tiny showing up there as well was obviously very impactful. He does do a lot of damage. This is the scary thing about playing against Tiny, is that if you get behind, then he's going to keep accelerating, and he's going to keep punishing you and killing you repeatedly, and then that'll be the best way for him to just keep you down. So don't want to let Tinies get out of control usually.
Absolutely not.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Argus Courier was sniped along the way. Just trading back and forth here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Some good small camps right here. I don't know if he's going to eat one of them, but Profit back up to the top lane to try to zone a little bit, help out Razor, but really nice to have Fissure against the Razor. That's definitely one real good advantage that they've had so far. Give him the block, then the Static Link chase is not going to be as severe. And Doom can also just jungle a little bit using either Scorched Earth or Devour to accelerate too. Hasterin is a little scary here. Raindrop again getting procced, but don't really see Tiny dying. There's the Fissure once again. He's thinking about going back in, getting some damage in.
He's just not able to get what he needs out of this. I mean, that's one of the big perks of having this Razor, is just sapping the strength, but Schofield's just always on point. So he's not going to be able to leech much damage off.
Mm-hmm. There's the kill again.
There's the yep.
Hasterin's on Tiny. When there's a squishy support, it feels real good, I gotta say.
Like he's
you would love to toss him back, but he's on cooldown.
Top lane, Whisper. Having some of that harass on him, but again, he's very fast. And tanky as well, so not gonna be able to get that kill. Bit of an avalanche here in front of the tower. Mr. Jeans, this is a guy that you need to keep your eye on. He's top lane. We'll lose Kara, Schofield. Ducking off to the side just in case anything comes out.
Stinger does a nice rotation after his respawn, goes top to grab the easy kill. only support, and now he's going to have to run across the whole map. But this was actually pretty perfectly timed, because if you look at the map, Hector is already jungling. So normally when your support leaves your lane like this, you're like, oh man, my lane's going to suck for the next bit of time. But because Hector had already shifted over, it's really not that big of a deal. And this is pretty normal to do as carries these days. In fact, if you saw Slax's tweet yesterday complaining about winning the safe lane for your carry and then your carry going to jungle, that's very normal actually, because it's just not very safe to play in the safe lane for most carries, and they can jungle pretty much just as fast if they have the right skill set.
That's literally every single one of my games.
Slax is bad, is what I'm trying to say.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's another kill. Stinger, man, he has just been a target for Mr. Jeans. Every time that he tries to lead, tries to stack, does anything, Mr. Jeans is just there. And he doesn't fly for long.
Rotate from that top ward. So they saw him moving across the map, anticipated him being in the jungle. It is semi-normal for the support to stay in the safe lane at this point to try to slow down the push and get some free experience. But getting all those kills, it's going to make Lich's game pretty rough. But I feel like G Pride isn't getting enough. They're still behind in net worth. Punishing the 5 position repeatedly is cool and all, but he doesn't have that much to do right now anyway, so it doesn't bother me that much when thinking about Beast Coast's chances of winning.
I feel like everybody's rotating quite a bit. Nice fissure coming out, but this time Argus says, at least this time I can get a little bit of this damage. It's not blocked off. Whisper be able to TP away.
It's pretty close though. Good escape. Picks up Drum on Doom, which is the magic.
Bit of a gank though over in the mid lane, and that's a dead J Murray. Perhaps feeling just a little bit too confident, not realizing that Mr. Jeans was quickly on his way over.
Yeah, their Observer Ward on the Radiant side does not protect them very much unless it's a little bit deeper. Not the other one in the mid lane. It didn't spot the Tiny rotating over. Nope, the other one, the third one. You got this, the Radiant one. There you go. There, right. There you go.
Yep.
Right there. Your mouse is right.
No, right there. Right there.
Click.
No.
The left. You just got to left click.
Nope.
Turn off assisted can, then left click. You got this. There it is. There's the
there
ward. Yeah.
There's the ward.
Just like, I'm gonna clap for the Observer. You got it. That ward is not going to protect very well from Tiny rotating from the top lane to the mid. So all they had to do is time the stun perfectly as Tiny's approaching. The Avatar's going to do tons of damage, and it'll work out really nicely. Now he's rotating. He's doing a great job making space. Who says you need to play a Spirit Hero to do this?
Smoke coming out from the side of Beast Coast. Stinger. So able to get the Doom off over on the Tiny. And since the rest of his team is not here, this is going to wind up being a kill. Although I'm not sure J Murray needed to use the Scythe on Mr. Jeans. I think that was a little overkill. But I think they just had enough of his shenanigans.
It's a little overkill. The best thing about it, though, is it does delay the time that he's dead, and considering he has been the terror on the map, and because they have the greedier lineup, you could maybe argue that like they just want to slow down the game as much as possible right now. And let's be real, he's going to go back in jungle anyway, so got a good usage out of it. It's fine.
My spirit echoes.
Just going to be trading a little bit with Dismar over here. And it is tough to take towers, right? They do have a treant, which means that if you want to take a tower, you're going to have to commit pretty hard on it. Top lane, Whisper, he's very fast. Schofield, of course, the babysitter. He's here, throws out the fissure. Argus is not looking like he's going to be too happy about this. Look at this. They force out 2 TPs immediately because they want to protect this Razor.
That was definitely TP overkill, knowing what we know from top down. He didn't have Doom. He had 4 points in Scorched Earth. His Scorched Earth was almost gone. The fight was over there. They were not going to kill the Razor, but maybe they anticipated a Lich showing up or a third other hero. So great TP's forced there. TP cooldown is so long right now that even moments like that are just amazing. So a team like Beast Coast, who has such raw talent and is able to do stuff that's unpredictable, it is going to force TPs like that sometimes. And now it's going to be easier to gank other lanes.
Well, Mr. Jeans, he's on the hunt with Dismar, hoping maybe they can try to put a monkey wrench in Hector's plans. There's not the Avalanche, lands over on 3. You see Hector, he was thinking about turning back around again. Kara jumping in. This is probably not the place for you to be, though, Nature's Prophet. He will be taken down now. Schofield next to the ball. Stinger going to get tossed into the air. He is going to pop. And they're still looking. Another Avalanche. J Murray just getting sapped to death over on the side. Whisper is separated from the rest of his team. Hector says, I don't want to be here anymore. They bought back on Schofield, and they're looking to just try to clean up, and they will be able to get a kill on the Razor. Whisper, he's taking so much damage from Mr. Jeans. He will eventually fall. As Mr. Jeans is just allowed to roll away. J Murray still hunting over here. He would
got his
love
ulti.
to
Can he
catch
catch up?
I don't know. I'm not sure what's
I don't
happening
think
over
so.
there.
They're both really slow, unfortunately. It's tough for Kaneko to catch up in a circumstance like that. Maybe a good example of I wish that he had his Reaper Scythe from the previous fight. I don't think he had at the beginning of that fight. And I'm a little surprised that Beast Coast fought into that after taking that Avalanche and that huge Nature's Wrath. They're all playing at half HP against a hero with huge burst damage in the Tiny. So on the bright side, Hector did not die. He didn't go back to heal. He's still jungling. So this was not bad for Beast Coast.
That is a classic Hector move too. Like, it reminds me of what was it? Black was playing anti-mage, and he was being chased by like 5 heroes, and he just kept stopping at each camp to farm each one as he went along. Like that's something that I feel like that's something that I feel Hector would also do for sure.
Yeah,
with
of course.
This hero.
I mean, that's how you get high GPMs is you shave off seconds here and there with nice efficiency, and it just makes your whole game. You just have more items to play with, and it makes the rest of the game easier. So
It's all about making the game easier for yourself. Kara, they use the Echo Slam. Can they reach him though? Is the question. Can they find him? Schofield, he went for it, but he's gonna die. That Wrath of Nature just coming through. Another Avalanche. Chain Frost gets thrown out by Stinger, but he gets the steal off, turns it back around. Scythe will be able to take down Dismar, but we'll lose Valky.
and it looks like a Doom happened top almost for sure.
Most likely, but now Whisper's gotta run away. Can't TP, still has a couple seconds left, but is gonna be able to walk. He's got 2 legs. He's fine.
I like the skill and item build on Doom here is perfect. The phase drum is absolutely standard and really necessary, but into the hood and pipe afterwards is a great way to just help solve all of these like short-term issues that they might have against the high tempo enemy team. Like just buy those like team fight items to make sure that you have a lower chance of winning any fights that do get forced. And in the meantime, Hector farms stupidly fast, and when they do clash in the mid to late game, they're just gonna have way more. Like, don't go Midas Doom, guys. It is way too game losing.
You heard it from Purge himself. Don't do it. This is big though, and that is an excellent pickup. We have an Invis rune picked up on Mr. Jeans. He's got that Blink Dagger. He's going to be looking for an engagement. He's going to be looking for probably poor Stinger, who is super squishy. On the back line, though, there's the link up over on Hector. He's lost a lot of that strength. And like I said, Stinger going to be target number 1 yet again for Mr. Jeans. He's just too squishy, too adorable, too easily able to be killed.
Pretty simple snipes for Tiny. That's the guy he's looking for all game. Maybe Earthshaker. Earthshaker is a little bit low, but still has lift here. Frostblast is a great steal. It's going to be a lot of damage.
Dismar can kill him here. Just 1v1 him. Grab up that rune. Whisper coming back in. Has a Centaur stomp, but he has to be careful. There's so many heroes from G-Pride over here. The toss up plus the 3 plus that little bit of slow. They have the Frost Shield. They'll try to go turn it back around. Are they going to get enough bounces? Dismar will be taken down. Stinger, though, will fall next. And in comes Big Daddy Hector. He's looking, but he can't hit anything when he's being held in place. Trees, his only enemy, Purge. He cannot get in that fight, so he just has to go back to farming.
Great job by Mr. Jeans to stick around, waiting for those great combos. Doom getting picked up eventually was a lot of work, but getting that kill was probably the best thing they've done in the last bit of time. Hector wasting his ulti, but let's be real, he might have been using it for his jungling anyway, so didn't lose that much. Although that has been a bit, looks like the net worth has moved slightly towards G Pride in the last bit of time. SNY's the pick up here on him. Hasn't even bought a wand. He's been basically all about the items that help him farm faster.
Definitely makes sense here. I feel like because there's been so many skirmishes and a lot of kills going over the way of G Pride, that's making a big difference. Again, I've always joked about this, but if Hector can't hit, Hector can't win, whether it's Hector hitting creeps or Hector hitting heroes. So if you can somehow stall him, make him waste his time, kind of futz around, it opens the doors a lot, especially, depending on what mid is being, utilized here. And Jay Murray, he can do, some tempo controlling things and hold that thought. Ghost Shroud, not enough damage. Stinger going back in. They have the Frost Shield. They're trying to grab Mr. Jeans, but it's a nice fissure coming out. Hector says, maybe I kind of want to fight, but the trees are doing a lot of work, believe it or not.
Yeah, a little scary to fight chasing a high ground like that with that Glimmer Cape from Nature's Prophet. If the Glimmer Cape isn't there, I think they're a lot more confident to maybe give that a little bit more chase, but as soon as it goes invis like that, it's too scary. You have to worry about the combos. I'm curious what Necro goes next item-wise. Wow, actually so many items on Stream Protector here.
Oh, there's that
Able to
meteor
veil
hammer.
after 2. Yeah, so much damage coming out of him in this game. Still
They're
will
full
get-
committing
no,
as they have to. No, they didn't get blasted
didn't
on the
get
tower.
molested.
Oh, they
Embarrassing.
see. Can they see Valky over there? They have the sentry ward dropped.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah,
tower
they
is
definitely.
under attack.
He's on the edge for sure. They're just trying not to
It's
make
a
it obvious,
fog,
you know.
Too.
If
Yeah.
if you move the right way or the wrong way, it makes it seem like you're getting ran
Radiant's
at. Then
middle
Tree's gonna
tower is under
spook and
attack.
run. Maybe looking to cancel TPs at this point could create an opening for his team.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Schofield, he is full on hunting and trying to get into a good position if they do TP up to try to contest. But bottom tower getting chipped away
Radiant's
on by
bottom
G
tower
Pride.
is under attack. Dire's top tower is
We'll
under
still stinger him down here. The Doom also rotating, so we'll push him off the tower, keep it alive a little bit longer with that Frost Shield. Not quite as efficient as the living armor, obviously, until you get much higher levels and you get that extra heal off of it. But that's quite a ways off. That was such a cool
He's
thing they added.
pretty. Yeah. I like the way that they've added a lot of talents to make it very skill specific. It makes it a lot more fun than just like, oh, I got 5 armor, cool, you know.
are scanning.
Yeah.
But pretty decent balance of the map for Beast Coast so far. With that said, they've gone slightly more ahead, and with Sven having this much of a network separation, I have a lot of worry
Oh.
for G Pride late game.
An Echo Slam and a Scythe. There won't be a tree to protect some of these towers, so Kara backing off. Grabs up a couple of these because in comes Mr. Jeans. He sees Schofield. He's hoping maybe he can get himself a quick pick here. Toss up into the air, and he's tankier than he thinks, though. We'll be able to slow him down. Do they have anything to cancel out that TP? They do not. He is going to get away very easy.
It's so nice playing tanky supports when you're against a tiny like this, because if you have some like hero that relies on casting spells to stay alive, he's just going to one-shot you almost every time. And in that example, totally fine. With that said, Tiny could have done an Ava toss combo. Well, he couldn't have actually. He had to avalanche because he was in trees and was worried he was TPing, and he has to do toss afterwards. So he would have done a lot more damage if he does some in combination, and would have had a better chance of getting the kill. But either way, very nice to be tanky. Lich would have died in that circumstance for sure.
I mean, yeah, we've seen him just get pretty much one shot for the most part each time. It's a hard knock life for that poor Lich.
The Radiance Necro. This is a fun build. It's slightly... It used to be really popular when Veil gave armor and a lot more int. You could go like Veil, Hood, into Radiance, but he's just going double null, into Hood, into Radiance now. Radiance is going to be excellent against G Pride. Breaking Blink Daggers, killing little creeps. It'll be really good, solid. Tiny going
Got
Echo
20 minutes.
Saber.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, this is really nice. We have a Blink Dagger that just got picked up on the Earthshaker. He's got a smoke. It feels like it's go time for Beast Coast. This is a big power spike here, so as soon as it gets delivered, there it is. Won't have the
Yeah.
Echo Slam for another 50, so they might wait for that to be up, and also they don't have the God Strength either, so
Dire's middle tower is under
most
attack.
likely not going to smoke into them, but I'm sure if he sees the opportune moment to show off that new Blink Dagger, he's definitely going to take it.
Yeah, they just need a little bit more time. I'm kind of curious to see how the Tiny Core transitions, since obviously they changed how Tree Grab worked again. Maybe it's going to be a little bit more effective. He is going Echo Saber, of course. He's got Echo Saber, excuse me. But I'm not sure it's going to be as hard of a carry as they need. We'll see, though.
Bottom lane, they're ganking Hector, and he's not looking too healthy. He's trying everything he can to run away. They've slowed him down so much. They just need maybe one more hit, and Argus will find it.
I looked at the map and I saw they surrounded one guy, and I was like, it's probably just like somebody not important, and it's Hector. Not good.
It's Hector. Yeah, no.
Way too far. Like, it's not usually safe to even play on the bottom side of the map. The fact that he was that close to the tower is bonkers. Must have really misread the enemy movements there.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they aren't playing close together, too, because generally, you know, when you see your core, especially when you have a power spike, right, with that Blink Dagger, you kind of want to farm near your core, so that way if they get jumped, you have the opportunity to show it off, and also just, you're strong. There's no reason to be so separated, but...
It kind of depends on whether or not they wanted to fight, honestly. That's a lot of it, too. Good counter initiation by the Rubik here to make this a little harder to engage.
Whisper chasing after him, though. Tries to go for the stomp,
This is the
doesn't quite
stomp.
manage to land, but they do manage to go in and get that visual. They'll use the Doom on the Rubik. Maybe not the best choice of targets here. So he is going to get stunned up. Still chasing after Kara. This should be a pretty easy kill, but again, it is your position 5, so... The Doom over here on Rubik. Is no one going to deny him? Oh my god, he barely lives. Barely lives if he
living
goes
Earth,
for the smoke.
Yeah. Gave him a little tree armor to keep him alive. He was very close,
Dire's
though, for
middle
sure.
tower is under attack.
Is that the second where you're just like, don't worry, as you know, the teammate goes in, oh boy, oh no.
Yeah.
That is a dead Schofield, and now Argis, though, the rest of the team is nearby. I'm not sure this is necessarily the fight you want to get, but they're all grouped together. The scythe comes out, a couple of these really nice chain frost bounces should be able to take down Valky. And oh my god, Dismar, god, I told you, watch out for this guy. He's gonna get the steals. Manages to go hit 3 of them with that chain frost, but they only end up losing Stinger. So Dismar proving he is the better Lich.
That was 2 very good chain frosts in one fight, actually. I was impressed with the first one, but the second one looked beautiful coming out. Everyone disabled, not moving.
Yeah, like in a little row, just like a bunch of Matryoshka dolls. Perfect.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly the reference I was thinking of, yes.
I know. I know. See, I got you.
Yeah. So
I just can't do
either way,
pop culture references. You
Okay,
can't get those.
Either way, but Beast Coast is still doing super good. AK net worth advantage now. Necro's getting some good kills off. He hasn't really been threatened too much either. His net worth is shooting up heavily, and even though Hector died before, what has he been doing? Killing creeps, showing up, taking a tower, and now he's just maximizing his farm again. Gonna see a replay really quick here.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Great overgrowth. I couldn't believe the chain frost bounced.
There's the bounce, and look at the just all 3 in a row with the avalanche. It was just so nice.
It was so good. It's a fun little moment. But they're farming really quickly everywhere else on this map, so going quite good for Beast Coast. And G Pride is trying to force fights, but they just don't have the best gank tools outside of like what Tiny's bringing to the table. It feels just like Razor was not the pick. Look at his net worth compared to Sven. How is he supposed to farm as quickly? It's basically not possible to farm as fast on Razor as it was before, when you'd have the AoE from static field or unstable current. That's all gone now, so like winning the lane as Razor is a pretty important thing.
I think it also helped having Schofield in that top lane, because, you know, the way that he's going to accelerate is the fact that he can steal some of the damage, but if you're not able to hold the link long enough, it's really kind of useless, at least during that point. So do get a Blink Dagger pickup on the Treant, though, so they might be able to get the jump. But I also am worried about G Pride just fighting too much almost. Like, you can see just how high the net worths are over here on the side of Beast Coast. All 3 of their cores in the top 3.
But it's
close,
a combo issue.
But
yeah. They've got more kills on G Pride, but that's it so far. Good follow-up.
Schofield goes for the Echo Slam, be able to hold him in place, got that stun, and they'll be able to follow up with a very nice scythe from J-Marie, and they find themselves a little something extra. Dismar, man, Dismar, they don't like this Rubik at all.
Middle tower has fallen.
Does not want to get their good spells stolen, I think. But great gank initiation. So what you're saying about G Pride, like you're worried that they're fighting a lot, but the problem is that they kind of have to do this because of the fact that they know they're not going to farm faster. They picked an earlier game lineup. They picked these like laning heroes. Tiny did a great job getting stuff done, but they didn't win the other lanes hard enough, if at all. So how are they transitioning? Like, this 3-position tree has great items and he's split pushing, but like you could have done that with a 4-position tree maybe, or 5-position potentially.
So they kind of just caught themselves in a... Whoa, Kara? Kara was just trying to go in there. So close, but...
I thought he got it, honestly.
It was so... Yeah, when we saw the trees come in, I wasn't sure, but...
It was just like, all of a sudden he was there, and I was like, did he get it? I had to look at the chat. He is so farmed. Hector is so farmed right now. Lincoln's just buying a 5,000 gold item to protect against the Razor. Good choice.
It's really one of the only things he's afraid of.
Yeah.
Not too much else on the map currently, but... If I'm Stinger, I just feel so scared. If I don't know where Tiny is, I don't want to be anywhere visible. And even then, like, I feel like he should be holding Hector's hand. Like, please don't let them kill me. Not again. Not like this. Doesn't have to worry, though. Mr. Jean's in the bottom area, playing the bottom half of the map, hoping maybe to get a pick off or whatnot. Whisper kind of hugging those trees. Big old plasma field from Argis. J-Marie getting drained a little bit. Needs to be careful. The Whisper is here. Stentar Stomp. Don't even bother breaking that link because they know they can turn right back around again with the scythe, get the kill. They even got the Lotus protecting him thanks to Whisper, although it won't protect him from that Meteor Hammer. And over on the side, they just slice through Dismar. They'll be able to take down Kara. And they'll be able to take a tower. And I don't think that the living armor is going to be enough to keep this one alive.
Man, this Necro pick was so good, actually. Like, all you had to do is put a hood on him, and he just, like, can't die this game, basically. Like, if things get really bad, he just presses his second skill, and then nobody does damage to him, except for Tiny. So having the hood just solves it. And it gave them that laning matchup advantage against 2 melee heroes. And now he's so far ahead with Shivas and Radiance. It's like, how can anybody kill him on the enemy team? It's just such a dangerous thing to even try.
Well, that's the question, right? They can't. They're trying to ask themselves, how do we get out of this situation? How do we get back into this game? And it's becoming just increasingly hard. Oh, don't forget that item. Telescope would be very nice for your Rubik. But,
Really happy on that.
you know, Mr. Jeans was very threatening early on, but they just kind of lost the momentum. The longer that you let Hector hit the creeps.
They killed the 5 position plenty of times, but they had a lot of trouble killing literally anybody else, which made the game hard. And they were also losing some people in the meantime, too.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh no, Hector, not again! Didn't
He
get
didn't
blasted
get it?
on the
I
tower.
just
Nope, he
thought
didn't.
for sure he got it. Oh my
He
gosh.
did not, but they found a tree over here on the side that they might cut down. Although it's a nice thing coming out from Dismar.
Haven't seen that in a while.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Trying to just get Hector off of his tower, but he's not able to. And in fact, they use the Meteor Hammer in the back lines. BKB coming out from Argus, but already Schofield managing to run away. The toss up, they'll pop the Aegis. But do they have enough to take him down a second time, I guess the question. A lot of those trees being thrown. There's the God Strength. BKB comes out from Hector. He's angry. He means business. Kara gets taken down by Schofield. And there's the Blink 4 coming out from Valky, but what else can they hope to do? And they have the Lotus Orb. That's just a dead tree. It gets cut down. Kara, he fought back. He's trying to get in the back lines. He's not going to be able to. Clumsy Net holding him into place. The Doom being thrown out and the Chain Frost. And they just don't have the damage. They don't seem to be working together over on the side of G-Pride.
They all just do so much damage. Oh my god, and there's a disconnect. GG's called.
Yeah,
And
how
that
can
one's
you
over.
hope to deal with that? That was a 29-minute game.
So convincing, actually. When all of their lanes, when they go slightly negative in skirmishes, but almost always it was like a 5-position player or something like that dying, not a big deal. And then just overwhelming gold advantage and team fight advantage. Just Beast Coast showing they're the better team.
Yeah, I know that the panel was kind of hemming and hawing a little bit over a couple things, but Beast Coast definitely showing that they worked very well together and they knew what their goals were and they met them and just kind of ran them over. So, you know, first game of the series going over to the side of Beast Coast. We're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we'll have game number 2.
Yeah, I see no signals, no signs. Girl, you be tripping, no lies, man. You said je ne sais pas. I flew in all the way for this. I'm not here to waste your time. I just can't give you vibes, you changed a bit. Girl, you mad teasing. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. She told me take it easy. Hey, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I've been running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Sometimes make you feel good. You're my mission, my grand prize. make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation.
Welcome back to ESL 1, powered by Intel. We've just finished up our first game of the day, and Beast Coast take a convincing game 1 with a very fat Sven. Gentlemen, I think we had our doubts, unfortunately, for G-Pride. Break it down for me. What really went wrong?
I think we go back all the way to the draft,
Yeah,
right? The first thing that I was surprised with Nature Prophet being a support and Treant being a core. And also, they didn't really have a win condition for the late game. You have Razor, Tiny, and Treant. And the other team has a Sven. So, you know, if you have Sven, you're like, 50 minutes, Sven's going to carry me. I don't care. I have a Sven. The other team's like, what do we really have? Razor, not known for his late game scaling. Tiny, same thing. And now we have a Treant who, in this game in particular, played very much like a support. He didn't actually do anything special. Got the Meteor Hammer, tried to push the side lanes, and that's kind of it. I just, from the start, Beast Coast had a better draft, and they executed better.
I find that they just started on the wrong foot, like you say, with the draft. And when you have something like that, it's like you're showing up to a Formula 1 race and you're bringing a horse, right? And you're trying to beat these cars. It's going to be difficult to begin with. And I think they had better chances if they accepted this more. I know it's tough when you finish a draft, you go, well, we got all drafted. Yeah. That's it. Like, we lost. That's not a good way to go into the game. But if you accept that, it's easier to find contingency strategies or emergency maneuvers to make that work. In this game particularly, I found that if the Razor had gone for maybe a all-in build, you know, you try to build the quickest items, something like Yols, I really like the Yols this game, and then into Ags. Or like one of these really fast builds, maybe even Yasha, just straight to Ags to get the pushing power, of course. The chances were still not good, but it might have given them that chance. How it felt to me that game was there was no point when G-Pride was winning. There was no point where it seemed like they could be winning either.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at also, the cool thing was the net worth of the teams.
Yes.
You have the Beast Coast cores, top 3 with their cores, then all of G-Pride, and the bottom 2 of the supports. The supports had no problem dying the whole stage of the game. We saw Stinger just run into the Tiny a few, I mean, not run into, but when he gets caught, he's like, whatever. Schofield, very poor as well, but they made so much space. On the other side, you have Rubik trying, like, he was ahead of all the supports. He's stealing Devour, even through a good Chain Frost, but it's just not enough because your cores aren't scaling. So it just goes all the way back to that cores don't scale, doesn't even matter what the supports are doing that game.
That's what Daniel said. Where's the late game? Like,
there's nothing there.
What was the win condition? I think we were discussing this off the panel. Like, what are you really winning off of like just the Razor? Razor himself isn't really a really great win condition.
I mean, if you can somehow end the game very fast, like we said, like use Scepter, right? If you try to get the use Scepter, go for Ags on Razor,
You go
end
for
the
a
game.
bunch of kills.
Yeah, and end the game in 25 minutes. You know, you had the Tiny. He was getting kills. Again, we're not saying he's scaling, but he's getting kills. Maybe you get a couple of kills on the Lich, and you kill an Earthshaker, you can go high ground. It's very iffy because from the moment that you have your draft, 60% of the game's already over.
Was there a chance maybe they thought that they would do better in the lanes? Maybe is that why they sort of changed up their heroes when it came to laning? In particular, the Prophet and Tree, because I know you two are very, very confused with that swap in general.
It honestly just seemed like they really didn't have a plan, at least for the win condition, because even if they were to snowball, at least with the builds they went for, I mean, if you had like a really good pusher in the, I mean, you have an NP, but he was fine.
You're also
right?
up against a Lich.
Yeah.
It's like
if you have a really
push
good
fast.
pusher, like if you have a Lycan or a Lone Druid in your team, then I can kind of see what you're going for, but that was not the case.
That was a Razor.
It seemed to me also a bit odd. Maybe me on the other kind of contingency plan, you could have tried to play a Tiny as the true hard carry.
Yeah.
He was played with a couple times experimented, you know, like a more DPS, not the burst damage hard carry. That might have worked, but they didn't go for that either.
Oh,
So
no,
it's-
I mean, they had the Echo Saber and the Aghanim, so he was.
well, you could go for the blink. Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess maybe that was maybe a late game.
It was
option.
it was like late game decision that they were deciding. I'm like, that's just not enough. It's not enough to win.
Yeah. Well, better luck to them in game 2. Hopefully they will tie it up and at least bring us to a game 3. But before we jump into our second match, it looks like we have another question from Shiva for our DHL drop. Shiva, what's the question for today?
Cheaper.
We'll move slowly.
We lost her.
I think we may have lost the signal with
We
Shiva.
don't, we don't have Shiva.
Well, we'll come back to her in a minute. For people that... Oh, looks like Shiva is ready this time. Shiva, what's the question for today's DHL drop?
Welcome to the DHL quiz, where you can win prizes every day by just trying to answer the questions I'm asking. Here's your question. What is the duration of the Crimson Guard active? Is that A, 10 seconds? Is that B, 11 seconds? Is that C, 12 seconds? Or D, 13 seconds? Exclamation mark DHL drop with the corresponding answer in the chat, and you have your chance of winning.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL Drop Quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? Hashtag Gamers Unite.
where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, yeah. The stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Welcome back to ESL 1, powered by Intel. I hope you have entered your answer for our DHL drop question. I know a couple of you in chat may have Googled it, but it's fine. We'll leave you guys alone. Did you guys enter the DHL drop?
How did you know we Googled it? Oh, I mean,
Thanks, Tommy.
I was going to just say no because I didn't have time to go on my phone, but apparently this slacker is just spending his whole time. You had enough time to Google and go on the Twitch chat?
of course.
That's ridiculous.
We have to join in. Can we win it, right?
You start the day by not wearing the ESL shirt, and now you're on your phone and the pauses, as opposed to looking at Dota Buff.
It's a free fall for me anyway.
It really is.
Right. To everyone that's tuning into Twitch chat, unfortunately, if you haven't entered, I think we may have closed entries now, because here's the answer for our question today. So it is 12 seconds for our Crimson Guard active duration. Did you guys answer that correctly? Like, did you think 12?
Yes.
Yeah, because we both thought it's not an odd number.
And it was more than 10.
It's more than 10.
Say,
It's like, it's not odd. It's more than because it's one of the longest ones. You know, it's like you have it's like, oh, it's whole.
That's what I call in the game actually. When I go and I activate Crimson Guard, we got more than 10 seconds.
Yes.
Some number.
But it was not odd.
It's not odd.
That
not odd.
makes no sense.
We have a
in Dota.
non-odd more than 10 minutes duration. So I meant 10 second duration to do something.
By the time you say that, it's already done. Crimson Guard's off of you.
All right, folks. Now, if you don't know what the DHL drop is, basically it's a quiz, and if you're correct, you'll be in the running to win some of our lovely prizes. And I've got one of them today. We may have showed this one yesterday, but I'm going to keep showing this. We've got more as well. So here is the lovely box. It's a very big box as well, right? So we've got a beautiful... I'm very bad at unboxing. This is why I don't do unboxing videos. So this is just one of our prizes. We've got plenty. Here's our first one. So if you didn't catch this yesterday, we have a i9 core processor. I can't believe this is one of the prizes. I'm
Yeah.
not kidding. Just for quizzes, you get one of these.
It's awesome.
Just for knowing Dota. Your
Right.
dad always told you, your Dota knowledge will never serve you for anything.
I haven't seen my dad in years. Thanks for reminding me.
I thought he threw you in the he threw you in the pool.
Then he went for a pack of smokes. You
He
know?
just left you.
Yeah, but he'll find them. He's on the way. He's just gonna get the smokes on the
Shop's very
right?
far away.
Yeah, he's still on the way, right?
It's not a 24-hour shop, so maybe he reached at night or something.
Maybe. And then he just like misses it every day, so he just constantly has to go back to check.
He needs the smokes, right?
Absolutely needs the smokes, but I think more importantly, do you need this processor? I think you guys do. Make sure you enter our next DHL drop. There is a leaderboard as well, so make sure to check where you are in terms of your position. And if you're struggling with the answers, it's okay. Dr. Google is always there, as my parents say. Although don't always listen to Google. All right.
Especially as a doctor.
Right? I was
Certainly
like,
do
hey,
not
imagine,
Google any symptoms.
I have a headache. Nope, you have foot cancer now.
I swear, you just get the craziest things.
Yeah, so I was like that. It's like, yeah, you have something, you know. It's like, what? I thought it was a small scratch. Nope. It's
No, you're
you
getting cancer.
amputate the fingers
You've
straight
got a
away.
malignant tumor. You've got some kind of lethal terminal disease.
Oh yeah, it's always some rare disease. Like this disease is only present in 5 people. They all live next to the Nile, but you have it too now. You know,
Exactly.
God forbid, you know.
Yes.
All right, guys. If you haven't joined the DHL drop, we are going to be having one more later on down the line in the tournament. So don't worry, we've got plenty. As for us, though, the draft is going to be ready soon, but I don't believe it is ready as... Oh, looks like the draft is ready. All right, I lied. Looks like the draft is ready. Let's jump in.
I'm excited. I think this is the biggest part to fix for G Pride.
Yes.
10
I mean,
seconds
Okay, hang on.
remaining.
So speaking of fixing, what do they need to fix?
Off lane pick, win
5
condition.
seconds remaining.
They just need to have something, some plan for the draft. I honestly, it felt to me a bit unplanned.
All right,
Oh, yeah.
noted. So fix something.
No, sorry. Actually have something. When you looked at the draft before, I found G Pride a bunch of good heroes, good counters. They kind of looked at their opponent. They were heroes they were comfortable with, but not a clear, cohesive draft. There was not an overall plan.
I like what they have right now a bit more.
Yes, much
you have
more.
a Timber Saw already, so you know it's very clear off lane. Could be mid, but most likely off lane. It's a little bit too early, I would say, if you want to pick Timber Saw. He's one of those heroes that if you can counter him in the lane, you can really crush him.
Yes.
But then again, Beast Coast, they already banned
Radiant
the
team
Venom, they already
ban.
banned the Beastmaster, same bans as game 1 because they really don't want Valky to have those heroes that he's comfortable with. So he takes the Timber Saw early instead of waiting for it to be banned later, and he's gonna be like, oh, give me the, I don't know, lean off lane. I'll try.
It's smart because picking up support and offlaner as when you're second pick is not that rare. You
10
usually lose your
seconds
side lanes
remaining.
anyway as second pick, and you can leave that last pick for the mid, and you still win that for Mr.
5
Jeans too.
seconds
Yes.
So that's at
remaining.
least 2 lanes that you're pretty comfortable with, which is a nice start. I like the bans though by G Pride. The Doom and the Bat Rider, especially the Doom, I thought gave him a lot of trouble last game. Beastco seems incredibly comfortable with it, and it's good against Timber as
And the
well.
hero in general is in a really strong spot anyway,
Yes.
very flexible. You can
Yes.
play in
Dire
multiple
team
roles.
ban.
And if he falls behind, hey, he's got Devour. He just gives him free gold. Gorillaz, though, they banned the Ursa, which is, like we talked about, you gotta start taking out those Timber Saw counters. It could still be a Timber Saw mid if they feel like there's just an amazing counter comes out anyway. But
Yes.
Timber Saw is one of those heroes. Sorry, Ursa is one of those heroes that, yeah, Timber Saw, he likes to go in and out of fights, but he's always relatively close to you, so he can get a whirling death. But Ursa is like, oh, I'll trade. I don't care. You have you have reactive armor. I'll just trade, and eventually I'll just kill you. So Ursa is a really good hero to have.
He also works nicely, I think, with the timing,
10
against the timing of the
seconds
Timber Saw. Because by the time the Timber Saw is looking to get kills and looking to bother the carry, you got
5
Enrage,
seconds remaining.
you have maybe 1 item and you're Ursa, so you can fight as
Yeah.
well. So he doesn't have an easy time just running you down. Other carries that are, I don't know, let's say like Sven, for example. If Timber Saw wants to run you down at one point in the game, you can't do much about it. You're going to have to accept it. You can't farm anymore.
So
I
what
would-
do you do here if you're Beast Coast then? Because the Timber Saw is already on the board, and a lot of heroes that counter the Timber Saw are being taken out of the pool here. Like, how do you slow down that Timber Saw's progress so it doesn't become an issue after the laning stage?
One of the things I hear a lot of the pro players say is that even if Timber Saw goes crazy, a lot of times you can just sort of leave him in the lane. We saw that actually Beast Coast do that in game 1. They left the Treant completely to the lane, into the lane, and you can do that with Timber Saw as well. They don't push very fast, so you're not going to take a tier 2 by 20 minutes. And if you do send people to them, it's so much trouble just to kill them. You have to bring a lot of disable. You can just leave them and focus on the other 2 lanes, jungle, and make the Timber Saw
10
chase after you
seconds
instead.
remaining.
That's actually one of the things that for Zoomers, actually, the player Gunner was commenting when he was talking about the open qualifier games. He saw a bunch of Timbersaws, and that's one of the things that team said. It's like, yeah, it's just not that great of a hero. He's good as a counter. He's good in the lane, but the people overestimate his impact. The Timbersaw used to play with the Bloodstone and was like this tank, you know, and the raid boss, as we used to call them. Not as viable anymore.
Another thing is that the later the game goes, it takes sort of less hits to kill him. Because Timbersaw early game, it's like, you hit him every time he's getting reactive armor, he keeps getting more and more, takes more and more hits. But later on, when you have like for example, the Sven, 2 hits, he gets 2 reactive armor, but he's already lost all of his HP. So you can just say, yeah, he's really strong, 15, 20 minutes, but later on he just becomes nothing.
And getting stacks on him later on is almost impossible.
Yeah, because he's dead.
Of reactive, yeah.
He's dead anyway.
Some picks, as long as you pick a carry, I think that doesn't get completely crushed by Timbersaw in lane. Like, don't pick a CK. Why would you otherwise?
Pick something that can also jungle, because he is so strong that it's like, all right, maybe we'll just take a Sven. We don't want to take a Spectre or a Ricky who can't jungle. We'll take a Sven who can jungle instead, or even Juggernaut.
Or heroes like you said, Juggernaut can deal with him in lane. Troll's another hero that can deal with him in lane. Because realistically, Timbersaw, especially if you leave him alone, he doesn't have kill potential until 6.
Kunkka. One of the things I think G-Pride could consider is taking a very strong pusher as a position 5, something like Shadow Shaman. Therefore, with Timbersaw is pushing the lanes, you bring him there, throw the Serpent Wars at the tier 2, enemy team is forced to respond. Because suddenly Timbersaw has pushing power behind him.
What about the MP? What would you think about that?
Nature's Prophet? I mean, he doesn't bring the same amount of burst pushing power. You know what I mean?
No, certainly not. But Shaman's not picked at all. So
that's exactly. It's like you have to look at the substitute.
Yeah. I like the Kunkka though as well. Potential flex, yes. He could be 3, he could be 2. Even though I don't love him in the offlane.
But then it's like you also have Timbersaw. So if the Kunkka is 3, it's Timbersaw 2. And it's like,
I guess that's possible, right? I mean, Timbersaw 2 is fine too.
Ooh, Luna.
That's a good hero against
who can jungle, lots of magic damage.
Great lane against Timbers. I mean, this is a perfect pick, actually. Very
and one of the fastest heroes as well, so she can run away a bit from him.
Yes, and the CM Luna is a really strong lane. You want Lucent Beams for days. You go for the cast range talent as well, and Luna just pew, 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 all the time.
Gorillaz, so far, they have the X Mark and the Torrent. Mirana's arrows, unreliable stun, but Beastcoast has a lot more. They got Lucent Beam, they got the Frostbite, and of course they got Tiny with both the Toss as well as the Avalanche to... when I think of stuns, I always think of what can enemy teleport out of, and because that really matters.
I agree.
You lock someone down, you can't even get the kill, and it's going to be the Shadow Demon.
Okay.
Interesting. All right, so we do have... It's very famous. Yeah, the SD Mirana combo.
Yeah, the SD Mirana, it's true. SD Kunkka is also a classic, right? Back in the day when Kunkka was played as a 4.
Yeah.
The Shadow Demon is not a pusher, but he is a really good dead lane support. Because he can easily Shadow Poison those lanes. So maybe they're actually considering using a bit of a ladder lineup. Kunkka and Timber win your early and you put pressure there. And you pick a pretty solid hard carry that will win the late if this goes late. Because you're set right about Luna, right? Luna is not the best hero. Like, she scales, but she's not a Spectre.
Spread damage, that's the problem.
She's not a Terrorblade either. In fact, I think Terrorblade for G-Pride could work quite nicely.
They need a win condition. Because again, we're looking at Timbersaw.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Kunkka's alright. I don't know how I feel about having the Kunkka and the Timbersaw somehow.
You think it's too beefy? You think there's too much utility?
Alright, it just doesn't seem... I mean, late game they can't... Kunkka can't scale.
I don't think anymore. I think I've seen Kunkka's mids much more so going for axe builds.
Right, yeah. It's so disruptive. It's great. I mean,
the build that you used to do on Kunkka where if you got a really good lane, you go, I'm going to go Radiance, and I'm just going to go for that. Yeah. I don't think that's very viable anymore.
Ooh, Voice Bird.
Good answer to the Kunkka in lane. Pretty solid against him.
And one of the heroes who doesn't mind being X-marked because you can just dissimulate through it.
Yes.
Well, you have to time it.
Very easy to, actually.
Yeah, you have to have time it a bit carefully because, there's But you can do it.
He benefits a lot from CM as well. They're using the CM pretty effectively.
Yeah,
both Tiny Luna.
Tiny Luna. Everyone just loves Crystal. It's hard to think of a hero who really doesn't like. Maybe Huskar is not one of the heroes that's like. I don't really
but
care.
there are some heroes that don't benefit as much. I find that all these 3 heroes spam spells.
Very much.
Much so.
But Gorilla Pride, I'm going to be thinking about late game carry for them. Beast Coast, they already have that. The one thing about Beast Coast...
There's a TB ban. That's what I was seeing. I thought TB was solid.
Is anti-mage banned? Might be an anti-mage ban as well because you
could be a good idea.
Could be Void Spirit and anti-mage.
So against Luna,
Gorilla Pride now they want to ban offlaners. Probably we could see a tiny offlane. I don't really like it. I'm just saying, but it could be a tiny offlane if they pick something else for the 4. But I like what they have.
Like it either.
Yeah, I like what they have right now. What would they consider going for? Let's see.
10 seconds.
I know this is... I'm just going to suggest it because I do love this Whisper when he plays this. As Silencer is not bad this game.
5 seconds.
Silencer, Silencer, he has some of those Silencer, Lesh, and Tidehunter offlaners.
And Tinker.
Yeah,
plays-
I've never seen the Tinker. I mean,
Oh my god, that was a legend. I mean, he's terrible. The hero's terrible, but Whisper used to just play.
I wouldn't want Tinker in this game though because the Shadow Poison gives vision,
No,
the
no,
arrow
no.
gives vision. Yeah,
I was kidding. No Tinker. But the Silencer I love a lot actually. Pretty
Oh.
solid against Timber and Kunga.
especially Timber Saw. If you can even like rotate to have the silencer against the Timber Saw, not
He's
as
a
a carry,
strong
but
laner.
offlane versus offlane. Yeah, I like the silencer pick. Leshy is another hero that can also chew through the Timber Saw. Phoenix is not banned, and they don't actually have amazing hitters on Gorillaz Pride. They do have
Pango?
the Mirana, who the leap attack speed with the talent. That's pretty good, but that's level 15. You're not gonna get that early, so I think it's all right. I think the Phoenix might be okay. What do we got here? It's going to be Phoenix.
There we go. Good pick. I'll pick. Yeah, that's a team fight you need. It is a Whisper hero too.
Gorillaz, though, they need a carry. Terrorblade and Anti-Mage are both taken. They need a carry. I feel like
Jug, I'm thinking actually.
Jug is good. I don't want to say Slark. Even though Slark is good against the Phoenix, I don't want to say Slark because I've seen him lose too much. Jug feels like the best win condition. Who is it going to be? It's going to be... Oh, no.
I did consider Lifestealer, but I put him in the same.
They picked too fast. I know
I
sometimes
really
it's like,
don't
I want to
like-
say it. Sort of.
Yeah, but I just don't like the hero right now. I think that in this draft he's actually really solid. Great against Phoenix, solid against Tiny. Doesn't get bursted right. Can deal with Luna, but he's just a very underwhelming carry these days.
Yeah, when a lot of other heroes also have like this movement speed ability and stuff, he feels like such a slow creep. Just crawls towards you. Like, oh, when he gets here, I'll be scared.
I think it's a bit more scary in Aghanim's trials right now.
Yeah, probably.
The
The Lifestealer stage.
Oh, yes. I don't get to that stage, so unfortunately.
I know. I just beat the first difficulty, and I was like, I don't get it. but I like G Pride's draft a bit more. I think the Lifestealer is decent against the Egg, but overall, I still go with Beast Coast. I feel like they have more comfort picks and just easier to execute. Just go late game. You have the Luna to carry you.
All right, so 2-0.
I agree with him. G Pride much better draft, actually looking good, but Beast Coast still gonna take it. I think the skill level is a bit too different here.
All right, so it's basically up to G Pride to sort of change your opinions now. and
Oh,
pick
please,
game 3,
prove me
right?
wrong. Make me eat my words on stream. I will happily do that. I would love it if G Pride won this game.
All right, let's see if G Pride are able to turn this match around and pull it off into a game 3. But for now, it's going to be we're basically done on the panel. Moxie and Purge will be taking it away from here. Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy the match.
All right. Thank you so much, Nelly. I'm really looking forward to this. Purge and I were talking a little bit during the draft and laughing because we both ran the Luna Crystal Maiden strat in one of our pubs together. Did not go super great, but I think in Beast Coast, yeah, it'll go better. What do you think, Purge?
Well, I do like how their draft looks as a whole. I think G Pride actually looks more effective generally. With their draft, I do like the Shadow Demon against the Luna. That's pretty effective. They've got great catch with their setups plus arrow combos. But I do agree that Beast Coast looks like a much stronger team as a whole. And I'm excited to see how the Luna does.
Well, we're going to find out as we get right into the game. And do have a little bit of a pause. It's not SA Dota unless you have that pause, though, right?
Yes, it really is, and you need to expect that just nothing is going to happen for the first 2 minutes as the players come back from the bathroom. Maybe they went out to get a snack between the matches. That's a little
I don't
bit
think they
complex
can. I think
sometimes.
Peru's pretty locked down hard right now during COVID.
Okay, cigarettes.
No, I don't.
Fresh
I'm not.
air,
Maybe if you have a balcony.
jumping jacks outside. Okay,
Jumping
I'm
jacks,
not
yeah,
sure, but
Gotta
they're
stay
going
limber.
somewhere. There must be doing something, and it always results in pauses.
I think sometimes, I
not?
believe most people are not playing in a team house at this time because of the fact that travel is extremely limited. So it may just be that, they need to take a moment. They need to make sure that their connection is good again. But
Now this courier not cute. Definitely not cute.
you don't like the baboon? Valky's baboon
Baboon
here?
butts are weird. Is that not wrong? I think that's a commonly held belief.
I think it's a natural thing for baboons. Just saying.
Yes, there it is. I can see it. It's poking out. It's just staring at me, dude.
Stop looking at butts. Come on, Purge. This is a professional broadcast.
They put the butts out there. I'm gonna see the butts, and I don't necessarily want to see this one, but this one pretty cute. This cat. I know you were very excited about this when it came out. There's so many good circular, spherical items. Those are some big eyes. Yeah, the little vampire fangs. That's a vampire cat right there.
It's very kawaii,
sure.
as the kids would say. But yeah, definitely cute. I like the cat couriers a lot. They've had a lot of really neat couriers for the compendiums in the past. But this one's probably my favorite one that they've released in conjunction with it. I usually use, I have the Scuttling Scotty. That's my favorite. I named him Pepito. He brings me all of my items.
Okay. Interesting.
I get very upset. Back when couriers were shared, I used to get very upset if someone got my courier killed.
I see. I understand the feeling. But I used to buy a lot of couriers too. But mostly I'd be like, man, I cannot wait to get my flying courier upgrade or something else, and you just can't. Just can't do it because you'd have to wait. That part was rough. But I should have sniped a lot more couriers in my day, but I didn't. Well. How's a Timber Saw going to work this game? I don't think it's going to be that great here. It doesn't really, unless it lanes against Tiny, it doesn't really have any good like laning matchups that are like particularly made. It's kind of okay against Luna, and that Luna's a little bit squishy to burst damage, but like I think he might have a bit of a tough time here. But I guess they're a bit limited on damage. Like Luna can't necessarily like threaten Timbersaw too much herself, just because her range isn't very high. So if Timber has mana, he can kind of like give it back at the same amount that he's taking it, which is nice.
I think it also was a little bit of an issue with Valky's hero pool. The fact that, you know, they wanted to grab him something he's comfortable with, so they were forced to pick it up very early, and it just leaves too much in the pool then to counter or just play around the hero, I guess is the big problem with that particular pickup.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like Beast Coast is dodging it. They're sending Schofield to the top lane on the Phoenix. That way they have a easier lane for Luna, who Luna would be laning against Lifestealer. And one of the big negatives about Lifestealer right now is his damage is pretty bad until he gets some items. Because he has all this attack speed, and yes, he gets some lifesteal from Feast, but he's not going to do more damage than a Luna is. That's just simply going to be a fact. So it should be a pretty good matchup, I would assume, for Luna. The only thing that's scary is that, of course, he can open wounds you, slow you for a lot of time. So if you pair the lifestealer with a good lane, it can be nice. And really aggressive ward here put on quickly to try to spot the lanes out. That way they can see where the lanes are. Are they going to see if the enemies are dodging? The Mirana did the same thing on the opposite side of the map, and that's why Whisper is sitting so carefully by his tier 2 tower. He does not want to get spotted. They don't want to reveal what their lanes are because this is the matchup that they want, basically. So no complicated switcheroo just yet.
I'm sure we'll probably see some musical lanes, but obviously you don't want to be the one who teleports and then has to walk all the way down to a different one.
Yep.
So makes sense that they position it up this way. Oh man, a Hector Luna. I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, no, like I said earlier, we just played this dual lane earlier this week. The Luna CM, it did not go so well, but I think it's at least partially because of the items I bought. So I'm very curious to see what he does. But he had a very bad game, so his itemizations were not a great template for what is the ideal thing. Oh, great spot there. I think he did see the Lifestealer moving this way, and that means that they're going to maybe try to upset that and reset their lanes.
You're seeing the Timbersaw also, like, there's just 3 people in the mid lane right now trying to figure out where are we going, what are we doing?
Yep, that's basically as soon as they see the lanes being wrong, they're going to start walking. Oh, Timbersaw teleporting is a big deal, actually. I don't know if that's going to be obvious or not. I think that's why he's still sitting here, because he doesn't necessarily want him to think that he teleported. But if he had walked over, Tiny would have been interrupting that as well. So I think that's why he's hiding here.
Some next level mind games.
Here comes a TP from Rana. Yeah, we'll see if they try to offset this. If they knew about this teleport, they could swap instantly. And Timbersaw at least wouldn't be able to march over to the other side of the map. But I think him hiding there long enough has made it seem plausible enough that he did walk. So that's why they're not moving and not trying to offset it. Very common to arrow range creeps like this, because otherwise Luna would be able to deny it. So nothing weird there going on.
I feel like they need to change that, though, because whenever she hits a creep or whatever, it's just, she gets really mad. Like, who spoiled that shot? And it's like, no, you're doing it on purpose now. So perhaps, we'll get an update to that eventually.
You're right. It is pretty tough to play the game when the voice lines don't match up with your intended ideas. It's very game running.
It's all about the whole experience, Purge.
Mm-hmm. It's got to be perfect. Oh, there's my favorite.
Look at your favorite.
So I don't have this unlocked. This is a very advanced unlock. A lot of effort here. It might die, but it's cute.
Stinger is sitting very low here, but the tri-lane bottom paying off since they got the kill on the Timbersaw. That's generally not the hero that you'd assume would be taking that.
You can usually kill him, like pressuring him at level 1 is by far the best time to do it, if possible, before he gets either reactive armor and a nuke or reactive armor. So grabbing that kill was huge. Whisper looking pretty
Whisper,
dead
he doesn't
here.
have the Icarus dive. Yeah, he's totally dead. Although Hector makes his own rotation here to the top lane. So looks like they're going to be swapping up again.
This is interesting, actually. Oh, and they did this because they just killed Timbersaw as well. Timbersaw TP's back bottom after dying, and now you guarantee do the swap and you get the favorable matchup. So really smart way to guarantee that they get that matchup that they want. Hector has light level advantage too, which could be nice.
Definitely. Dispar's taking so much damage. Does manage to land the arrow, trying to run away. Whisper hunting, and they have to be careful. They are surrounded by trees, so that's exactly what Valky wants. They have to be careful, like super careful. Look at that! Look at the damage, and Whisper just
really
barely
close.
gonna be able to flap those little wings away thanks to Tiny.
Yeah, Tiny saving his life for sure. That whirling death. I mean, he's against 2 strength heroes. This is perfect circumstances for Timber. His kill potential is so much higher. So maybe it's going to be better because they're going to deny the Lifestealer farm. But man, that looked really scary for them. Going to do some bottle refill on the mid lane with the CM TP. That's going to make their side lanes a little bit weaker for a bit of time while they're waiting for Stinger to run back to lane. But on the bright side, still providing the mana aura. See if Kunkka's in trouble here. No, just a little bit of harass, that's all.
I think they'll probably play it pretty cool for now, but the top lane, like you said, is a little bit weaker. There's no support here to help out Hector, so he's gonna have to use that TP. He has to go all the way back home, so
Yeah.
he
that's the
spending some
downside.
time walking. But I mean,
If
it's
CM is
Crystal
there,
Maiden though
maybe.
too.
What about
How
it? What's
much
your
do
point
you
about it?
save? Yeah, that's my question.
It's more about just the fact that as soon as things look slightly iffy, CM can throw Nova, and then you have a chance of like killing one hero back. Whereas the only option Hector had was TPing away. So having a little bit of advantage there can certainly can make it a little bit easier for sure. Fast cloak, really fast cloak here on Shadow Demon. Really interesting pickup.
Careful with that courier, Crystal Maiden. All right, well. There goes the courier, and we're about to lose Stinger here on top of everything else.
Yeah, that's really painful. Not only losing the courier, but as soon as you get back with 2 heroes, then you end up dying. So that TP mid to refill the bottle was actually quite costly for this top lane, especially because they were like lane rotating at the same time. So maybe he can do good stuff with the Void Spear to make up for it, but definitely a little painful for the Luna. Only 16 last hits, 17 last hits versus the 27 of Lifestealers. This lane swapping stuff for Beast Coast has not gone well.
Schofield throwing out the avalanche. They're trying to get over there to the rune faster. Looks like they'll be able to do that. But like you said, the top lane was a little bit scary for the Luna to go anywhere near the creep wave, considering that, you know, either Stinger is dead or she's dead. It's not usually both of them there, so. And Valky's gonna have a great time in this lane right now. Able to throw his weight around. Let's build up some of those stacks of reactive.
There is a lot of damage coming out of the Phoenix at least. He's going to do, looks like he's doing some sun ray action, I think, on Timber. Timber's getting down to about a 3rd HP, but probably not going to be a kill there. So if they can land a good disruption arrow, there will definitely be a kill on this top lane. Though they do not have a good save against any of this. But Mirana does not want to show. If they see any hint of her, they're going to start playing even more defensive.
I think they've already got to realize that she's off the map. She's probably making a rotation. There's no way that they don't.
This hit. Here comes the arrow. It's too late though. I think. Nope.
Try to hide behind some of those illusions. In comes Schofield though. Did they get jebaited here? Stinger gonna be able to survive a little bit longer since they've got the frostbite, and that's gonna be a dead Kara. And maybe in Mirana. No, they don't have anything to grab her before she can make those leaps.
This is the tough thing about Lifestealer. We felt his lack of presence there, but realistically, if he moves over, do they kill the CM? It would have been pretty far for him to run forward.
Uh-oh. This is not looking good for Hector. Able to go and throw out the boat. One more hit. Dismar will collect a kill on Luna, proving that Salamene loves her best.
Those are really good rotation because super guaranteed kill, right? Luna's only level 5. You hit 6, you get X. There's no way she survives against that. So perfect rotation. Still more disadvantage for Luna, but she has caught up a little bit compared to the Lifestealer. It's going to go for the armlet build. Lots of physical damage and attack speed. Good armor.
Trying to force out here over on the are just go for the infest. Luna is here. Gonna get banished for a moment. They've got their eyes on the creep. The toss back, though. Able to make him pop out as J-Marie makes his own rotation. The taunt drag him right back in. It's a beautiful arrow, but it's not enough to save him, unfortunately. So the rest of the team forced back on the side of G-Pride. It feels like they still, yeah, I was about to say, J-Marie, he really seems to want this, but he's a little bit faster than everyone else right now. I'm not sure. The toss on the Crystal Maiden, though, will ensure that they get it.
Poor Stinger losing a lot of life.
All of his health. On the bottom lane, though, they've got a boat, they've got Whisper, and they cut him to shreds.
Looks like he's already used Supernova at some point. Missed that one. Probably to stay alive earlier. Yeah. Is my guess.
What's the fact they have a Luna and an Eclipse and a Phoenix seems a little not synergistic. Land a nice arrow though, thanks to disruption.
It's okay. It doesn't doesn't really matter for Luna, right? If it was like a Night Stalker, I would agree with you, but the only advantage is you get better vision, so will not be a huge deal for Luna. Either way, like the Timber and the Phoenix are still doing about as good as each other. So like even though Timber seems pretty effective, he's not like stupidly far ahead or anything.
Oh, he's not going to be able to land the Timber chain. Toss up into the Sunray, and that's a dead Timber Saw. Top though looks like Stinger trying to make himself away. Is he going to be? No, the axe comes out. That's a dead Crystal Maiden.
Dire's top tower is
not terrible. Hector getting lots of glaives and now going back for more aura, which is a bit interesting. But they changed glaives pretty effectively. It like still works. It's kind of like Sven Cleave now. It works fine at all levels. You don't need like 4 points for it to be really good. And hey, if he thinks the 5% extra damage is worth it, go for it.
I think the name of the game for Hector is just farm. Eclipse is up, where he gets a good rune of opportunity, and then he rejoins, but...
Yeah, that sounds perfect. See how Kunkka's going with this crown, maybe drum, something like that. He's trying to make stuff happen with his huge net worth, actually. And Luna's a perfect target. Like, still vulnerable to magic burst. She's really fast, but X guarantees that she gets disabled every time. Another kill on the bottom. Ooh.
That double damage rune coming in handy. Surprised they're not putting a little bit more tower pressure on the map. But I guess they don't have the greatest heroes to be able to hit towers just yet, and I think they're just waiting for the Luna, yeah?
Yeah, like, it's basically dangerous, right? Because if Luna's down here hitting the tower, Kunkka rotates and does an X combo, and she can't defend herself. Void Spear can defend himself with Dissimulate. Phoenix can dive and egg. Like, those two heroes have options, basically.
Right.
So it's easier for them to push while Luna just AFK clears jungle stacks. So I think they're doing it basically right. And now Luna's net worth is actually looking a little bit more impressive. It's a lot closer to Kunkka's, even though Lifestealer's also doing really well.
I guess the question is, who does more with the farm faster? In my opinion, I feel like it's a Luna, because like if you get a good fight, especially, you know, if you're reaching the point of hitting those tier 3s, you shred buildings. They just go down so fast. You shred creep waves. Oh, I wasn't sure Stinger was going to go for that.
He shouldn't have. Like, if he does, he loses his ward, and the ward is going to be more important for sure. So, definitely looks tempting, though. Schofield can take some of the pressure.
Ooh, it's a good arrow. And we talked about that, too. But there's a swoop coming out from the Phoenix, trying to just push back Dismar. Does a decent amount of damage. The toss. J-Marie just cleaning up the kill. Kara getting dragged right back in again with the Aether Remnant. And that's a double kill for J-Marie.
Dude, that's actually such a good combo, the Tiny plus Void Spirit, because normally you have to use your ulti to get close, but everyone knows the distance, right? So they'll back away. But Toss is like, he's on top of you already, and he hasn't used a single Astral Step yet. It's such a completely different situation when he starts the engagement on top of you. Really cool little combo there.
They've got a couple good combos, right? Because you've got, you know, the standard cheesy Shadow Demon puts you in a bubble, followed with the arrow. But one that I think we mentioned it yesterday is the fact that you've got the Kunkka who's going to be able to X marks the spot, and then you throw the arrow right back in as well.
Yeah, that's always really good. That was
forgets a little.
That one was crazy good at last TI. Like having like Mirana plus Kunkka was way too strong. Won a lot of games.
Why did it fall out of favor? Just because of the heroes at the time?
Yeah, just like buffs and nerfs to the heroes and other game change stuff. I think Mirana got nerfed a few times there.
Boat over into the mid lane. Not quite enough damage though to take down Hector's. There's going to be a beautiful swoop. Slow everyone down with the Sun Ray. They have the detection. They made sure to put down that sentry. This creep trying to run away as it's infested with a life stealer. And it looks like they're just going to go for the disengage.
Okay. A lot of spells, but nothing happened basically.
Maybe just a little bit too far behind here is J-Marie jumping for. Oh, the arrow coming through, but still not going to be able to save the Timbersaw. We'll be able to get a revenge kill, and they'll follow up with the banishment here from the Shadow Demon Schofield. Trying to make some space, running over by the Aether Remnant. If they get a little too close, can find some protection behind it. Not sure. Jeans is fast, though.
Yeah.
He's got the X. I don't... Arrow? Arrow coming in hot. And he's tanky enough, but not going to survive this, as the rest of the team kind of thought about going in on it, but we'll back off now that he's dead. Another X over onto Whisper. He doesn't have the egg anymore. He has the Icarus dive. If he can do it fast enough, that arrow just a little bit off the mark. So we'll save him for a little bit long. J-Marie looking for the opening, throws out the Aether Remnant, not going to be able to grab anyone with it. And the X, gosh, this is going on forever. Another X into a Torrent. Just poking back and forth in this mid lane. Feels a little like a pub right now.
No kidding. It hasn't slowed down. You're definitely right about that. But on the bright side, all of this fighting hasn't produced that many deaths. And Hector's still farming pretty quick. And he is actually gaining some ground on top of what Lifestealer's doing. This skill build is very confusing to me. I do not know why he hasn't maxed out his glaives yet over getting an extra 5% damage and Lunar Blessing. But hey, man, if it feels good to Hector, it feels good to Hector, I guess.
Bit of a smoke coming out from the side of G Pride. They're hunting. They know that Hector is going to be farming. I think that's like always a given. The question is, where is he farming? And he's doing a pretty good job at keeping his actions, I don't want to say confusing, but just being very mobile. And they're also taking care of the jungle for him, which I really, really like. Arrow getting thrown back. Won't land. Oh, is he going to be able to get the kill? He does! He's able to get it with a Starstorm. The toss back from Schofield, though, right over onto Dismar. Do they have any detection over here, though, is a question. Other than the tower, obviously. But the X marks the spot. This is a dead Stinger. Dismar getting himself a double kill. And there's the tower.
Yeah, this is definitely the part of the game where they feel way stronger, because they, until like Tiny gets a Blink Dagger, he's going to be a little bit limited. Once the Axe comes out on Void Spirit, they're going to be stronger, but Luna's not going to feel very comfortable fighting until she gets a BKB, because it's so dangerous that if she gets X'd one time or disrupted, she's going to get arrow followed up or boat comboed, and all of those things are just going to threaten her life. So until she gets like Manta into BKB, we're probably going to see Beast Coast just dodge a lot of fights.
Whisper again. X, Torrent, Arrow, everything in the kitchen sink. Even throws out a boat just to boot. Wrong place, wrong
say
time.
Fail
but...
boat? He said fail boat there.
Did he say fail
Is
boat?
it messing up your Is it messing up your immersion?
Perhaps. Look at this. Look at this combo. It's disgusting. Although J-Marie is here this time around. So we'll delay it for a bit. I think they can still get this kill. Yeah, look at this. They pop the drums. They want Schofield. And J-Marie's trying to just dissuade them, trying to keep them away from his Tiny. He wants to protect him. Schofield's sitting so low. Not going to be able to outrun it, though. J-Marie now potentially in a sticky situation. Narrowly misses, but is going to get halberded. They're still hot in pursuit of him. This is a lot of time. What is happening in this game? Another X. Assimilate just walks away, goes back to farming. Bottom lane, they're chasing after Arceus, forcing out that that rage. But it's all just buying time.
It is, but Kunkka's still on the top net worth though, so this is all very impressive, I gotta say. How they're able to farm this quickly. So he got his Manta pretty fast on Luna. He doesn't go Wraith bans most games, actually. I guess he finds them a little bit too slow. But Luna with the Manta is pushing out side lanes. You can see it on the bottom of the map there. Pushing out lanes while jungling is going to mean that he gets lots of creeps without having to put himself in danger. Finally finishing up his Lucent Beam. Ring of Aquila is a great item, but so is that Iron Talon. Very good against neutrals, especially. And he's working towards the BKB now. Good toss back.
Okay, Murray looking for the opening. Just finished up that Ags, I believe. We'll follow up here on the Timber Saw. Then go and drop the Freezing Field. A little bit of a swoop coming out from the Phoenix, but he's very mobile. They need maybe one more hit. He's actually going to burn.
Good.
Thanks to the Phoenix. Now, Egg coming out. Argis, he's so fast, though. I don't know if they're going to be able to quite grab him. J. Murray waiting, trying to get any vision, but he's going to be able to escape.
Good usage there with the Egg. Just need a little bit more damage. Oh, this could be huge.
Oh, they found him. Sunray coming through. He's trying to fight his way out, but Simulate coming out. Car on the back lines, getting just blown up by those Lucent Beams. The toss back. Whisper thinking, oh, okay, yep, we're going back in. But the X marks the spot. Will drag back one of them at the very least. Schofield turning around. Mr. Jeans, he's looking. He's trying to fight, but his Halberd comes out onto this Luna, so she's not going to be able to participate. Is forced to run away. Stinger, of course, left behind. Crystal Melton. And now Schofield, the X again. They don't have the space to get the arrow off at the very least, but they're still just hot in pursuit. They're so fast. Look at them, Purge. This is a rock that is growing no moss, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to survive this. But as he say that, we'll see that Valky gets taken down by Whisper. Schofield, he's still alive. He's still just juking around left and right. Got his dancing shoes on. Eventually, Kara, though, finding him over on the side. He's trying to get there. It is. He didn't have the line of sight before to finish up with that, but he's still alive. There's the toss. Whoa,
I think he's going to TP. I think he's gone. And no.
No, he's still down here.
Does he have a TP? Oh, he doesn't have a TP. No wonder.
He doesn't have a TP. He's just making so much space.
I just thought he had a
arrow side stepping Schofield, man. He is a high MMR, my friend. He makes them work for it if they want that kill.
God, he really did. That was pretty impressive.
That was like a GTA chase, man.
Mm-hmm.
Where they started in the middle and they ended up all the way down in the bottom tier 3.
No kidding. You missed the torrent. That was actually pretty funny.
Oh.
They know it's too hard to go for this now. Missing the torrent damage, it wouldn't have changed it massively, but like, 225 less damage is going to make it not worth going in. Got to defend their board here. He wants to get this kill.
Does he? He seemed a little like he was waffling. Mr. Jeans, though, would be more than happy to assist and getting another kill here. This marks the spot. Quite managed to land over here. The toss back, though. Mr. Jeans actually might be in for trouble landing over on J. Marie, though, so they don't have to worry about the Void Spirit. Schofield body blocking. They're trying to get off as much damage as they possibly can using that Sunray, but where's the detection?
It's a bit limited, but I think their single target damage is actually pretty weak. I think the Phoenix's damage is actually pretty impressive so far. Like Sunray and Veil against some of those tanky targets like Kunkka and Lifesteal gives them some options. But so far, we haven't even seen like a really good Eclipse yet either. I really like the Ags on Void Spirit. It's been really effective this game. Silences against Lifestealer, for example, are incredible against Mirana, even against Kunkka. And now a Blink Dagger on Tiniest. Puts them in a pretty good place, generally. I'm still a little worried about the single target damage, but Luna's finally caught up to the top net worth players. So things are trending decent for Beast Coast here.
Now, I have a legit question for you because I was watching some different videos of people talking about it, but do you feel like invisibility is a lot stronger right now because of the fact that a lot of the items currently, like in the favor of the meta, are just small pieces to pick up, so people don't necessarily have a space for dust?
I would say probably no. I mean, it is nice to have like lots of small items, and yes, there is that trouble sometimes where you don't have space for dust, but it's not like you can't put a Wraith Band in your backpack or a Windlace in your backpack sometimes and put a dust in. So I guess like slightly, but it's something that as at a higher level that you can definitely adapt to, and they haven't really had that much trouble with it this game so far.
Had a couple fights where they were able to walk away though because they didn't have the detection.
For sure, but it could also have been that they had detection and they didn't want to commit it. Like, if you don't think the kill was likely, even putting a sentry, then you'll save the sent,
Valky here, top lane, just getting frozen, burnt, everything tossed at him. Mr. Jeans, though, looks like they want to make a play, setting up with the bubble, but he's able to dissimulate. Go for a smoke here. Interesting.
So a double smoke? Might have been.
Well, we definitely heard at least one.
Yeah, Timbersaw going straight back to the top lane, and the other 3 heroes are looking for a different lane. So I think they did this to basically assume that the enemy team was going to do something similar, running across the map, and they're actually sprinting straight towards Hector. Actually, they're going to catch him, I think. They scanned it, though. Ooh, that was really close.
Everyone just disappeared.
That was cool. Cool move by, good attempt by G Pride there to get the carry kill. Oh, he only TP'd the mid lane, but he'll probably farm left.
Oh, but they're going to be able to probably get this kill over here on Valk. They even go for the freezing field just to ensure that they get the kill.
Yeah, they kind of threw everything at him. That's for sure.
Feels bad, right? Because like this is one of his heroes, and he's just not finding much success with it this game. So I think part of it, you know, is that they know each other quite well, right? These teams have probably scrimmed before, whatnot, and played together in pubs too. So perhaps that's how they have his number.
Potentially. They also read the enemy team too. They knew that they could go on him because they scanned and anticipated everybody to the right. So I think that was the other reason.
Let's go Fieldstone off the blink, toss back. Nice arrow from the Mirana, buys a little bit more time, but Kara not looking particularly healthy. There's the dust that we were talking about. So they'll find the kill on the position 5. I'm sure they wish they had a little bit more. Sunray being thrown out by Whispers. They're still trying to chase after Mr. Jeans, but Hector says, no, turn around. Let's hit this tower. Let's take it down. This is very important. Most important tower on the map for them at this time. Focus up, friends. I feel like this Lifestealer hasn't been in a lot of these fights.
He is not. And that's kind of Lifestealer's story a little bit, in that you don't, like, especially with this build right now, you don't farm stupidly quick. But you do a good amount of damage because you buy a couple of these right-click damage items and all, but like it's kind of hard for you to get into fights unless you jump in some guy, infest some guy, and then pop out. So he'd certainly like to fight, and maybe he's going to kill CM here and all, but most of these engagements are a little bit difficult.
Yeah, it was a good try from J. Murray, figuring that maybe, you know, he could pull him off, possibly, you know, get the CM out, but of course you have to remember, Lifestealer has that rage. It's not a problem. I feel like every time we look at Hector, he's at that camp.
Yeah. It's the easiest one to camp to stack.
That's true. It's also the safest one, probably, as well, considering that you're right by towers and whatnot. There we go. There's a different camp. He's moving. He's grooving. But there is a Roshan being taken right now. Throw in the Aether Remnant. Jump forward. The silence. Whisper waiting on the outside. This is a very low Roche. I would not be surprised to see them make their way over there ASAP. In fact, they do manage to find Kara again, but Glimmer Cave coming off, helping out. Axed over onto Schofield. Need to get it. I can't believe they were allowed to get that.
Yeah. Hector was a little bit in trouble, so it was possible.
That's indeed possible. Lucid Beam thrown out. Mr. Jeans still has that BKB online. They'll be able to finally take down that Shadow Demon. Nice avalanche this far, though, just leaping just a little bit too early. I'll follow up with an egg. They're trying to take down. They just can't do it fast enough as Hector has his own BKB, but they will actually be able to. And now RD is getting taunted right back, and they've got the freezing field, trying to use everything they can to take down this Lifestealer. Nice arrow getting tossed down. Is he going to be able to find the kill on Crystal Maiden? He will, but they'll be able to go take down the Aegis. Dismar leaping in, leaping out to his death. And we've got a Lifestealer coming right back up again as Valky just slides on in like the yo-yo of death.
It's a really good Yule scepter there.
Something else.
Yule's guarantees that Hector doesn't. What does he do?
Hector,
He farms
I told you, he's just like Black when he was playing anti-mage. Hector sees creeps, he's gotta hit him. He can't let other people take his creeps.
That was a perfectly good stack, just asking to be farmed, and Luna's the hero to kill it, so makes sense. The Halberd picked up by Luna, making her hard to kill. Good HP, pretty effective against their heroes, and now that he has BKB, he doesn't have to worry about the Kunkka nearly as much. Now Kunkka's network just doesn't look the same. Kunkka,
an egg, they're trying to take down. They just can't do it fast enough as Hector has his own BKB, but they will actually be able to. And now RD is getting taunted right back, and they've got the freezing field, trying to use everything they can to take down this Lifestealer. Nice arrow getting tossed down. Is he going to be able to find the kill on Crystal Maiden? He will, but they'll be able to go take down the Aegis. Dismar leaping in, leaping out to his death. And we've got a Lifestealer coming right back up. What a fight.
great casting, Moxie.
Thank you.
That's good engagement, though. Halberd definitely seems to have pushed Luna's HP into a really, really safe place, though. Gotta say, she's looking quite healthy with her raw health.
I like that. I haven't seen that very often. The halberd pickup.
Radiant's bottom tower
Is this sarcasm?
No, actually, I
every
haven't.
On Luna, no, but
On Luna,
almost
yeah.
all the
well,
heroes, yeah.
On the other heroes, yes, but not on Luna generally.
Yeah.
That's a snide comment, Purge. Valky, though, taking a lot of damage. They're hoping to get just a little bit more, so he'll tick down. In fact, look at that J-Marie jumping right in. Finds himself the kill. Para getting taken down on the side. Artist trying to run away. They're still chasing after Mr. Jeans here, right? Yeah, J-Marie chasing him down. Needs help, though. Where's the lockdown? Where's the detection, guys? He's trying. Oh, he manages to get him taunted right back in again. Throws out the sign. There's the dust coming out. Follow up, and that's the BKB arrow. Gets tossed out. They'll have to split a little bit here. But with that being said, there's no Timber Saw to worry about. Kara's still down. RDS doing the best he can to cut that wave, but this is a Luna. As long as they keep that one creep alive.
I would have denied it by now.
just-
It's a perfectly good deny.
You need to hit the tower, though.
I
You
mean,
need
deny
that
the creep,
creep.
then kill the tower, and then backdoor kicks in, and then I feel bad. You know, something like that.
Man, shake my head at your efficiency, dude. Mindbreaker picked up, though, now by the Lifestealer.
It's a really good pickup, actually. Silence against like Void Spirit or something could be useful. Like that's one of those items where you don't really anticipate it until that moment, and just getting silenced unexpectedly can mess up your combo. You don't cast a spell that you expect to, that kind of thing. Telescope on Luna. You know, this actually makes some good sense. Attack range on Luna plus cast range, it's not bad. If she wants to hold it, go for it.
Hold that thought here. Schofield trying to run away. Stinger using the freezing field, but realizing that he's not going to be able to save his friend. So canceling out and walking away. Mindbreaker and a Paladin. Got some good items coming out here.
Yeah, Paladin Sword's really good. I don't think that the Lifestealer is going to bother using it because healing is not exactly what he's lacking here, but who knows?
You see that J-Marie
he'll
still
pass it
holding
over
on to the GG tree?
Oh, that's definitely wrong, I assume. I don't know what else he's... Oh, he might be trying to do some cool stuff like block the Timber Saw. Like where he's about to throw a Timber Chain out and he puts the tree right in front of his face. That might be
That
why
would be
he's messing
sick.
with it. Yeah. It can be good for sure if you do something like that. He just really
look
wants to
forward
get
to
the
seeing
Reddit
that.
clip, you know? He's like,
Yeah,
this is
right?
how I'm going to get on a team. I'm going to make a cool clip with the GG tree. Okay, never mind. He's like, all right. I've been trying for 29 minutes and it hasn't worked.
Oh no, we shouldn't have mentioned anything. Now they're all gonna make fun of him for bringing out the branch for that long in 29 minutes.
I'm going to make fun of him for that dissimulate. Yikes. It's okay. He still killed the creep wave.
He's
MKB
got it.
finished on the Luna now. It's going to be very useful to killing Lifestealer. Lots of evasion between Halberd and his natural talent, so...
They're looking to just
Looking good.
straight up push over here. Now they do have a Timber Saw, so that's going to help push out the waves, but I think if one person gets out of place... And look at that, they don't even seem to care. They just want to force the TPs, I guess. Mr. Jean's TPing home. Already popped the Manta. They're just going to go right on in. They have no fear. They absolutely blow up Car. Mr. Jeans, look at these claves. They're just slicing around. J-Marie chasing after Mr. Jeans. Cannot hold him in place, but he's taken so much damage. He's forced to retreat. And this is what we were talking about. You've got a Lifestealer hitting your top, but it doesn't matter because you've got a Luna down here and these glaives just bounce around, shredding your buildings. Like they will try to go and mess with the Lifestealer, but Mr. Jeans, he's here. Nice egg off to the side. Is it going to be enough as Hector pops a BKB? He just wants to finish up these racks. And now he's decided it's time to go. I didn't manage to finish it off, but be able to just TP out as the rest of the team, they're happy. They got a tower. And it looks like only one person's going to get left behind. Who do you think, Purge? Who do you
Just
think?
Crystal Maiden. Doesn't matter. Everybody else getting out was... They were on top of that. They actually got about... equally killed, right? They lost their tier 3 also. Now nobody wins. That's pretty true. Nobody really wins from that, except the Beast Coast technically loses a little because they should have been able to finish that. They were very close to getting both. But just a little weak on damage for the tower.
The lead
Phoenix
board
had to
for the
run away.
Marana. Okay, there's a Lifestealer too. Oh, look at that Valky. He was trying to go in. He's not going to be able to grab it. Whisper, though, does get taken down by the Lifestealer.
Oh, what an escape by Schofield. That was sick.
Schofield's such a good player. Oh, it's always so much fun to watch him.
They got to buy time till Phoenix gets up, otherwise they're having damage issues against all these tanky guys.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna have to wait and concede the tier 2 here. You really need that Sunray for the percentage-based damage, I think. Oh, never mind though. J. Marie going right on in, but the stuns, they have everything to just take him out. He has no buyback now. Hector trying to fight through all of this, but there's just so much damage. He's just getting sliced apart, forced to pop his own BKB here. And he's trying, he just cannot, he gets bashed up, he gets taken down. There's gonna be the buyback coming out immediately now from Luna. I'm not sure if they can still go in on this though. They really needed J. Marie to be here.
Yeah.
Freeze, an arrow tossed out casually into the Torrent, into the Luna. Followed up with a big old boat. The toss coming out from Schofield, trying to keep Hector alive a little bit longer, and it manages to do it. They'll have to back away. They're diving a bit too far on the side of G-Pride. That egg goes off. Schofield jumping in. Again, just getting stunned up. There goes your Tiny. Still 30-something seconds on J. Marie. This is not what they were hoping for on the side of Beast Coast. Another Sunray being tossed out onto Valky, trying to force him back, but there's still Arts and Mr. Jeans that are just cockroaches. You can't get them out of here. They just live here now. And look at this, jump back in. Again, another arrow coming out from Dismar, set up perfectly. Another kill for Lifestealer. Whisper frantically trying to just throw out these flame spirits, and it looks like they might back off a little bit. Freeze, again, the arrow, just a little bit too early this time. Crystal Maiden, though, not going to survive this, I have a feeling. Yeah, she'll be taken out. There's going to be the kill, though, over on the Lifestealer, so he's now gone. Buyback coming out from Crystal Maiden. They're on the chase. They want this. It was looking like Kara was trying to make something happen. He gets taunted right back in again. It's a double kill now for Whisper. Can they catch anyone else, though, is the question. Looks like probably not, as Valky, with that Timber Chain, is just too fast.
They didn't even get a Rax here. I can't believe this. There was a lot of buybacks actually. There's a buyback on Luna, on Crystal Maiden, and Tiny. But the barracks did not fall, and there's only a 3k advantage going for G-Pride side. And they could take Roshan out of this potentially. That Lifestealer kill was massive. And once again, the silence coming from the Ags on Void Spirit has been so effective in this game so far.
It's definitely a good pickup for sure. They did end up losing the bottom racks though, over on the side of the Radiant during that whole kerfuffle.
The range racks. Okay.
Yes.
That's it's okay. The gold from it is probably the best part, but yeah, it's definitely something. So that ended up being quite good, all things considered. I really, it was a nice catch on the Void Spirit, but man, watching that whole fight, I was like, how do they beat Kunkka Mirana? It is so good at just starting fights and getting crazy good stuns.
I mean, Dismar's always just been really good with heroes that are not necessarily skill shots, because I don't necessarily think that Fissure's a skill shot, but he's very good with like Earthshakers, Miranas, things like that. He's just right place, right time, right angle, and you're really seeing the power of that particular player in this match. But of course, he is being set up very nicely too. So
yeah, it takes a lot of Dota skill to always be in the right place at the right time. You gotta read the ebb and flow of the engagements. So Crystal Maiden, pretty good utility items for the team. But the game is even, surprisingly. It's been really close so far, and I thought that just might be the end of it, but lacking physical damage on G-Pride's side. The only person that can hit towers well is Lifestealer, that's it. And he's got some hybrid defensive items, so it's not really the same.
They did manage to slow down Hector fairly early, which I think definitely gave them a little bit of advantage. Also, Mr. Jeans is just fantastic. Look at Schofield breaking the smokes. You know, we've talked about this on multiple games now, but his positioning is always just so good. Being able to, you know, you don't want him to feed, obviously. And I think, what was that? Was Alvaro saying that earlier, saying that, you know, Schofield's the guy, that he just dies so elegantly every time because he's in the right position, but at the same time, you don't want to feed too hard. And that does become a problem sometimes with the Beast Coast lineup, is that they're trying so hard to make space that eventually they start feeding a little bit.
I mean, he did that earlier, right? When that crazy Tiny run across the map that took 20 minutes.
Yes. The high-speed chase.
He's doing the right thing. Ooh, Lifestealer queuing up a BKB. Interesting. Kind of feels like he needs to do it because of how quickly they can initiate between Void Spirit, double silences, lots of magic burst. It was a little bit too serious. Kind of unfortunate that he has to buy it, but there is so many magic. The magic damage is a huge amount of the damage coming from Beast Coast, so it makes sense. I don't know if Luna's going to be able to beat him in the 1v1. I guess she kind of does. Like, she'll have more lifesteal,
As long
that's
as she
maybe
can
not true.
hit, though, that's the problem. Again, if Hector can hit, Hector can win, but it just becomes a bit difficult when you consider the items coming out.
Yeah. Tier 4 items are going to be a big deal for sure. We'll see how that impacts things. Minotaur Horn will be really nice for anybody who wants to be able to stop an X arrow combo every 20 seconds. Leveler likely going to be Luna's item, I would imagine. That'll be a really good one for finishing. Ooh, are they going to notice that neutral item, actually?
I think they did. I think they saw the ninja
I
gear.
think they did, yeah, they grabbed it.
Oh, this is
And there it is,
okay.
the
They
Aeon
went for
disc.
the Aeon disc. Yep.
Yep. This is what they need, and Magic Lamp is also really good too. These are like the perfect items to deal with as like X combo. It's like very difficult to stop. They're gonna land the combo on you, yeah, and they put it on the Void Spirit to give him a second way to survive it, so that he can actually get out of his disabling, yeah, holding Leveler. So he'll probably save Minotaur Horn to give himself a free BKB. Basically, it's Minotaur Horn. This is like the best Minotaur Horn game I've ever seen. Actually, it's perfect against X arrow combos.
I need another form of survivability for this Luna at this rate because it's just too difficult otherwise.
Havoc Hammer too. That's a good tiny item. Lots of HP. It could be good on Phoenix too, but I don't know. We'll see who carries it. Maybe Void Spirit too, but...
Hey, Marie, X'd up. Got the Yules though.
Yeah.
Will get immediately jumped on by the Lifesteal plus the arrow. There's the Aeon disc. It bought him enough time to get away. It's going to be on cooldown though now. So we'll have to be a little careful. Ara. Oh, 2 for 1 right over onto the side here. The disarm. This is the problem that we talked about with Hector. Get tossed up. They've got the Sunray. They're trying to use it on these tankier heroes, but they have the BKB, so they're not going to be able to do all that much. They'll follow up with an Eclipse plus a Freezing Field. All of their ultimates in one shot, and they didn't manage to get a kill.
It's very difficult for either team actually to use their big cool team fight ultimates. Like G Pride's like entire draft is about like X marking one guy and killing him, kind of.
Oh, the jump over onto the Tiny with the arrow.
Oh, what a mistake.
Get that. And J. Marie now, he's got to use that, what was that, the magic lamp that he's got on him?
Magic Lamp
Yeah,
and
magic
cheese.
lamp and the cheese. He had to force to use both of those, but they could turn this back around possibly, although Luna caught up on the side. Stinger's going to get taken out, and there's just so many people surrounding this Luna. She's not going to be able to go and hit anything. She's disarmed. It's a little bit of a hunt on the back lines for Kara, but they need to go and help Hector. Hector needs to be saved. X marks the spot with the torrent, the buyback coming out from the shouting, and the arrow. It's just too good for the side of G Pride, as it's a triple kill now for the Lifestealer. Are they going to be able to get anything else? I'm not sure they're going to be able to grab Whisper. He will be able to fly away to freedom, but a great engagement for the side of Gorillaz.
Well, no buyback for Hector, actually. He's 250 short, but it is off cooldown in 20 seconds. So this doesn't look like the end of the world, because they did fight all the way on the enemy side of the base. But I'm pretty surprised that they committed. The major issue there was that both the Void Spirit and the Tiny went in at the exact same time, and Tiny ended up tossing the Void Spirit, effectively stunning him, and that gave Lifestealer an opening to not be stunned and also to go offensively. So that was just an unfortunate timing issue with Beast Coast. So this is going to give them another moment of advantage where Hector's not going to be up for another possibly 60 seconds. We'll see. If they pass him over the what's that item that gives you GPM? Maybe pass it over, CM. Come on, get him to that network
the Philosopher's
faster.
Stone?
All of a sudden he's got it. I don't know why. Oh, the bounty rune. Okay, that saved him. So he's got buyback now.
All right.
Very smart to go across the map for that. There's a replay.
Yeah, you can see just the lining up here. The disarming of the Luna was just a huge problem. But it was also a split fight, too. Oh, hold that thought. Back in the main game. They're going right back in. Got the Sunray, the Icarus dive. They're forcing them back, though. I think Luna just fought back. Yeah, she did. She bought back. They're going in. BKB is being thrown left and right. Mr. G's trying to focus down this Luna. They've got the egg off the side. It's a beautiful Lucent. He's just being thrown out with this Eclipse. He's disarmed again, but the egg is perfect, and they're sitting in just this little line right in a row. This is not looking great for the side of G Pride. They managed to go take down Hector, but they've taken down Mr. Jeans as well. They're still hunting, searching. Stinger trying to just juke around and back on the side here. Oh, look at the Stinger. He says, I got to get out of here. I can't be here anymore. They buy back on the Mirana. This is bad. They don't have Hector.
Yeah, he bought back for that engagement. So the egg was so good, but almost getting a kill in the back line.
Oh,
this looks bad though.
No, oh no. They take down J-Marie. Does have the buyback, though. He's going to go right back in. They'll get the kill on Stinger. Schofield trying to make moves, trying to make space. J-Marie jumping forward. Might be able to find the kill on Car, but again, that's the position 5. You need to get a bigger objective than that. You need to be sure that you can push these guys away. They need to buy time for Hector.
And they have by doing this. If they run to the backlines like that, pick off the supports, the cores have to come back and try to defend them. And if they can also escape afterwards, now they're feeling in the middle of nowhere. Because yes, they have more heroes and bigger net worth heroes, but they only have 3 heroes right now. They have to be a bit careful. Like Beast Coast has a very burst-heavy lineup, but unfortunately they don't have a massive amount of single target damage, and that's what's kind of hurting them in these fights. Hector is able to do a pretty good amount of damage, but he can't be the life stealer.
The Glimmer Cape, buying a little bit. Oh, so close. That almost landed again. If he had continued with the J-Marie, now forced to run away. Stinger doing the best that he can to try to just freeze people, hold them in place. The silence coming out again from J-Marie. They're protecting, they're holding.
So far, so good. They've got the egg up again. Phoenix is almost up to Refresher Orb, which is going to mean 2 of those in an engagement, not to mention multiple Sun Rays. That's the main thing that's helping Luna stay alive in these fights. Magic Lamp picked up now for G Pride to give them a way out of this disable problem that they're running into.
It's a crazy game. It's only 5k net worth lead going over to the side of G Pride right now.
Yeah, it is. It is so close. Almost there to his refresher. How's Luna doing on items? I know she had to buy back. She's died a few times, hasn't got to hit many creeps. She's technically 6 slotted, but yeah, looking to aim for a Hurricane Pike to give him a solution to get away from the Lifestealer, which is going to be a good choice. When Lifesteal talent naturally. All just normal Luna stuff, basically. I wonder what item she's going to give up. Halberd is maybe a bit forgettable when he's got MKB. The disarm is very good, of course, but changing his mind, maybe going AC instead. I like that better, I think. Butterfly isn't good because he's already got MKB, so pump up your armor in a big way. That'll help you against everybody else. Only downside, though, is evasion's... no, actually, he's got MKB. I was thinking about the illusions that against yourself, but that's one iffy part 2, getting disrupted, as Luna is bad for your team.
I feel like...
Shadow Demon might be dead top.
Yep. Yeah, it's looking like he's very dead. I feel like one of the other things, though, that's going to become a bit of a problem for Hector is that he's just disarmed so often, it feels.
Yeah.
Like, he's just not able to do anything. And they do have problems, like you said. They need more damage, but at the same time, like, it almost feels like they need a little bit more defensive items to try to keep her so she doesn't keep, like... I know that someone's got a Lotus, right? So the Tiny that has the Lotus. So you have that at least, but it's tough. It's very difficult.
Really it makes it, he's a very easy target, basically.
Yeah. I don't know. Arrow tossed through the pit? I know that they have vision.
It was just the courier walking in for a second. It's a really good moment to have Void Spirit here. Make it hard for them to approach, and they get Rosh on. So here's a big advantage. Is that the 3rd Rosh too, I believe? I think we've seen Cheese before, so what are we getting? Ags on the ground. Who's getting it? It's a Luna Ags, I think, right? Yeah, very good Ags. Her ulti has been pretty ineffective so far this game, but this is going to make it so much easier because now it doesn't have to be based on where she's standing. She can throw this on the back line as Tiny jumps in with the dust, and the guys that don't have BKB are actually going to take a lot of magic damage for the first time in this game. So I like this pickup. Really good for them that they're able to get Ags.
It's going to be an ion cannon.
Yeah.
Have a call down from the heavens, basically. It's gonna be wild.
Lifestealer in position to snipe creeps in jungle.
I think they... How do they approach this, right? They do have the Aegis, but they also have really good ways of being able to clear out... Oh, the pings. 1,000,000 pings. This Lifestealer should not be allowed to be doing what he's doing right now. And look at this, immediately Rage TP. They have nothing to cancel it out.
Yeah, very smart that they also didn't show that they were there and watching him too, because it's only going to make it easier, make it easier for them to make decisions. Like this whole time, they don't know where the enemy team is, so it's for the best that they didn't let them know that they were all right there. Could reveal wards, that kind of thing.
They did just pick up a sheep stick on Valky, though. Just a heads up.
Okay, that'll be pretty big for sure. Did he grab the cooldown reduction talent too? Can't remember which one it is.
Yeah.
He did, yeah. So a little bit nicer too.
12% cooldown.
Not bad. But basically, they're
It's
just
gonna
going
be
to sit in the
enough.
base right now because they do not want to fight against Aegis. They don't have buybacks on some of their heroes as well. There's just the Mirana, actually. It's not that bad. So good. This will be a moment where Beast Coast's net worth definitely increases to be a lot better.
So do you just sit back and try to be patient, get a pick off, or are you just really active right now because you know that a lot of the buybacks are on cooldown? Okay, that answers a little bit of that question.
Like they landed an arrow there, but they don't want to engage because they have very bad vision outside of the base. So it's hard for them to know whether or not the whole team is in position. So you might want to wait for a moment. Where, here's
hold that. The opening is here. Hector trying to run away. They've got the Sunray trying to keep him alive. That is going to be the Aegis. The jump in though, coming out from Jamer. He silenced up 3. Going to be the swoop for the Hex. Though they managed to grab the Phoenix. There's not going to be an egg if they're not careful. They take him out. Beast Coast now forced to retreat. They do not have their Phoenix. They do not have their egg. They're going to have to leave Stinger behind here. And I think you're okay with that as long as everyone else gets out. But Schofield now X'd up. He's going to get stunned. He's going to get everything thrown at him. Only the cores on the side of Beast Coast have made it out of that engagement. What? Oh my gosh, that sheep stick just turned everything around for G Pride. No egg, no Phoenix, no Sunray.
I mean, before
J-Marie, though?
Ooh, this could be
Chasing
huge.
after Dismar. They forced
Even
the TP.
before. Sorry, go ahead. You can finish.
Sorry, they forced the TP back on the Timber Cell, so maybe they could try to take something, but they don't have buyback on the Phoenix, and they don't have buyback on this Crystal Maiden.
That is pretty tough. It's smart that he's down here pressuring the melee barracks at least so they can get something in exchange, but
yeah,
there haven't been buybacks yet. They're assuming there's no buybacks.
They're going
They do
for the
have a glyph, though.
finish. Hex again, paying off in spades. Will go use the Abyssal, and he's just getting sliced to pieces here. That's a very dead J-Marie. They don't have any buyback. Hector, he's trying, but he's disarmed again. He's gonna get bashed up. Everything just tossed at him. He's just trying to fight through. He's got the stand, but he's getting bashed. He can't. Life's still fast enough. He's trying so goddamn hard, but eventually they do just take him down. He's been slayed. And again, the buyback comes out. He doesn't want to go out this way, but it's him against the world, and I don't think it's enough, Purge.
It's going to be really hard. Hector was just a little too out of position there. He got focused with Demonic Purge, and the base fight and that Hex on the Phoenix just did everything that was needed.
Look at all of the Eclipse, but at the end of the day,
Yes.
wow.
Okay. Well, we're going to a game 3. Interesting
Yeah.
match. The fact that Beast Coast was able to hang on was still really impressive, though, considering how behind they were in the mid game. I didn't think that they were going to be able to keep up with that. Hector eventually got enough farm, but it was just a little bit too hard for them to secure kills. Luna definitely seems a little bit less viable as a carry compared to some other things, but really the big problem was the Kunkka plus Mirana combo. It got them kills from the beginning of the game to the end. It wasn't as useful at the end of the game, but it was so powerful that it made all of Beast Coast's advantages just kind of melt away in a lot of cases.
And also, it's kind of interesting to consider the fact that, G Pride made it through the open qualifiers, and now they're facing off with the team that got, top 8 at the international. And I think actually Danelli mentioned, are they going to pull out some cheese? Are they going to do something to kind of give themselves an advantage because they might be a little outskilled here? And they did it with that Kunkka Mirana. You saw the Shadow Demon, and I know a lot of people instantly think of that combo, but that other one was just as devastating, honestly. So pretty good game.
It got them lots of kills.
Yeah, I'm wondering though, can they pull it off again? Is my question.
I'm not so sure about that. They played very well though, and if they can get the Mirana Kunkka combo, definitely.
All right, well, we'll have to see if Beast Coast allows them to get that again, or if they're going to ban it out. But we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have game number 3.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm faster, making my way back. I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I might be tired like the stones they throw. Picking up scars and I hold them close. They shot me down, but I got this fight.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Welcome back to ESL 1 powered by Intel. The series is now tied 1-1 as unfortunately the Lunar Strat wasn't enough to close it out, and it looks like we're jumping into game 3 in just a moment. I know on the panel we were watching the game just now, and I think towards the end a couple of us maybe had some smoke coming out of our ears.
Yeah,
It was a bit frustrating.
That's unfortunate loss for them. You know?
How to find your words without
Yeah,
being
it's hard.
mean.
It's hard to say.
It's hard to
stay nice. You
It's hard
know?
to say things when you see red.
I want to concentrate on the G Pride. I think when we were looking at the draft, and actually, both us and Purge, we all said, I think the draft for G Pride actually looks better. But the reasoning we gave for Beast Coast winning was they're more skilled, or they have a higher skill level, they're more consistent, whatever it is. That was not the case this game, I don't think.
But then you look at the Beast Coast, the G Pride lineup, they really itemized well. I really like that double Heaven's Halberd. They had Kunkka Heaven's Halberd, they had left against the Luna, who is disabled 5 seconds every time she gets Heaven's Halberd. So it's like, oh, this is... And remember, you cannot remove that in any way. The only way you can purge off Heaven's Halberd is if you die, which, you know...
Purge off.
Yeah, I mean, it solves one problem, but you get another problem in return. So it's like 10 seconds, she's disabled. You throw one before her BKB, throw one right after, and she's not hitting anyone.
Yeah.
So...
And I think maybe, I'm not sure if you guys agree with me, so feel free to disagree. I think a lot of people, when they saw this match as well, they thought, oh, after a while, Beast Coast is going to take over, right? The Luna is supposed to be this hero that outcarries, that life stealer. But then it just seemed like they were the ones to rush the game. It seems like they weren't quite patient. Maybe, do you think maybe they rushed the game because they were worried that they would eventually lose to G-Pride?
Not really, to be honest. I've watched Beast Coast for a really long time, and this is a mistake. Actually, ironically, this in the first major they played, actually, this was the same mistake I was saying they were doing with Chris Luck, and there's a full team. The same mistake. Beast Coast is a team that likes taking risks. Actually, their playstyle is like if Envy was a team. You know, if Envy was a
5 envies.
Yeah, five envies.
5 envies.
That's their style. They take really large risks, and most of the time they get really good rewards. Something that we saw at the end. You know, Phoenix doesn't save for buyback. He instead buys Refresher.
Oh god.
He disagrees with this, but to be honest, if you watch Beast Coast, they like pushing that envelope. The only problem I have with that playstyle is that if you are taking such a massive risk, your plays need to be therefore less risky. Either your risk happens in your itemization and your draft or whatever it is, or your risk happens in your playstyle. But if everything is risk, then you're just setting up yourself for failure.
I actually really like what J-Mar, who's their stand-in for the series, did. He got Aeon Disc on Void Spirit. Because he jumps in, he plays very aggressively, and he's got the Agams, and he's got the Dissimulate talent, the Dissimulate talents, the stun. So he's got a lot of control that he's bringing into the team, and he knows that I'm going to get caught sometimes, he gets an Aeon Disc. I can't say the same thing about Whisper. He goes Refresher, does not say buy. He has buyback available. Okay, he chooses not to go for it and plays very aggressively. So you can see the two styles
plays
there.
Very aggressively. Let's call it what it is. He Icarus dives onto 5 heroes.
You're the one who says it was the right decision to have a Refresher. I'm saying that if you have that, you can play aggressively if you have buyback. But he wants Refresher and dives in.
In the case of the Phoenix, do you think that might be, in that match, conditioning being an issue? Because I think for the entirety of that match, during the Icarus dive never gets cancelled. So he thinks, okay, I haven't been cancelled mid-Icarus dive during the entirety of this match. I can do it just to push this creep wave.
Yeah, the Hex came as a surprise, and I agree. I think that there is that factor that actually G-Pride was... They didn't use it until then, I believe. That was actually one of the first team fights I saw that Hex be impactful. So, okay, maybe that's a surprise factor, but at the same time, at the level you're playing as Beast Coast, you should not be surprised by these things late game. Late game is the kind of game where one mistake decides the game. So you really can't play like that.
And Tanya was already dead. So I think that someone had that fight started. Someone was already, they jumped on them. Someone was killed.
Oh, Luna, Luna was already in a bad position.
So, and I think Luna had the Aegis, so she was coming back. It's like they killed someone and they took off the Aegis from Luna. So I'm like, oh, the fight's over. And then he just dives in and you go, that was something.
Yeah, Luna, okay.
Luna wasn't great, to be honest. Not Hector himself, but the hero. We were discussing this. I was talking to him. I think that Luna is a hero that for years she's been the consistent hero. You pick her when there's a new patch because she's always a good carry, but not anymore. It hasn't been for a while. Now Luna kind of works as a gimmick. You either go for the MOM build because you farm the jungle really quickly, or you go for the Ags because you want that early tempo, or maybe Helm of the Dominator to stack. But you do some sort of gimmick. You don't build a traditional carry because most other carries just beat her. And I don't even like the Lifestealer, but it was much stronger than the Luna there.
I don't know. I feel like both heroes are whatever. It's
a bad core-to-core matchup, though, for the Luna already. Like,
here's the thing. You have other people. You have Phoenix doing the damage because his Sunray is percentage damage throughout the whole game, and he took the Sunray talent, so he needs a couple seconds, and his Sunray becomes a sun laser. You know, just pierces through people, but he dies, and that's it. That's your single target damage. Because everyone else, if you look at them, Luna, Void Spirit, they're providing a lot of AoE damage, some control with the Tiny as well. But Phoenix who's doing a lot of your damage with the Sunray for the single target that you need. And when he dies like that, the fight's over.
But then what's Luna's role, in the team fight?
I mean, you
can't fight the Lifestealer. You can sort of hit the... I mean, you can push.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like she just stays in front, takes a lot of... We saw with the Satanic. She could have... If she was in front with Satanic, they can't do anything.
So in essence, Luna was basically just to fulfill the carry role.
Something like a bait in that game, you can actually say.
Because bait?
Yeah, it was like a tank.
Okay, that's a very expensive bait.
Yes, very expensive bait.
Yeah, she did build like a tank, right? Because actually Luna's very defined in her playstyle, but the third item, right? In the carry Luna. It's Manta, BKB always, right? As a traditional carry. And then you go for the third item. Butterfly, Satanic, it depends. Some Lunas even go Scotty. I've seen Luna go Daedalus because they needed damage. In this case, he actually chose to go for Satanic and MKB as these items. And while MKB is pretty decent, Satanic is just a tank up. So at the end, you're just lacking damage. And you're a massive tank. Yes, it's hard to kill you. But who in your team is dealing damage? Void Spirit doesn't
That's the thing with that. Phoenix was doing damage, and Luna has to accept that I'm actually just going to sort of just do whatever I can to sort of be relevant, take hits, because Phoenix will do damage. two halberds against her. And
That was,
she's a
a
range
good,
hero.
that was really good, though.
So,
The
so that's
halberds
why
were
she
genius.
has to. The Luna has to. Hector has to accept. I'm not doing damage this game. He gets the Aghanims from Roshan. That helps a little bit. But in general, like I'm not doing damage.
I mean, she used it once at the end, right?
Right. One test didn't even matter.
When the ancient was falling.
Yeah,
right?
as like a little flashy, like we lost, but we lost with style.
So I think that's when you have to look at your draft and be like, listen, guys, I know I picked the position 1, but I can't do anything this game. Like I can't actually do damage.
Yeah. Well, that's going to close out our second match of the night. But of course, we do have our final game of this best of 3. Yes, that's right. This is a best of 3 series, folks. But don't go anywhere. We are going to go for a quick commercial break. But once we're back, we'll jump right into our final game of our first series.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game. You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. myself day after day, it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Welcome back to ESL 1, powered by Intel. The draft is ready for our final match for our first series of the day, so let's jump right in and see what's going to be on the table for both of our squads. Who's going to take this third game? Of course, our panelists, they're kind of tied because I think that second game, would you say that it was a match that should have been Beast Coast's?
I don't know if it should have been Beast Coast, but
The team that wins is the team that wins, right?
Well,
That's how I always think about it.
yeah, I guess so. I was more thinking like, it's not necessarily that Beast Coast would have won, is that the way that G Pride won does not go and say, yeah, now I'm confident. Like when Infamous beat Business in the last game.
With a Nation's Profit?
Yes, but they also played a very fantastic game of Dota. Yeah, some people could argue Business made mistakes there, but the truth is Infamous played a good game. And so that game changed my perspective on that team. G Pride, I don't get that feeling as much. It was more like, yes, they made some good plays, they did some good movements, their draft was very cohesive. Beast Coast threw such an advantage at points.
I think that's kind of... Here's the thing. G Pride maximized on every chance they had to win. And I think that's something you can be proud of. Like
Sure,
when you buy the Heaven's Halberd
That's
and
true.
you're able to contain the enemy carry so much that you win, I think that goes back and you can say, yeah, I'm proud of I won that game. Like, we don't know how players feel. We don't have them all on to ask right now, but you're going to go back and think, yeah, I won because I bought this item and I should be proud of that.
Yep.
Rather than thinking, yes, the enemy team did throw and we got the big... that's what we're going to say. They threw and we got a good opportunity. I think that's two ways to look at it.
Yeah.
Because they only threw because you were able to sustain the game that long. So
I agree.
That's true, right? The longer a game goes, the more opportunities there are to throw the
and
match.
they did a great job of stalling the game. Like, yeah, Timbersaw died a lot, stalled the game. Konka, Heaven's Halberd, Lifestealer, Heaven's Halberd, just keep the game going. So,
But they also themselves made some mistakes in that.
of course,
stalling.
everyone makes mistakes.
Yeah,
so,
sure. But what I mean is, if you watch G Pride, I was already coming into the tournament thinking these guys can play Dota.
Yeah.
They're a good team. But the problem I had is,
I love how
they,
you just added "but" in there.
the problem I had is, can they beat the tier 1 teams? And the mistakes I see from Beast Coast are not the mistakes I would see a tier 1 team make ever. And the mistakes G Pride make would have been game ending if it was a team that could capitalize.
Like even that mid push that we were thinking, we were right back in the panel table like, yes, we're gonna get back
That
to
mid
it.
push.
And then they're like, oh, this game's just gonna go 15 more minutes. But
Exactly.
let's
go
look at
into
this
the draft,
game. Yeah, let's
yeah.
go into this game.
Yep.
I like Magnus Earthshaker.
5
We saw
seconds
Schofield
remaining.
game 1 with Earthshaker, very nice.
Yeah.
Good performance. Magnus, it feels like, is that gonna be a mid Magnus? Are we gonna have something weird here with the Earthshaker off lane? And
They play so the Magnus was traditionally always played by Whisper. He was known for that. But to be fair, both Hector and J Mati play him as well. So you actually Hector really likes the carry Magnus. It wouldn't be too surprising.
yeah, and we don't know the Spectres. I mean, they banned themselves. They don't want the Spectre. And the Shadow Demon comes out. Interesting. You can make, of course, the Terrorblade images are amazing. He also has tons of stats, and they do a huge amount of damage.
And you have a lot of magical for the lane, so if you
yeah.
want to lane against him, you could, honestly.
And the ulti damage might take him a bit by surprise. You can keep him contained, so even when he's like
10
BKB'd, you're like,
seconds
all right, I'll ulti him. We can all run away. We have a few seconds to get away.
And you can
Uh,
purge some nice
5
things from the
seconds
Terrorblade
remaining.
later.
Viper coming out here from from G Pride. They have Viper as well as the Clockwork. Interesting. I love the video of Clockwork where he hooked shots into Earthshaker and he has the battery assault on, and Earthshaker can't do any spells.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
like he can Echo Slam, but he can't do any of his other two
when you're
spells.
having a seizure,
Yeah,
and he
it's
can't do
beautiful.
it.
But yeah, I
It's
like
a good
the
counter. It's a good counter.
I like the Clockwork pick because even if Magnus gets an RP, a decent RP, you can hook shot from far away. You know, that gives you enough time for your team to wake up. You know, before the skewer.
It's a solid draft. Probably you pick up a 5 here now, right?
For G Pride, yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
for G Pride.
Otherwise you're gonna be revealing whether Viper is mid or off lane right now if you take a core.
That's also true. And
So-
you obviously want your last pick to be a core if you can help it.
Which core would they want? A core with a save wouldn't be so bad. I don't know if
A
they
support with a save. You mean.
sorry, as a support with save. Yes. I don't know if Oracle is one of the heroes that they really like.
They have played Oracle a bit, but I don't.
Io is a hero they might have as well. They go Tiny. Interesting.
Okay.
So it's a 5 Clockwork. Probably.
Okay, yeah, 5
5
Clockwork, yeah, 4
with the 4 Tiny.
I was thinking we're gonna see the Viper 5 that Crazy played recently.
That is, is tanky group on G Pride, by the way. Like not a hero that you can just burst
10
down
seconds
with one
remaining.
Echo Slam. Like they will take a while to bring these people down, especially
Radiant
like the Viper, and you got the
team
Clockwork, and a very interesting pick with the Phantom Lancer, a hero that generally we feel like people, carries are trending away from. You know, because he's an illusion hero. He doesn't really bring that as much late game as some of that, like a TB or those single.
He's too
huge,
slow late.
Yeah, there's huge single target damage we can get from like the Terrorblade or the Sven or something like that. But
10
Phantom Lancer
seconds
feels squishy somehow.
Well, PL is about when you go to late game is I can
5
make the
seconds
fight
remaining.
last 50 minutes.
Yes.
You can never kill me,
I'll
but
burn all
I
their
can never
mana.
kill you
Yeah.
either. You know.
Like once he burns mana, he just starts tickling people, and
PL reminds me of this famous story where there was an AI that was taught to play Tetris, and when the AI they just got told, don't lose because in Tetris you can't win. And when the AI got to the point where they couldn't keep playing because Tetris just destroyed them with RNG,
10
AI pauses the
seconds
game and just says,
damage
well,
ban.
at least I'm not losing.
Yeah.
And that's what PL feels like to me. Yes, you're pausing the game. Yes, you're not dying mostly as a carry, but you do lack that damage to actually make plays that TB has.
at least he can buy Abyssal, which is one of the things we were seeing. Like a lot of the cores that are losing, the Medusa and the Luna, these range cores who can be Heaven's Halberd, they also don't want to buy
10
Abyssal. Now you're
seconds
like, oh, we got
remaining.
melee hero, hard to control, and also can buy an Abyssal late game if,
5
at least against the
seconds
BKB. Although you do have other BKB piercing abilities with RP as well as the Demonic Purge.
He also, I think that PL is a good hero if you want to play more of the early mid-game tempo, because he's actually not that slow. And you can beat the Terrorblade with that, especially the mid-game when you get your first 2 core items. PL is quite strong, and you deal a fair amount of damage. It's more late when you start to fall off and become more of a tanky carry.
I like the bans from Beast Coast. You know, this big AoE damage from the Sand King and the Underlord.
What do we
G Pride taking away those mids. The Invoker. The Alchemist taking a little bit earlier, but they're like, we know you go on a mid.
Radiant team
Beast Coast needs a mid right now. Broodmother comes out, no cheese. All right.
Well, I don't know if Beast Coast needs a mid. They could just run them. Oh, actually against Viper, I guess. Yeah.
No, they might be considering it. Like you have this one, or you can go this way. What do you want? Do you want to take it off lane, or do you want to take a mid?
Because Mad can always just leave the lane
Yes.
and farm the jungle, so he doesn't really care about the lane
And,
as
I mean,
much.
G Pride
10
is thinking that is going to be this Whisper Magnus, or it's going to be Whisper Earthshake. One of the. I mean,
5
we've seen some
seconds
team like Boom go it, and they go for the DP. All right, so it was a mid.
Yeah, because the matchup Magnus Vipers is a bit too bad. I want to see the Legion here. I was checking if she wasn't banned. You're up against a Shadow Demon, really solid against PL. Valkyria loves Legion.
Yeah,
It's actually what he calls himself, Valkyria, because Legion.
And Vino's been banned. Timber's been banned. What's he going to go with here? He's going to go for the
Oh.
Darkseer.
You may now select
Okay.
your
That's a
heroes.
lot of illusions coming out from G Pride's team.
Oh, but I see the point, though, actually, because you actually have a 4 melee core, a 4 melee team, right? You're up against a Magnus 2, a Phantom Lancer, a DP. Actually, most of Beast Coast is great against a 4 melee lineup. But Darkseer, especially with that AoE Surge, if you want to go into late game, really adds a ton. I think he's a great supporting 3, especially with the new Iron Shell
On
talent.
the other hand, 3 of those heroes can go through the wall pretty easily. You know, you can.
But in Beast Coast.
Yeah, on Beast Coast, you can blink in with the Magnus and the Earthshaker, and he can just doppelganger for the PL through the wall. You know, just jump over it.
But you can just put it over the PL, and then you get a PL illusion, and that's
True.
worth
And
everything.
that makes so much
That makes
difference.
a huge difference.
You
I
know?
like the draft actually a lot by G Pride. I think it's a solid draft. And a lot of comfort picks. The Mr. Jeans Viper, his best hero. I know Diesmar loves the Tiny, and Balki, Darkseer, is also a comfort hero for him.
Yeah, I mean, before this, like game 2, I felt so confident. Beast Coast.
I'm
Like,
not confident anymore.
It doesn't matter, but like after the way
They've
played,
shaken it.
right? But I think Jay Mari is really playing a really good game. 2 series, and like
I don't
both
think
games.
he's the problem. I don't
No,
even
no,
think.
I'm not saying he's the problem. I'm just saying like in the team, can Jay Mari sort of bring them all together? Stinger's doing decently as well. I don't know. It depends. A lot of this game is going to depend on Schofield and Magnus RP, the Whisper.
Get off that fence, mate.
What?
Get off that fence.
Pick one. Pick a side.
Yes.
How about you go? How about you start us off? Yeah, you start us off. Go ahead.
You know what? I'm gonna just drive deep into the water. I'm say G Pride might take this. G Pride will take this. I like their draft. I really like their draft.
I like their
more.
draft too, but it's like the Beast Coast.
And I just saw that the draft I liked more won, and I guess the team that I thought was better, I was a fool. I believe wholeheartedly in the Gorillaz.
I also believe you're a fool, so I'm going to take Beast Coast. Yes.
Are you sure you're not just trying to just compete with him?
Yeah, no.
It's just a free flame that he gave me there.
Yeah, he's always doing it all the time. He bullies me, but I'm going to go with Beast Coast.
All right. I do think you might be sleeping on that diffuser on the PL, but we'll let the players do the talking. Our final match of our first best of 3 series is about to happen, and Purge and Moxie will be taking you through that match. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy this final match of this best of 3.
Thank you so much for that. And I don't know, Purge. I see the boys are really torn on this. Are you also on the fence, or do you think that, Beast Coast is going to be able to take it? Or do you think that G Pride's showing up with some of their favorite heroes and they're going to be able to do it?
That's cool that they have their favorite heroes, but I actually like the Beast Coast lineup a little better myself, because I look at PL and he just looks kind of ungankable to me for the enemy team. Like their only disables are Tiny and Clockwork. Yeah, they've got like a vacuum, but Viper is effectively not good against a PL generally. He's going to get mana drained. He's going to be really slow. He's not going to be able to catch up. So if they can just dodge fights as a whole and get PL relatively farmed, he still matches up decently well against Terrorblade. I think that the hero they have to keep protected is probably Death Prophet. She's the one that's going to be the most vulnerable in the early mid game. So I feel like if she has a decent enough game, and Magnus does his hit creeps thing while amplifying Phantom Lancer, I think Phantom Lancer is going to be able to carry the game. So I think Beast Coast has a better shot, but I'm not 100%.
Oh, it sounds like you're sitting on the fence now, too. They just called out Alvaro for that.
I do love sitting on the fence. It's a lot safer. Yeah, for sure.
Well, I'm interested, too, especially with that Darkseer being in play. Being able to get that extra health with the Ion Shell talent is pretty cool, but we'll see.
It'll be nice. But I just don't know if it's going to be enough. That's all.
Fair enough. Well, looks like they're going to be able to go and grab themselves a couple of these runes. Dismar being placed in that disruption. Hector walking on over, grabbing himself up that other bounty rune. So a lot of these runes going over to the side of Beast Coast. In fact, all of the runes going to Beast Coast.
It's 4? They got 4. Okay. Somebody died? I don't care.
Yep.
I don't care. Give him 300. He already got an extra 80. How do you catch up?
Carefully.
What a cute little Tiny. Those are some big
I don't
eyes.
like that one as much. You are really
big
into
eyes.
these big anime eyes. My goodness. I like the one where he looks like a toasted marshmallow. Level 1 Tiny with the tree is like the most adorable thing. Quite
True.
honestly.
So
Looks
can they
like they'll
block
get
him
a
on the
little bit of
trees?
damage.
You're
Trying,
right.
but not quite. Ooh, he even gives him the give me that high five too. He's feeling himself over here.
Do you ever abuse the people that ask for a high five and you just keep attacking them or anything like that? You ever do that?
Do you mean refuse to give them the high five?
Yeah, it's like they give you a high five before bounty runes spawn and I just cast my spells on them and attack them like 3 times. You ever do that?
You are a monster.
No? Okay. Well, I'm not here to high five. I'm here to trade hits.
You're still a monster.
But not high five hits. Okay, that's fair. Laning
Already
stage so
forcing.
far is looking... Oh,
Kara? No, not with the cogs up. Looks like he's gonna be able to walk away here.
I mean, killing Clockwork with 2 melee heroes does not sound easy anyway, so...
They're definitely applying the pressure for sure. Another disruption coming out. Just try to push Dismar back, trying to make sure he can't come anywhere close to Hector. Making sure that they can secure up this farm.
Oh, is he going to get the courier with those illusions? No. It was a little bit close. The courier. Okay, they didn't do as much damage as I thought they would. It was close, though.
Friends, let us skirmish.
Just trotting off.
Mm-hmm.
And
Ooh, solo
Mr.
kill
Gene's
on the mid lane.
proving that this is indeed his best hero, and he can make things happen on it. I am gonna say I don't like J. Murray Death Prophet. I've seen it a couple times. It's been a while, to be fair, but I don't feel like this is one of his better heroes.
Yeah, it could be like one of those heroes too that doesn't feel like it fits very well, but for the player, but it fits well with the team, and you can get forced into playing it sometimes. So that could be part of the reason as well why he maybe is getting solo killed. He's doing a little bit worse, quite a bit worse in the mid lane actually. 7 last hits behind on the Viper now, which is not going to be fun.
Schofield just trying to mess around with that Terrorblade a little bit, but yeah, J. Murray's got to be very careful.
On the bright side, though, even though he might not be doing excellent here, he's going to have really good defensive things sitting behind him between a Shadow Demon and a Earthshaker and a Magnus. So even if he's a bit behind in net worth, they can definitely still get some big kills.
Dismar's looking to make a play here. He's just going to get himself a little snack first.
A Lena cookie, I think.
Yeah, that's a spicy cookie. Schofield top lane, getting harassed by Kara. Just, you know, clockwork things. Trying to be as annoying as a little robot can be. But no moves over onto mid lane. That's a completed Tranquils, though.
Yeah, he wanted to run in and go for the kill, but there was an observer ward there that spotted him standing there, so that's why the scan came out just now. See if he's still there. It's now shown bottom.
Oh, he tried. He was trying to go for a toss back, it looks like, but Stinger just a little bit faster with pressing those buttons. Do you get the toss up? Not sure, though, if they'll be able to get this kill on Stinger. No, in fact, they'll be able to go take down the Darkseer. They'll find the kill afterwards, but Hector getting a double kill is not what you want to see if you're on the side of G-Pride.
Yeah, that was a really sick play by Stinger, actually. I thought he was standing a little bit too aggressively, but the important distinction was that his Shadow Poisons hit both hero every single time, and because he was the guy they were going to go on, they're still going to be clumped on him. So getting a huge Shadow Poison pop and giving Hector that double kill is a great start to this game, despite the fact that Death Prophets died twice now.
They share my
Dire are scanning.
but not my.
So the mid lane clearly being won by Mr. Jeans. Bottom going more towards the side of Beast Coast with that trade. How is the top going, though, I guess is the question for me.
Pretty even, actually, so which I would say is a negative for TB here. Magnus is doing fine. TB's doing okay, but he's not doing Hector fine, dude. He's not even close to what Hector's net worth is at the moment. So I would say it's looking pretty okay for Beast Coast right now. Viper killed
Looks like
the Earthshaker.
Schofield was looking maybe to secure the 5-minute runes, maybe get a gank off, but we'll run directly into that Viper. You don't want to be feeding a Viper. Stinger sitting very low. He's going to get taken out. Dismar now running away. No mana left over on Hector, else I think he might have tried to go for a Spirit Lance and get that kill, but Whisper getting poked away by Kara. Oh, cheeky. Cheeky Whisper.
I'm surprised he followed him so far. That was very clearly he was not gonna make it, but whatever. However he wants to spend his time. Tough for Death Prophet now. Like, Death Prophet's gonna have issues in this matchup, basically, because he had some last hitting troubles. He went for more. Let's play a game of musical chairs right before Death Prophet dies, because she's definitely not getting a chair.
All right. Come on, guys. Show me what you got.
No one's gonna play it. No one's gonna play. Look. Oh, everyone lost. Wow. Who knew?
I'm so disappointed.
It's fine. It's fine.
Is it, though?
It
It doesn't feel fine to me.
I mean, it's just tough for Death Prophet to play this 1v1 because Viper does so much amplified damage that Spirit Siphon is not going to keep you alive through the trades, especially not the first couple levels where you only have one Siphon. So, good last hitting for Viper. He's done a good job, but his net worth is actually not that far ahead of what Death Prophet has. He's got about 200 more gold. So, like when he kills the Earthshaker, for example, it's an extra salve. It's a little bit replay of that kill. Look at this. 3 beautiful stacks. 4 beautiful stacks. That was some good damage.
Was indeed.
I only wish he could have lived for both kills. That would have been sick.
It's like the Terrorblades reconnected. I can't tell if it's Argius or Argius. I'm not sure how that pronunciation's supposed to go.
That's Terrorblade, I think.
Thanks, Purge.
No problem.
J. Murray has had enough. He has just been poked and prodded too many times. It's going to be another kill. There's 3 heroes.
Oh my god. Was that toss necessary?
But it was fun and
dead.
style points.
Yeah, I think he's very dead.
And Mr. Jean still gets the kill, so, why not? I mean, probably not the best efficiency of using your mana, but, you know.
Yeah, probably not.
You gotta feel useful.
This looks like a dead Darkseer to me. Even if he surges, he gets disrupted. Unless he jukes Envision. He's got a raindrop.
Are they gonna be able to get this? The 5? No. And there he goes.
Raindrop was definitely nice to have there, though. So that was a good attempt. He did everything he could to stay alive there, but...
See you later, nerds.
Like, the networks are not great.
I'm nervous here. J. Marie is known to be a tilter. I hate to say it, but they are putting so much pressure on him, and it almost feels like they're just, yeah, he's going to try to buy a little bit more time
he's
to
healing a lot.
step it. Not sure, though. There's the silence thrown out. Can they find this? They'll be able to finally take down Mr. Jeans, but this is still going to be a dead Death Prophet. Dismar now trying to juke into the trees. The toss back. Oh, but the charge from Whisper. They want to punish this. There it is. There's the kill on Dismar. Kara trying to get away. Shockwave will finish off his life, though.
That was
Little
excellent.
breathing
Only
room for
downside.
Terribly.
Well, the only thing that's rough is that they're going to have to walk back to the top lane, but that was completely worth it. They get the kill back on the Viper, at least. And they killed him before he died. That disruption was perfect. It's 2 Spirit Siphons up. It still does damage and heals you while you're banished to another realm. And really good counter punish there.
Where do you think he banishes them to?
I'm sure Slacks would know.
Probably. Jenkins would just say something like watermelon related, probably.
Yeah, most likely. Interesting skill build for Magnus, going for 3 points in Shockwave. It's very common for Mags to max out in power first, especially with melee cores, but maybe hoping to win his lane a little bit better. It's definitely more effective against TB for sure. TB's raw HP is not very high, even though his armor is good, so having a strong nuke is pretty effective.
Dismar. I don't know why Hector went back in on that.
Possibly was hoping a disruption, but when your model gets thrown in the air like that, it's a lot harder to get clicked on, and there's like a small little window there where if the disruption comes out, maybe they kill Tiny, but definitely a big mistake by Hector. I mean, he's the most farmed hero in the game, and he just threw away a lot of experience towards Tiny.
Right. Well, Whisper pushing this wave forward, trying to start putting pressure on it so that way they can start to take over the jungle. Pretty standard stuff here, but yeah, Hector's top net worth 3.8k, whereas the Terrorblade is sitting at 2.9. Smoke being used though. Oh, again, J. Marie getting jumped on by the Viper, by Dismar. The only thing that's missing this time is the Clockwork. It's a good Fissure coming out from Scope with the toss right back into the loving arms of Mr. Jeans. Has got to make you feel bad. Does buy out before dying though, gets himself those drums. And now Schofield trying to gallop away from Dismar and Mr. Jeans, the gang squad extraordinaire. Oh no. And over around the corner is Kara, so no matter where you go or where you try to run to, you're just getting sandwiched here by these 3.
Took some time for Schofield to throw his Fissure there, but there weren't a lot of good options is the issue, because if he Fissure blocks the Viper like he did, then he just gets tossed back over the Fissure anyways, which doesn't really help, so that's why he hesitated so much, because it just weren't really good decisions. Like, there wasn't a good option for him. The Viper is real farm though. Where is this? Oh,
in the middle.
Viper is no longer as farmed.
Nope. And some damage is going to be placed on this tower. They don't have a creep wave, luckily, just yet, so just kind of keeping his distance as much as he can.
It's
Be
kind of
careful,
cool what
Dismar. Is there
Whisper did though. Yeah, he might be in trouble. Oh, good choice on the run. That drum usage was going to be help keep him alive here. But the Whisper maxing Shockwave, ganks made with the Skewer, and they end up just killing the Viper really easily, which is a lot more than Magnus's normally do. But on the downside, that Hector's going to have less farm because he's not going to have all the Empower levels. But he's doing so good anyways, I don't think it matters. Ooh, rough Fissure
probably
there.
what they're thinking too. I don't know. I think they're still going to be able to get the kill on Dismar.
It's
Does
looking
get
pretty
some toss
likely.
off. Yeah. So, you know, maybe a little bit off on that placement, but still, the end goal was the same, right? Still managed to get the kill, so
Is under attack.
it's a bit forgiving. There's the banishment again, though. Whisper and Schofield waiting nearby, throwing down the Fissure. And they'll just push them right back again with those cogs. J. Marie's here, though, too, with the Spirit Siphon. And Stinger will collect.
That was a really good attempt on the TP. It's pretty close. Viper pressuring bottom now. Unlikely that they go defend this. PL's not going to want to be here. Viper's items looking pretty normal. Likely going to be Dragonlance into Drums, I guess. Just generic stats is the way to go on Viper usually. And Darks are aiming for Mech to keep his team alive. TB's net worth is pretty significant. It's pretty far behind where PL's is though, so I don't know if TB's necessarily going to have an amazing game. Might need a good fight.
I'm worried that Mr. Jeans did really well in his lane, obviously. You know, they managed to go and gank J Murray, what, 3 times? Pretty much. But I'm a little concerned. Toss up with Schofield? No. Oh, he's going in, though. He's got the Echo Slam. Is he going to be able to get a solo kill? Schofield, God. Oh, Dios mío.
He knew, dude. He's like, come on, I'm ready. That moment when the Earthshaker runs at you is so...
Oh. So many creeps there too. Oh, Schofield.
And illusions. Oh, what a big play. But what a huge mistake by TB. TB's like, oh, I can maybe kill you. But he just walked in.
I hear a hook shot. Nope, must not have connected, but they do have...
I don't see a hook shot.
Look at this, look at this. Dismar is just like, okay, you know, but look at the creeps. Here come the creeps. There's the... Oh, God. Oh, no.
All right, Darkseer died. Doesn't matter. What really hurt the Terrorblade there was the transformation time. He used transform in that same moment. He wasn't anticipating the Earthshaker to move forward, and then he turns to run. He's now slower. Big Echo Slam.
Think of beauty. Okay, there's the Avalanche. We'll land on 2 heroes and manage to take down Whisper very quickly. Holy smokes. And they'll chase after Stinger. He might end up being the sacrificial lamb. Schofield's nearby, though. Does he have a fissure? Target changed. Kara gonna try to use that battery assault, but they walk right into the triangle, and this is Hector's land. You can't be here. So they'll force G Pride out.
That felt like a dead Earthshaker to me if the Cogs does not miss there, but a little bit incorrectly used. What items does Magnus have actually? I was surprised he died so easily that burst, but I don't think they have hook, right? Oh, they do actually. Yeah, no survivability items. No wonder he died. He did have a raindrop, but no bracers, anything like that. Just one.
It's only so far that raindrops can take you.
Yeah. It's effectively 90 HP basically, which is good, but bracers about the same, I suppose, but just a little too much damage. So they're going to take in tier 1 towers. Yeah, that part's really nice too. So G Pride very good at taking towers, but I'm just getting worried about them considering how much impact there will be from all the support lineup on Beast Coast. Every hero on the Beast Coast lineup feels really, really effective at like all stages of the game, and they're all pretty dynamic. But I just don't feel as much coming out of necessarily Tiny potentially. Sometimes Viper can have a lot of issues as well, just feeling effective.
Oh, there's the toss of the Viper over to Stinger, immediately following up with that banishment, but Stinger doesn't look like he's going to survive this. There's just too many people down here.
Uses his spells in case his allies want to show up, and they're just going to walk over instead. Smoke is used, though.
Ooh,
no Blink Dagger.
They see Valky. Uh-oh, Whisper? Whisper, careful, friend. He does manage to get the skewer, not quite underneath the tower range. But it's a full-on invasion coming out here from the side of G Pride. J Murray hiding in the tree line. I'm not sure. Do you? Oh, the hook, but it doesn't. It lands over on the Death Prophet Whisper. He's here. He's trying. They manage to go. They find the kill. They take down J Murray. They take down Kara. Spectering forward. RP comes out plus the wall though, and there's the Echo Slam coming through as they take down Dismar. They take down Mr. Jeans, and only Valky is the sole survivor of the great massacre that Beast Coast just brought out there.
Like, other than Vacuum Wall, what is the team fight that G Pride has? It's like Hookshot, Avatoss, Vacuum Wall. That's it. Everything else is just raw damage, basically. Whereas on the other side, they've got Echo Slam. They've got RP. Shadow Demon can save people that get gone. Like, imagine if Shadow Demon's standing behind Death Prophet as that fight starts. It's not even close then. Death Prophet gets disrupted, they turn and still take that really good fight, and then everything's easy. So it still went okay for G Pride, but that wasn't an ideal fight for Beast Coast, and it was like closer towards ideal for G Pride. So I'm worried about them as this game continues and as PL becomes more and more difficult to fight. Catapult!
I mean, that... Oh...
He does have a blink,
Did you
though.
watch? Did you watch the game with Eternal Envy playing Tiny, and he built no attack speed and then picked up oh God, what was it?
See you later, nerds.
Hold that thought as we watch the replay here.
This
Yeah,
fissure
look at
from
this.
Schofield was really big, actually.
Right
Set
on
up the
top.
easiest RP.
Mm-hmm.
And then, actually, the vacuum is bad there. Push Schofield close to him. Once again, getting catch
Is
behind
it
the
this-
tier 2, but
I feel like we just saw something very similar to this, but Kara
Yeah.
chipped away by Hector. Nice vision coming out from Schofield will block off the exit for Dismar as he will fall. And there's a Blink Dagger picked up for Whisper, so he's already effective even without it. It's going to become a lot scarier for G-Pride to take these team fights now.
and normally it's very difficult for the raiding team to defend behind the towers like that, but if you have good vision, it can be a bit easier knowing what the big threats are. SNY rush for Terrorblade. He's going to go Butterfly next, and Death Prophet having a rougher game, but I feel like she's generally stabilized enough where it's going to be okay. Terrorblade's net farm is really starting to catapult up, but there's no way that Peel doesn't just farm faster with Manta Style and with Empower, in my opinion. This could be dangerous, though. He's okay.
Valky's thinking about it, but I guess that's my issue is you've got this Viper who did very well early on, but he is single target. I mean, you do have that Nether Tox you can drop on the ground that affects a couple units, but it's just not the same in comparison. And I think that's a huge problem for them. Like you mentioned, where's their team fight?
It's very common to be like the Viper needs to be like the tower of damage, basically, but he doesn't move very fast, and ideally the fights happen like right on top of him so that he can be in position to be tanky and stuff like that. But it's hard otherwise. His net worth was so high at the start, but now look at it. It's completely falling behind where everybody else is. Because his ability to farm is just not going to be the same.
Top tower is under attack.
Well, less than 1k net worth lead towards the side of Beast Coast currently. And it definitely feels very balanced in a sense right now in terms of, the amount of land that each of them have with the map control and just the way that they're playing. But once Hector comes out, I think it's going to be very scary. Especially if they decide to go for the full 5-man. See some movement. Looks like they're getting in position down at the bottom, feeling like maybe they're gonna try to take that tower. They do see Schofield though, so it's not like he's being particularly sneaky. Smoke coming out from the side of Beast Coast though. This could be a big engagement here.
Yeah, it's really cool to see them fighting into the jungle like this. They must feel really confident with their right now, with not spotting anybody in the trees. Dire uses a scan, but it's actually only illusions that they spotted, so they might misread from that. It actually was kind of helpful for them that they scanned those illusions, because it made them think that the enemy team was there, and really it was just illusions heading to the top lane. So slightly lucky for G-Pride. Stinger going to put a ward here most likely to help spot people.
Risky.
There's
Kara spots them, but
I don't think Kara spots him. No, it's nighttime.
You don't think so?
He didn't see him. No.
oh,
He
because
wasn't
the
close
smoke
enough.
broke, so I wasn't sure.
The smoke ran out.
Perhaps. Oh, it ran out. Okay, I thought.
Yeah.
All right, got it.
Dire's structures are
Very good when you're playing support to move up like that in like parallel to the rest of your team that's pushing a lane, and to get wards next to it, because that's where everybody's going to be standing to help defend against those pushes. So they'll push forward, they'll take the tower, which is a nice little advantage for Death Prophet. This shows that they're very happy to fight at this point, which makes sense. PL's got good net worth. Death Prophet has BKB, so she basically doesn't have to worry about anything other than TB Metamorphosis. Everyone else, other than like doing a lot of burst damage before she gets BKB off, she's not in threat of dying at this point in the games. And Earthshaker now's got Ags as well, and that's the support. So think how scary the Echo Slams are going to be now. It's going to be really easy for him to get on top of the TB. If he gets caught by Clockwork, it doesn't matter. He just jumps out. There's a lot of good things going for Beast Coast right now.
Dismarv ending up over on top of this eye spot. He really can't do anything here. Whisper says, I'll help get you down. Not in the way that you want, but...
From downwind.
Smile. Jump forward from Schofield. Just showing off his shiny new toy. I'm sure the side of G-Part is like, oh no. He's got the Ags finished up. He's going to be an even bigger issue than he already has been.
almost Heart for PL. We don't see Heart too often these days on Phantom Lancer, but I think it's a really good choice this game, just because of there isn't that much burst damage on G Pride. If he doesn't get chain stunned and chain bursted in that moment, then he's going to be able to doppelgang out, and he should be able to heal up afterwards pretty easily. So I think Heart is a really good choice this game when there aren't that many threats to him. He's not going to be able to TB for a long time because he's going to have more HP and no True Strike against the Butterfly, but I like the Heart in this case just because of how safe things are and because he's got Empower as well to farm, so he doesn't have to worry about slowing down because he spent all this money on a Heart.
Dismar in the mid lane, but again, Stinger playing right where he needs to be, right behind J-Marie. Might be able to turn this around and get a kill. They throw out the silence, trying to back everyone else out, and he does try to use those Guardian Greaves to get away, but it's just too much. Too much slow, too much damage, and just not enough escape. Look at Valky, he's so fast, but...
And he couldn't even Surge him because he was Demonic Purge, which would have dispelled the Surge right away. So the Shadow Demon is feeling really effective so far in the last 2 games especially.
I like how they keep stealing the Terrorblade illusions for themselves.
Yeah.
As well,
Stinger's
very
like, I want to farm too.
Everyone else has cool items.
Exactly.
Ooh, Valky?
Schofield just
Very
almost getting a solo kill. That's Essence Ring save right there. I didn't even hear the jump or the explosion.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Going right back in again. Hector just backing off, doesn't want to play in that Nether Toxin. Drag right back in, though. There's going to be Exorcism coming out from Jamer. He's got that BKB. He's going to try to fight Mr. Jeans over here on the back lines. Kara is going to be the first to fall. Skewer coming out here from Whisper, plus the RP. They're just doing so much damage. They'll be able to go down, take down Mr. Jeans. The silence coming out as well, as that's a double kill thanks to all of those lovely ghosts from the Exorcism. And do they see anyone else back here? No.
It's such a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation for TB. Like if he buys BKB to protect against the silence, then PL kills him. And Viper bought BKB, but it doesn't matter because he just dies to PL and the Exorcism Spirits. So then he goes Butterfly to be safe, but boom, gets silenced at the right moment, doesn't get Sunder off, still does some things, but even his Metamorphosis wasn't very effective. He turns Meta on, he's like, I'm gonna kill this Earthshaker, and Earthshaker's like, see you later, dude. Just jumps away. So like that Ags rush on Schofield was really smart here. Watch to the right, Schofield's gonna get separated. The TB is gonna show up, it's gonna look really good for TB. He's like, I'm gonna kill you. Jumps away, he realizes he's wasting his time. Viper's just getting destroyed by illusions. They all get RP'd together. Once Viper's out of the fight, it's just cleanup.
Very tidily done by the side of Beast Coast. So what's the next moves then, I guess? I mean, you want to make sure that your Terrorblade is farming, but it just feels like there's very limited solutions for how he can actually be super efficient now with what his team has going on.
I mean, he's going to do typical stuff, push out lanes, continue farming. The difficult thing with TB is that you don't have good disable. Oh, good choice to go on the SP here.
He's got a Scorch Staff, though. Oh, the follow-up, though. Nice Avalanche, slowing everybody down. And the Echo Slam coming out. But where's the follow-up? Where's the damage? Stinger slowly getting clicked down here by Mr. Jeans. J-Marie throwing out the silence. It doesn't feel like he really wants to go in, but Whisper again nearby. Looks like they might be able to go get the kill on Takara. Schofield jumps on in. Mr. Jeans popping that BKB. He wants the kill on Stinger, and he's going to be able to get it. Doesn't. Oh, and they managed to get Schofield, too. That was very close, but Hector on the back lines finds Valky, and they're going to be able to go push back over on Dismar. He's silenced up, and there's the damage. It's a double kill now for Hector.
Really well played by Viper as a whole. I was happy with how he did that, getting out as well, but the rest of his team getting cleaned up in the meantime. That was basically the best thing that we're going to probably see Viper do all game, because he's just so restricted in most moments. Good plays by Beast Coast, though, to buy time and to give them enough moments to show up with and hit the backlines.
I like the atomization coming out too from the side of Beast Coast. I believe they have multiple force stabs at this point to try to get out of the Nether Toxin, get out of cogs and whatnot. So very important. And also in case Whisper's Blink does get disabled or whatnot, he does have another option to get in there very fast.
Full Shadow Blade for the PL now. Sometimes we do see this build. A Silver Edge, it's really good against the Viper. You can break his passive. Other than that, it's It's just okay, I guess. Can't really break anything on the TV, but it's going to be another way that makes it really hard for PL to die. If he also has Shadow Blade as an option to escape.
Going to be a very easy Roche for them. They do manage to scout it out, but I really don't feel like... Oh gosh, Dismar, yeah. Schofield, hopping around, giving him a couple love taps. Doesn't seem too concerned. He knows that Hector's in the pit with J. Murray. Ooh.
This is like a perfect example of Schofield doing good times to die, basically. Oh, does battery cell interrupt enchant? Maybe it does.
Might die for... Oh, no. Still alive. Throws out the fish. He's got 3.
Oh, he might
4
live now.
heroes. No, he's still got the... Oh, he's got one charge. No, is that his... No, it's not Schofield's wand. Runs right into over on the side. Oh, is he going to be able to make it now? Schofield tried to juke with the illusion. There's going to be another jump. He does eventually expire, though.
Uh-oh.
And I'm not sure this is a good fight here anymore, Beast Coast. Stinger is going to get clicked down. Hector joining in, but he uses the Shadow Blade. He's like, yeah, I don't think this is necessarily the fight we want to take. Man, can you imagine Schofield survived that?
Yeah, that would have been crazy. I liked what he did at the beginning, the fact that he was running at Clockwork and Darkseer at the start of that, but once Roche was secured, get out, dude. Like, you did not need to stay that long. That death was not good. It was good the first half, but he definitely stuck around too long. And you deny here? Get that gold. Get that gold.
Trying to take down that Cardi first. Oh, they can definitely deny this. Question is, will they?
Alive for TPs.
Well,
they want to live for buyback TPs.
I think they want to fight. Yeah, like you said, they're quickly gaining speed. Hector, Phantom rushing forwards. Turn back around and cut up car over there. Whisper's still hunting. Like, this is such a long chase. The rest of his team isn't even with him at this point.
If he doesn't cog the PL there, they catch him.
Terror Blade? Oh, nice play by Dismar, though. The wind up. He'll just jump right back again, though, with the enchant totem. Throw out the fissure. A little bit of a force forward, but Schofield just is on the hunt. He wants Dismar's blood. He needs to be careful. Oh, it's a beautiful wall on the back side. Just trying to run away, but they're still, yeah, they'll end up taking down Stinger, but Valky just chipped away here by the Phantom Lance. He's gonna be next to fall. Hector going down, but J. Marie, he's here. He's got the BKB. He needs to be careful, though. There's so much damage coming out from Arches right now as Mr. Jeans is running away. Hector chasing him in the back lines. Will be able to get himself that double kill. But the BKB's up over here on this terrible. J. Marie has no health left. Oh my gosh.
All right, they finally hit like a good moment there. They got the TB was on top of the Death Prophet. They're able to do tons of physical damage and just cut through her BKB. And what TB using BKB himself, no Spirit Siphon, no Silence. She can't stay alive there. A Yule's would have been nice, but she didn't itemize into that. She went BKB into Ags to just have more damage, and that might have been a mistake. Even something like a Shiva's Guard might have prevented this from happening and this fight going so bad for Beast Coast, because that was 2 Death Prophet lives, and we did not feel any impact out of her.
I think they did a really good job on G Pride 2 being able to split the fight, because there were definitely 2 things going on. And also, I felt like Hector was kind of beelining in the back towards these supports again. So while he's trying to do, you know, clean up on the back lines, you had the Death Prophet that was tanking everything in the front, and that really caused a lot of problems because she's just not equipped to do it. Like you said, she doesn't have any defensive items.
Just needs a little bit more armor is the minimum of what she needs right now, for sure. With Shadow Demon in trouble.
Yep, I don't think he survives this. It's a cheeky play, though. Gets his own Terrorblade illusions. Hector going back in, though. Does manage to get a revenge kill.
Clockwork can't do anything against PL, actually. It's so useless. He gets on top of you. There's like 6 illusions. Your mana's gone. And what, you hook shot him and cog him maybe, but he's just gonna, especially with the Silver Edge, yeah, he gets across the map so quickly. That was a really good pickup. He'll go Abyssal Blade afterwards. Very common item that's gonna make it so much easier for him to get kills, because you're not gonna see him coming until he's on the, and he's gonna be able to cross a lot more ground too.
Dasher completed now for Phantom Lancer, and a telescope found. Nice neutral items going on over here. There is a Craggy code available.
Did they must have lost. They might have lost it, actually.
Hector? I don't think he's in any sort of trouble here.
Orbit Destruction is huge. Good pickup.
I feel like the later this goes, the more difficult it becomes for the side of G Pride.
I would agree with that, yeah. It just feels like they have way more cores. Like Viper, it's basically like Viper and TB, and then everyone else is not going to scale that hard. But Earthshaker's impact always remains amazing throughout the game.
But Viper, oh, yeah, like I said, although they follow up, Dismar was nearby, and look at this though, there's just too much physical damage coming out from this PL. Are they going to be able to find the final hit though to get the kill? Yes, Mr. G's will go down now. Artist going to try to fight with Hector over here on the side. Hector deciding, all right, I want to back off. I want to go for these smaller ones. I want to get the guys who's going to be able to get the save.
Bash.
They don't have any, yeah, nope, not this time, not today. Schofield finding Valky over here on the side. Will just pop up and help Hector get a double kill.
I just don't see PL not running away with the rest of the game now. Like that fight was a perfect demonstration. Pride's draft. Having PL as that like fourth pick that they grabbed him with the Viper matchup in the mid game against Clockwork, it's just so easy for him to get those kills instantly and simply, especially with the Shadow Blade.
We have all the
they
ghosts.
just don't have the tools to kill him.
Staring longingly at their buildings because they know they can't actually go and save them. And they'll shift their focus towards bottom racks here. Should be able to mow through them very quickly. There's so many things going on the screen. Oh my gosh. Phantom lands early. Oh yeah, thanks Whisper. I really needed that too.
I mean, they're all alive, but they know. They're so far ahead. Even though the gold advantage doesn't seem like a huge amount, it doesn't matter because their matchups are really good this game. TB is formidable. He's going to do a lot of damage, but once Death Prophet grabs a defensive item or two, plus with a Shadow Demon behind her, they just have to make sure she doesn't get shredded at the start of the fight. Going to Yule's next is what she's trying to build. If she goes Yule's and Shiva's, she doesn't die anymore. Or Yule's and AC. Changing her mind, going for Shiva's now instead. I think that's better personally, because she can buy the plate mail right now anyways. Yule's would buy her 2.5 seconds, but that's not necessarily enough.
Dire are scanning.
Well, I think at this point that she's really allowed to sit further back than before as well now with the rest of the team.
Hector breaking smokes.
Ooh. Like you said, what can Kara do? He can't do anything, the poor guy. Oh, now the follow-up, the silence. He was a little bit of time, but that's a dead Tiny. Schofield is just out for blood. Look at him.
Yeah, they know. As soon as I mean, there's already one dead hero. They can kill more. Oh, I think they saw him.
Oh, Mr. Jeans. Yeah, they definitely saw him. The BKB comes out. It doesn't matter, though. That's just going to be a dead Viper. Oh, now they're hemorrhaging kills. Purge. Valky looks like he's going to be next. They get the chain stun.
Was that an echo just now? Yes,
yep.
it was. They knew.
They just, yeah. It's game. It's game.
Can't beat the PL with those heroes. Viper versus PL? Yeah, no thanks. Not interested. Who's doing the AoE? Where's the lockdown? If they've like, you either need AoE to beat PL or you need like chain disable lockdown or like AoE stuns. It's like the only way. And they had none of that. Hector got like 2 or 3 kills in lane. And then the rest of his team did really good. Death Prophet died a little bit, got a little bit behind, but she itemized really safely. Drums straight into BKB. She didn't go luxury stuff. She knows she doesn't need to be the front of the team. She doesn't need to be the highest damage dealer. She just needs to be up in front of them to get focused. That way they can cover her, get good RPs, get good Echo Slams, and just perfect draft from Beast Coast for that game.
I was going to ask how much of it came down to just having that pickup on the Phantom Lancer.
It was
but
a
you
lot.
just,
It was a
yeah,
lot.
you just answered that question right there very simply. But, you did see signs of life coming out from the side of G Pride. Mr. Jeans in particular was getting some really nice moves early on, but unfortunately, just not enough with what Beast Coast had running at them. So very solid draft coming out from them. And they're going to take this series in a 2-1 move, which I think surprised a lot of people, though, too, at the same time. But we do have another match coming at you today. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to shift gears and we're going to go head over to the North American region.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Just faster than you. Just faster than you. Rising of the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah.
Welcome back to ESL 1, powered by Intel. Beast Coast managed to take the series with a 2-1 victory over G-Pride. Gentlemen, it looks like PL is a little bit too strong. Terrorblade is a formidable foe as well, but I think in this match, Terrorblade's teammates weren't quite as strong as the PL's teammate.
Yeah, I think that's actually the key. We were talking about this in the draft. I mean, alone, you know, but actually, I gotta say, I feel uncomfortable analyzing though, because I don't really have my game fuel.
That's true, right? Let's actually head on over to our game fuel post-match for the series. You know, I'm very tempted to make a sound effect for that. Maybe I'll just come into the broadcast next time with a drink and just crack it open on stream.
That would work. You know, we should have more food up here.
I feel very refreshed after watching that ad, you know?
Yeah,
I feel
it's
like it's a new me. I got more energy. Imagine if I could actually drink this. Whew.
you're crazy. You have
Go
these he has crazy ideas.
He
Drinking
does
things.
have crazy ideas, but let's go to our crazy ideas for our final match just now. So, Terrorblade versus PL, I think it's a very classic matchup, right? A lot of teams you got to pick a hard carry up against that Terrorblade. PL was the option, fantastic fighter during that mid game. The Diffusal Blade being a pretty big nuisance, and the solution to the PL was supposed to be the Darkseer, but that hero didn't really work out. What kind of happened with that?
I gotta say that when you look at the PL versus Terrorblade matchup, I think that if you're looking at the core-to-core matchup in terms of like TB versus PL, like
in
a
a vacuum.
1v1, in a vacuum, then TB wins.
In the Thunderdome, right?
Thunderdome, right, yeah.
Step it, gentlemen.
Yeah, especially in the late game, the TB certainly scales better. But I gotta say that maybe, especially in the way that these two heroes play, I gotta say maybe tactically PL has a bit of an upper hand.
Yeah.
Because TB is the kind of hero that takes over the game. His whole team devotes their life to TB. You know,
Lord TB,
Lord
you know.
TB, please carry my game. And because of that, they often tend to be weaker. You know, you don't have a secondary carry with a TB unless you want to lose the game. And PL does actually the opposite in team fights. He actually goes for the opposing supports, for the offlaner.
He can
for the
jump
mid
through
laner.
them, yeah.
He ignores the carry because he knows he can't beat most carries one-on-one, so he just ignores the carry and never dies either. So that to me was just very clear. You picked 4 heroes to support a TB, you have a hero that kills them all. What are you going to do?
Yeah, if you look at what Beast Coast draft, besides move the PL, the other 4 are really good at stalling.
They were great heroes.
You have RP. If you want, he has BKB. We have RP. You have Shadow Demon saving people. Spirit Siphon to keep it DP alive. And you have Earthshaker for a lot of control. So a lot of their team is just able to. Oh, he has a BKB. Okay, PL, you go handle everyone else. We can just sort of keep him entertained for a little bit, which is what happened in the very last fight. You know, TB, he had BKB. They threw a fissure at him to block him in the beginning. They burned his man, then they just left him alone when he BKB. He's like, oh, he's BKB. Everyone just run away. We'll come back later. And PL, he's able to just run around, do this. A lot of damage, but Terrorblade, he can't.
Yeah, he can't. He can't attack the PL because PL is very slippery and also tanky.
Yeah, he's like this big, mighty glacier. You know, he's slow and unkillable and very powerful and all that. It's really like he can't do anything elusive. But PL, very quick hero.
Which also means TB can't go and kill the other supports much like a PL could. Actually, TB is one of the better carries at going, yeah, fight me, sure.
Yeah,
like I'll fight any carry. I don't care as long as I'm farmed enough. So I do find that the proposition was maybe a bit better for Beast Coast overall. I also find their execution was much, much cleaner. I mean, even starting with the beginning, you see 4 bounty runes lost for G-Part already. You see a lot of misplays in the laning stage where they literally just commit suicide with a couple heroes. DP was also incredibly impactful. And
yeah, that's another thing. I mean, technically Viper did pretty decently in the lane, actually.
He did.
But
then after that, right?
Yeah.
What was the purpose of that Viper?
Because you can see like there's certain heroes that are just not the same way. Like if you look at, for example, a Viper versus an Ember. Ember could lose the lane, but then he can go around getting kills all over. But Viper, slower, and again, more lumbering hero that we talked about. It's like these heroes really need to be pinpointed in one direction, just keep going. Yeah. You can't just keep changing into lanes, whereas Ember, Spirit, Voice Spirit, these heroes can do that. And DP, you know, she's not exactly in that caliber, but she can pop her ulti and take a tower. Viper can't.
And if you bring a Viper as well to the mid lane, which is a hero as team fight but no catch, slows but no real catch, I think your offlaner needs to be something that takes advantage of that more. I'm thinking something Beastmaster, LC, Magnus Centaur, these heroes that can bring that catch that you need. Because if you have a Darkseer, Darkseer's like, yeah, okay, I can buff the TB. TB's super powerful, but I myself can't do much. I can vacuum into, as Daniel said, nothing. It really is no vacuum into Nether Toxin. Oh my god, 70 damage. Like, you know, there's a reason why it's the $1 million Echo Slam, not the $1 million Surge. Right?
$1 million Surge, wow.
Another thing, yeah, we could go back to the sports stuff. What does Tiny and Clockwork, like post 20 minutes, every time PL sees them, he just kills them straight up.
That's true.
Nothing else they can do. You look at the other side, you have Earthshaker. If he walks into Terrorblade, he just, you know, he LeBron James out of there. He doesn't care about anything.
So in the grand scheme of things, if the teams swapped drafts but the carry stayed, then it actually would have been a better Terrorblade game.
Oh, much better. I would have definitely supported that better.
Well, I guess so. But I mean, yeah, we saw how good Earthshaker was against the TB with just a few illusions in the mid lane. When he just walked in and he Echo Slammed and got a kill. But against PL, yeah, even more so.
I would like. I thought the execution was also clean by Beast Coast. We saw last game. I was frustrated last game. I think this game was back to normal Beast Coast. They played very clean. They made 1 or 2 mistakes, but overall, it was exactly the Beast Coast I was expecting to see coming to the series.
Same here.
All right, gentlemen, thank you for breaking down our first series of the day. Folks, we still have one more coming up next. It's going to be Quincy Crew versus 4 Zoomers. I hope you two are looking forward to this as well.
Yeah. So much.
So Quincy Crew versus Four Zoomers. You guys are very excited for this matchup.
Yes.
So what are we going to be looking forward to?
The thing we're looking forward to, I guess, is the story. Do you want to go? Can I say it for once?
No.
That's later. That's later.
We'll save the story for a little bit later.
It's
All
a
right.
redemption arc because the Four Zoomers always loses to Quincy. This is like the anime, the hero, and you're finally fighting against the villain. He's beat you like 5 times, but this is the one. This is the one where he beats it through effort and hard work.
All right, let's see if we're going to be seeing this redemption arc happening, but it'll be happening after this commercial break. We'll see you all after this.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park. But when you call, give you my heart. You rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not take a chance. I can't pretend to like you. I don't wanna fight it. It's time to let it go. It's time to lose your inhibition. Developing a blind ambition. If you got a match, just go ahead and light it. I wanna see where this is going. We're done with playing games, not knowing, yeah. We've nothing to lose. We lost it that night. We're feeling alright. There's no need to choose. Don't make up your mind. We're feeling alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gonna do it like this. Gonna do it like that.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Welcome back to ESL 1 powered by Intel. We've just finished our South American series and now we're going to be heading up to North America with Quincy Crew versus 4 Zoomers. Now, the panel, they've got a story to tell. I had to sort of rein them in before the break, but I kind of want to hear this story. It's a redemption arc, apparently.
We're looking at it like you, me,
Yeah,
you.
Who are we talking about first? I'm excited to hear about 4 Zoomers, and he prepared something today.
All right, so yeah, we're
throwing you under the bus there.
Thank you. Yeah, 4 Zoomers, they have an interesting story with Quincy Crew because basically almost every time they play, every time they do play, they either lose or they tie. In 5 matches that they played in this year, they've lost all of them. And one of them was a tie. And the other funny thing about this matchup is that most of the times when they meet, Quincy Crew is a team that actually knocks them out of the tournament completely. You know, they met in Dota Pit as well as in the BTS Pro Series. In both cases, Quincy Crew is a team that says, oh, get out. You know, they knock them out. Another time is they just met in the GRA and they knocked them down to the lower bracket. So not as strong of a knockout, but they're their kryptonite. So 4 Zoomers coming in. It's going to be it's tough for them to go into this match. I mean, not tough. I don't really know the team, how they're feeling right now. But going into a team that's beating you a lot of times, you have to be like, there's a lot of emotion there, I think.
Yeah. Just a heads up as well for people tuning into the broadcast. We did get an update from Quincy Crew. So it seems that for today, they're going to be playing with the stand-in. Pyla Dai will be replacing SVG for today's matches. So they're not playing with the full roster, but... Ava, I think you wanted to say something about this?
Well, it's exciting. I mean, they said this in their tweet, but this is going back to the TNN roster when they were when they were newbie. Back in the day, actually, that was one of the most interesting times. You know, get dropped by your org as you're going to TI. Turns out, oops, org is 40k in debt. What are we going to do? Someone comes in to swoop and save him. And the story of Quincy Crew, to me, if you actually look at this team, is the pure essence of Dota. You know, it's this ragtag team of misfits that are making it through hard effort. If I'm going to tell the analogy, you know, to me, Quincy Crew, they're like a loaf of bread. That's what they remind me of. And I was expecting that reaction.
Fluffy and delicious.
Exactly. they're like a good baguette, you know. Quincy Crew, they had the same core for a really long time, right? Kind of playing around the Yawar and the CCNC. And it's good dough. You got good dough, right? You're kneading your dough. They're working hard every day. You can notice they're getting better and better, and they're putting effort, they're putting love into this project that will eventually become Quincy Crew. They even get a good manager, KBQ, astounding his managerial style. Really tough, but also being fair. And they're making a good project. This bread is coming together, but there's a problem. Your bread's not going to rise. You got no yeast, my friend. They're missing that one final component. And recently they find that yeast. But that yeast had to be imported. It's a yeast from Brazil. His name is Lelis. And oh my God, does Lelis fix this bread? Oh my God, is he the final ingredient? They can finally put this baguette in the oven. They cook it. They take it out. And it's crispy. It's warm. It's just the perfect bread. It's recently made. And it's what Quincy Crew is. They're the essence of Dota. They play clean. They make very few mistakes. They're incredibly consistent. I don't have any negative words about this team. They're such a pleasure to watch.
Absolute
He's
piece of bread team.
It's such a loaf of bread.
Just delicious yeast. You know,
great.
That's what you want.
I mean, yeast does make bread absolutely amazing.
There you go.
I had to study this. I had to make bread just so I can make
he
this.
was all day. He's
All
writing
night.
notes, thinking about. Oh God. Well, congratulations. You got through this whole story. I'm very proud of you, actually.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
The bread analogy. I don't think anyone's going to forget this for a while.
Well, with all the hand gestures and everything, I thought it was lovely. Some of it was under the table, so I don't know if people saw everything.
Oh yeah, when I was taking it out of the oven, I realized. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup against 4 Zoomers because Zoomers is quite the opposite. They're creative. And I want to see how that works against the consistency.
Right, so let's take a look at that creativity because the draft is ready. So let's jump in and see what we're going to be working with for our first game. Remember, this is a best of 3 series as well. So, of course, you want to get those 2 wins under your belt. And it looks like we're pretty early to the draft this time, so it's just the Doom. Nothing too crazy for our first bans.
Yeah, but Force Zoomers really like playing with the Doom. Like, it's one of the things that they always have it. Another thing that we might see as a ban is possibly the Darkseer, because they play that 4-position Darkseer, which is very interesting.
They invented it, actually.
Yeah,
They're the first people to do it.
So I find that to be like a very interesting thing that they might go for. But Force Zoomers banning the Ember Spirit. We talked all about Bread, but going to Quincy Cruz's style of play is that Quinn loves playing the Spirit Brothers, the Queen of Pain. He loves going and making spaces for space for you. There you go, Darkseer ban.
So in other words, the flashy heroes.
Yeah, he's really good at that. So taking that away from him, there, 2 spirits gone. So it is
I'd
one
even
of the.
ban the Storm next, honestly.
Yeah, you could. I mean, I think the Queen of Pain is more of the style because the Storm does take a little bit more time and he's not as active.
A bit greedier, yes.
A bit greedier. And he feels more like a late game of the latest game of the spirits.
He can almost be your win condition, honestly. He's not so much of a space creator. But have you seen Quinn recently? Now he plays it actually with rushing the Orchid ever since the buff. Storm's pretty strong. It depends on the enemy, though.
But even so, like I'm saying, like Storm, even with, like, if you go the Orchid, you can still he can go late game, and he does feel like the latest of the brothers. So, but yeah, Quincy Crew has the first pick. What would they go with here? Well, we don't have much time, but yeah, Venomancer.
So apparently, the stellar pick these this tournament, right? To deny the Void, and because he's a solid offlaner. And I would say Veno probably falls on that category of consistent offlaner. There's not many lanes, at least with the current carry pool, that that Veno loses to.
Yeah, but Vorzimers, we were talking about that they're very sort of diverse in their picks. We can see that they go with the Clink Scare. We haven't seen that the whole tournament. They can also go with the Mid Pango. That's another thing that they go with. So they have these very interesting picks. They go with the Darkseer position 4, which is banned this game, but they're gonna go with the Rubik. Interesting.
I've actually also seen for Zoomers when they see the Veno recently, they've been responding with a Lycan option, because Lycan in mid game is super strong against Veno, and your lane doesn't matter really. Like, you do okay enough so that you farm your.
He has a ton of regen also. He's one of the heroes who's like, yeah, the damage every time I don't like it, but it doesn't destroy me like does with the Faceless Void.
Yes.
So interesting opening from both teams. Quincy Crew with the Venomancer, and we have the Rubik.
Not surprised at the Rubik. Very common pick for Zoomers.
I like the hero. I don't know. I mean, it's very early though, so I wonder if some teams would say, "Oh man, I was gonna take Jakiro, but now I don't really feel like taking Jakiro because Ice Path is just too good to give to him." Something like that.
Oh, that's true. That could have been. Yeah, we have seen Quincy playing that a bit. They're gonna go for the
Ogre.
Very reliable pick. I thought we were gonna see him much more in this tournament, but not really. You know.
Yeah. I like the hero. I think the hero who cares what I think, but the hero is a lot of fun with the Bloodlust. Not amazing with the Venomancer part thing, but you do have all this extra slow. If you put them together in a lane, you have a nice tanky Ogre Magi, which he can't play as a 4. So
that's very true. Yeah,
you can play him. I mean, as a 4, it always seemed crazy to me that no one played him more as a 4 because if you do really, really well, you go minus, suddenly he becomes a core, basically. But we have Terrorblade coming out.
Infamous does that sometimes actually. But yeah, Quincy Crew, what I like about the Ogre as well as one of the opening picks is that not only is he consistent, but he also opens up your drafts. Tons of carries that are usually not that great get much more viable when Ogre's in the pool. TB pick, probably Santa Boy's most known hero, honestly. I think it's probably up there. His lane against Veno is not the easiest lane in the world, but with your meta, you can kind of deal, honestly.
I mean, yes.
The timing of your meta has to be really good, though. You have to really know when to use that ability to
Which
take
is generally when the first creep wave meets and you just have to do as much as you can to get the Venom out because Terrorblade has a lot of armor, but low HP, and Venomass doesn't care because all his damage is magical, so he just hits you a couple of times and you're like, oh great, now I can't do anything. So feels awkward if you have to pick, but they believe in it, so they must have a plan that goes with this as well.
I think they're probably saving their last pick here for Zoomers, either for the mid or the off lane, right? So they reveal TB early, and this Zoomers actually likes doing this a lot. The last pick for them is usually either a counter or a very strong space creator. So you secure that for them, and that means that no matter what happens to the lane for TB, you will have the space created by whomever else you pick, right? And it works for them.
I was thinking something about Zoomers is that we mentioned this, but we're going to go again, that Pilot is a stand-in for this match because, SVG, wish him well, he's a little sick, I think. But that means that Ogre Magi, Pilot, when you're a stand-in, you might say, I don't want the most mechanically complex here in case, I don't want to call the shots. With Ogre Magi, you don't have to do that because you're Bloodlust. You're very straightforward while you're playing. It's kind of different than if you're playing something like, the Silencer, where you have to time your ulti very careful with the rest of the team.
I can see that.
Elder Titan, Winter Wyvern. These are the things where you're like, oh, we need to really be coordinated. So Ogre Magi does fulfill that role.
I also find that Dai, if I'm going to talk about his style, he's the martyr, the ultimate martyr of Dota. The position 7, as people joke about. His understanding of spaces in the game is really
Isn't
high.
his nickname Die Die Die?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. If he doesn't have 7 deaths, you're not going to win the game, right? And I find that Ogre on these kind of heroes is really good. Like, I actually loved watching Bounty Hunter support on Pi, because when you really have this tactical understanding of the game, you got to abuse it. If you give him a very mechanical support, or a support that's supposed to be flashy, you're not going to see that map control as much.
Yeah, because, part of the position 5 especially is knowing when to sacrifice yourself. We saw that in one of the games of beastcoast where they left the Crystal Maiden to die and they all TP down. They're like, yeah, that's perfectly legitimately great way to die.
Let the CM die.
Yeah.
Who cares, man? She's dying for her carry. That's the ultimate reward of a support, That's what Nirvana feels like.
Yes, dying. So it's the best thing you can do for your team right now.
Just dying. Yeah.
Well, Quincy Crew banning the Warlock. I don't know if 4 Zoomers are big Warlock players.
Yes, yeah. They have actually been experimenting a bit with the Warlock recently. Well, actually for a while. I gotta say that the support for 4 Zoomers, their pool of heroes is actually quite impressive, I would say, for both of them. Maybe their 4 is best known for the Rubik, and that's in Rubik Mirana. But in terms of 5, I've seen a considerable variety. Both Venge and Warlock. They're actually trying to ban that 5. They don't want
Venge
it.
The Venge is one of the 4 Zoomers heroes that they play a lot. They still have
They used to play Warlock maybe a month or so ago, more so than now.
They have the Grimstroke, who's a hero they also like to play a lot on Husky. The Shadow Demon, who was pretty decent when you have Terrorblade, where it's like if he's gonna be burst down, you're like, oh, this disruption comes back, Sunders, perfect, that's what we need. So you have those 2 options.
I like the Grimstroke that you actually say.
The Grimstroke is decent because the lift and double Fade Bolt is
that's
perfectly
so good.
fine.
Grim Rubik to me is the most consistent combo. Like, I get double Doom, but double Fade Bolt you're always gonna get it, and it's good damage.
I mean, double Telekinesis is also really good. And
yes.
And Rubik is like a proper 4. One of the reasons that Grim and Lich sometimes feel a little, not underwhelming, but hard to pull off is because both of them are 5s, and you're like, oh, great.
Then your Grimstroke going for Ags, like, oh, what is this game? Yep.
So yeah, Grimstroke, Shadow Demon. Don't think that Husky's huge on the Oracle, so SD might be the save they go with.
We have seen it before, actually.
The thing is Oracle is that Venomancer's, all this damage over time is still there.
Actually, no, I like the Oracle pick you suggest, because you get the Dispel for the Veno and for the Ogre, actually.
Yeah, but you can reapply a lot of that.
Fine. But the Dispel for the Gale is what I mean. You have the Fate Seer to deny the damage. I actually like the Oracle. A bit of a magical damage burst, not bad either.
Could work in the laning stage as well.
He's pretty decent against Veno too. Lower BAT, he can deal with the wards, man. He's the true carry. No, but Veno has a pretty low HP pool. Purifying Flames hurts him.
With Oracle, there you go.
So happy that I supported you on that. You say the idea.
I mean,
I'll piggyback off.
I'm pretty 50-50 with it. I was like, I don't know if he's a big player on it, but he does, and they do need they need save.
Such a good Oracle.
Yeah, they must have a save.
I first watched Husky when he was up and coming in NA with lower teams, qualifier teams, let's call it, and Oracle was probably the pick that stood out for me.
Yeah, I was thinking it's like they gotta go Shadow Demon. The Venge was taken out because that's Husky's more standard player, but Oracle they need a save because if your Terrorblade gets bursted down, it's the worst case scenario. Yes. Someone has to save him, and he can turn a fight even at low HP.
Also, let's be honest. You're a Zoomer. The part of your identity is that you're really good mechanically. You need to pick a 5 that's hard to play. Right? It's gotta be that. You can't just play the Ogre. That's for the boomers, man. They're supposed to show off here. So I'm wondering what Monkey's hero is going to be, though.
Monkeys, let's see.
Because they banned the Bat Rider, so that's a big one. We could see the LC here, perhaps.
Yeah, they also took away his Venge. Like, Venge actually goes both ways.
True.
Because we also see the offlane Venge coming out from 4 Zoomers. Centaur's available, but it's
actually Centaur versus Veno. Yeah,
I mean, if you want to put them in the same lane, well,
no, not against him. Sorry, in the game. Is that a 4 Veno then? Or a 4 Sand King?
Oh, either way. I like it either way. I think Sand King, we're talking about this, he's trending back into the meta.
Yep.
I prefer, in this draft, it might be more suited to play as a 3, and you can have all you want is Venomancer versus Terrorblade. Doesn't matter if it's the 3 or the 4, and I think that's
true.
Yeah, and I think late game Sand King brings more. Once you have the Blink Dagger, he's got that amazing talent, the -2, the Burst Strike, and the other day I was playing when we went with the Octane, and it really reduces the cooldown to a lot.
Yeah, Veno is also a hero that likes to buy Spirit Vessel if you're 3,
Yeah.
but this game with a defensive dispel on the opponent team, you wouldn't love to use that, right? Because you'd never want to buy Orin if you can. Yeah, they're gonna dispel it right after.
Spirit Vessel is great, but when then he has dispels, like, do I,
Especially 2 dispels on Oracle, right? And he might even buy his own urn. They could even pick LC here. I like the SK though. I like that Quincy went, all right, you want a Terror Blade? Yeah, no problem. Let me magical damage this up. And you even have a great Veil carrier on either Sanking or Venno.
And Zoomers don't really have. They might want to consider getting something that can get auros. And I'm thinking, I'm going back and thinking, Centaur, Slardar, one of them who can build a pipe on monkeys might not be so bad.
I really do like
I like Centaur. I like Centaur quite a bit, actually.
The Centaur is a nice idea. I think Centaur against Venno is a good matchup. It's not very abused because Venno is newish to the meta, right? People are starting to experiment with him. But being able to just run away when he Poison Novas you is great.
And you need a front line. You would like to have someone right in front. So is it going to be Centaur?
Yes.
There you go. Good.
All right. Well, I like this, actually. I think 4 Zoomers is a pretty solid draft, but I'm still concerned for the TB. And Quincy still has not defined what Quinn is going to play. Judging by the amount of mid bans, I honestly would pick it now before they ban 2 more mids that you might want to use.
I think they're okay. You can still. I mean, you want to go Monkey King at this point with the Quincy crew because you're up against Centaur. Quincy, it feels better.
You go Zeus, fully commit to the magic damage.
Zeus is something actually. What are you gonna go with? Morphling.
So they picked their carry here for Yawar.
And it's flexible pick. I mean, I'm also believe it is. I believe mostly it's also going to go to the carry. Like I'm expecting a mid to come out last pick, but it could be a flex.
Yawar can also play in mid as well. We have seen that before with the Morphling. So you're right completely.
Could be one
it
or
could
the
be
other.
a flex in the sense that it's played in different positions, even if the same player plays it.
Yeah, they're probably waiting and seeing like what band's gonna come out.
That's a good ban of the Ancient Apparition.
Yeah,
they go.
Would they have really picked it on 4 Zoomers?
On a mid? Yes, 4 Zoomers have done that.
I mean,
before.
I saw the Dendy stack.
4 Zoomers has done this before. No.
I mean, I've seen the Dendy stack also do it. So it's like it seems like teams are okay with it.
No. If you go for 4 Zoomers, more like you never ask, will they pick it? It's like they're gonna pick this. They're gonna troll us. They're gonna cheese us. We're eliminating this out. That's what I like about Quincy though. They've beat them 5 times and they still have utmost respect for their opponents. They respect their creativity and they playing against their opponents. They've studied them well. So it's a nice matchup to watch.
I don't know if Quincy is going to go for the Clinks at this game. Because, I mean, let's assume the Morphling is the mid.
I don't love it either.
Yeah, because there's so much... First, you have Centaur to run away. He can support anyone. Oracle, he can just ulti himself unless there's an Orchid. And Terrorblade has so much physical armor that he doesn't really care too much. So I don't think Clinks...
I like the Storm, actually, that they banned. I would have taken Zeus. I'd take Quap, honestly. A magic damage dealer mid.
Quap might be something.
Quap's really good. But Quap can get countered, though, unless they ban the puck here.
But they don't actually have as much catch on 4 Zoomers. Like, they have the Rubik lift, but then the rest... And Oracle, he could use his root from a distance, but...
But you hoof stomp faster than Quap blinks, because her blink cast point is lower than... it's higher than anti-mages. So you can actually catch her with that.
Necrophos. Both teams are looking at the mid from each other, and I'm gonna focus a lot on that, I think, so...
Look at Quincy crew first, because they're the first to pick. I'm interested.
Monkey King, no... I feel the Quap would be okay. We see Lina. Wait, Lina's banned. Lina's banned. Yeah, sorry.
I honestly, to me, it'd be the Quap Zeus kind of.
By the way, all 4 spirits are banned.
Yeah,
all 4 spirits.
No, you can't let Quinn play. Quinn is the master of spirits.
The only thing left for him to play would be the Queen of Pain then.
As the Kunkka.
I think that would be the.
Yeah, because that's a more consistent mid, so that makes sense, right? You want to ban the mids. Because I think that Zoomers are looking to counter this mid pick no matter what. Right?
I'm gonna go with the Queen of Pain. I think that's what they might consider taking.
You know, I actually kind of like the Invoker here.
Invoker's also solid. Yeah, magic damage, something that can keep people away. A lot of control. Like Queen of Pain has that because
it's the same idea, just depending on what you think.
It's gonna be. There we go. Queen of Pain. Four Zoomers. It's gonna be Gunner's hero now.
Very solid.
Invoker is possible for them because he likes to play it. So Invoker's there. We've seen the Pango mid. I don't think I want Pango mid in this one. Although there's a lot of chaos, which I do like that part. But I think you go Invoker and you get the Spirit Vessel on him, and you can kill Morphling.
I like the Invoker pick a lot. I will mention just because it has to the puck, because the puck matchup versus Queen of Pain is also fantastic. And he's great against Morphling.
But he doesn't get Spirit Vessel. And you need a Vessel holder really helps.
Yeah, and Oracle can't really buy it. Yeah, maybe they're thinking to counter more the Queen of Pain, because definitely Invoker is okay in the lane. It's not
I think Invoker. It seems like Invoker might be a decent pick here. But
okay. I'd like to see. I'd honestly like to see the Invoker. I think it'd be more interesting. Oh, taking a page from...
what was Thunder Predator?
Thunder Predator, yes. I actually love this. It's really good against Squap. You max the spell if you see her going for Shadow Strike. Otherwise, you just ignore. You win the lane naturally because of your attack damage and your melee. Actually great against Morphling. Brings the catcher missing. Oh, this is perfect. I can't love the Legion mid more.
Yeah, it's if there was a game to pick it, this is a good one. Removes a lot of like even the burst strike. You know, he uses the burst strike combo into the epicenter. He's like, oh no, we can save you. I like the pick a lot. I like the LC pick a lot, but I'll still go back to Quincy Crew because I also think their draft is very solid, and they have Quinn on the Queen of Pain making space. You are late game Morphling. I think they'll probably take it.
I think again the drafts are very even.
Yes,
but I also slightly for skill based, and because I also like their draft maybe slightly bit more. Quincy Crew I agree with. I don't love that Terrorblade. I think it's been countered a bit too much.
Right, so both of you going to go on Quincy Crew?
Yes.
Unfortunately, no love there for Zoomers, but let's see if they're able to prove the panelists wrong. Our first match of our second series of the day. It's North America, guys. If you haven't tuned in already, it's going to be a very exciting matchup, and Moxie and Purge will be taking you through this match.
All right, some NA action today. I'm excited to see it. And personally, I'm a Zoomers fan. Like, I love myself some Quincy Crew. I love the fact that they have Lelis on the team as well. You know, Brazilian fan here too. But what do you think, Purge? Do you think that the Zoomers have what it takes to take down Quincy Crew? I think they just won their last tournament too.
Yeah, they've definitely got what it takes, I think. Not to mention there's a roster swap on the other side, so or at least for stand-in for the day, so that's going to help a little bit as well. But yeah, there may be some issues with the Terrorblade. I don't have massive confidence in the hero. It's very good at not losing the laning stage. It's very good at being able to go jungle early, but it's a little bit finicky to making sure that you can do enough damage. It always feels a little bit Medusa-like, not nearly the same because it's easier to hit towers. You have a lot of other benefits. Thunder is amazing, but I just don't have full faith in the hero. I really do like the Legion pick. I really agreed with the guys that Legion was perfect for this game circumstance. Gives them great lockdown. If they can have a great Legion game from Gunnar, then I think it could be a really good match.
So is that going to be enough to tip the scales, though, right? Pi standing in, the Legion pickup. What do you think?
So. I think it'll be enough. Potentially, but the main things that they got to worry about is Quincy Crew picking up an Ags on Morphling and just doing crazy Burrow Strike waveform blasts to kill people on the enemy team. But they do also have some counters to that. They have pretty tanky cores as a whole. They've got an Oracle who can save himself or others from burst magic damage, and maybe even a Rubik. Who knows if he lands his stuns in time. But there's a lot of cool disables, a lot of damage burst, that kind of thing coming from Quincy, so that could be really powerful also.
It's very scary, too, to consider the fact that it is Yuar who's playing that Morphling, and that is one of his best heroes, if memory serves. So, all eyes on him, for sure. I feel like the Sand King, Lelis playing that. That's a throwback. I remember back when he was on SG, he played a lot of that hero.
Mm-hmm.
Different time, though, different patch, but...
It's not quite like Sand King is good, but can have some issues. Very good initiator, obviously, but lane wise, outside of like the Sentry Abuse stuff where you stay invisible, he can have some issues. He's not as good at fighting to the death as most other offlane heroes are, just because you have weaker attack speed, low armor, crappy agility gain. Even your strength gain is not that incredible for a typical offlaner, but you've also got a really amazing gap closing stun and lots of AoE damage. There they go, little high five, beautiful.
Just for morale. I forgot the Zoomers really like their voice lines. We'll be hearing a lot of those. We'll be hearing quite a few of those, most likely. They're a fun team. They definitely fit in very well when they were playing up against the South American teams with all the tips, the voice lines, and whatnot. But we can see the Legion mid again. You know, that's something we saw yesterday. And, you know, the joke is it's a Peruvian special, right? Taking that Legion mid. But in this case, it does offer some nice solutions to what is being thrown at. How do you feel this lane's going to go?
It should be about even. Like Quinn doesn't even scale Dagger. It's not worth it because Gunnar could just dispel it using Press the Attack, which also gives him a heal. So there's no way that Quap makes out on that fight. So they're just basically going to farm. There's not going to be a kill most likely unless like Quinn makes a major mistake and he gets a duel off or something. But it'll mostly come down to the rotations. That's what we need to focus on in the mid lane after the first 10 minutes. It's like who's going to be more successful ganking side lanes? Is Gunnar going to pick up a lot of damage and be able to get something out of that?
I mean, we'll have to find out and see. I'm not sure why Pi walked all the way top and then TP'd back, but Husky sitting very low here is going to be forced to use that salve. There's a lot of
one thing
dispels
that's
on this
actually
team.
well, one thing weird about this is that we actually have Venomancer playing support, not 3. In every other game, it's been a 3-position Venomancer, which has been very effective, but maybe not so much against the Terrorblade.
Do you think they drafted themselves a little bit too much in, I don't want to say a corner because it's just very, very flexible in any case, right? But was it a situation where they might have been like, okay, well, you know, if they're going to pick up this hero and that's going to counter it, then we should just shift it?
Venomancer I think it's pretty safe to pick early so far in the drafts, but I guess they just didn't like the core matchups. And it all comes down to how Veno's game goes. I think one nice thing about it is that there isn't that much like solo kill potential on the Zoomer side, with the exception of duels. There's going to be a lot of duels going on Venomancer to kill him, to prevent him from casting spells, I think. Everybody else on the Zoomers lineup isn't necessarily, it's not like Terrorblade's going to jump forward and kill Venomancer by himself. It'll be a little bit rare. But
right.
MSS could have a good game. It just kind of depends on how well the laning stage goes and how many items he's able to pick up and how many times he gets to just sit back passively. So I'm curious to see what items he builds, but as long as he's not played like as a 5 with no farm, I think he'll be okay.
I think he's going to pick up something like a Veil to that effect, something cheap that's going to be able to amp him up a bit.
Probably. Veil, potentially mech, that kind of thing. Aura items. Yeah, pretty much similar type of items as we normally see out of Veno, just going to be coming a little bit later than normal.
Well, it seems very quiet currently. Very different from a lot of the South American matches that we've seen where they just kind of, you know, put their foot on the gas pedal and start running at one another.
We will be seeing kills soon, though. We've got double stuns here in the off lane for Zoomers. The Ogre Magi Morphling lane, that's going to be more passive. It's kind of nice that they have an Ogre in that case because all the pressure can go on him instead of the Morphling. And then, like we said, mid lane, unlikely to see a kill. So probably will be a kill on Ogre or Morphling, or for the top lane, either Oracle or Veno are the most likely people to die this game in the lanes.
I think the bottom lane is just such a classic with the setup from the Rubik and then right into the Stomp, but they do have a lot of kill potential with Husky playing this Oracle once he hits level 3. Does have a pretty powerful nuke. Will be kind of difficult, though, for him to kind of work these guys down to the point where they'll be able to make things happen. And speaking of, not quite lining up just right here, probably going to be able to walk away, but starting to see some of that aggression coming out from this bottom lane.
Yeah, Centaur's buffs that came in the last patch are really good. He's got a lot more damage in the laning stage, lower cooldown on Double Edge. It's easier for him to feel impactful, especially with telekinesis. So happy to see him drafted a bit more. It doesn't feel so much just like a walking ult in later stages of the game as much.
That always feels better.
It does, yeah. And MSS going for more points in Plague Wards to help stabilize the laning stage top.
So I'm guessing like part of the whole point of this is to try to mow down the tower early, cut off some of this jungle for Sammy Boy using these wards?
Not necessarily mow the tower. It's more like it's a good way to pressure and to feel more out of his hero because he can deny creeps, that kind of a thing. He can fight better. It's harder for Husky to fight through now that these Plague Wards have so much health, especially with the level 2 Plague Wards. Like, they don't do that much damage to heroes. They apply a little poison damage, but more importantly, it's just difficult for them to get on top of Venomancer. Better than something like Gale would provide anyways. So he'll probably just spam them, area control. It'll be really easy for them to get bounties, as you can see, because it's hard for them to get through the Plague Wards. So just, there's a mix of good benefits, basically.
Makes sense. Kind of like an Omni tool in a sense. But
They're not going to get kills, though.
True, but I don't think necessarily that they're looking for the Venomancer to have that potential at this time either, considering what they have on the board.
Yep, I'd agree with that.
Dire's courier has been killed.
That's not going to be any vision on the map here for the Zoomers, since Husky's courier gets sniped by MSS.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And Sammy Boy's courier too. All right, no deliveries for this top lane. They all got murked.
I think the courier, though, the wards must have cleaned him up.
That's possible, yeah.
Like.
Even more value on those Omni wards. But Sammy Boy finding first kill here on the little Venomancer. Lelis trying his best to just push him back. They don't have that detection right in the corner. Ooh, can they get their own courier kill? No, I don't think Husky's quite fast enough here.
Yeah, Venomancer is pretty vulnerable to getting killed in this match, that's for sure. And you go disable near TB, and that's a easy pickup.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
There goes Pylai Die. First death again. Oh, you are, though, too, getting taken out. Very nicely done from the Zoomers.
That is the benefit of the Centaur, man. He gets a double edge so many times in the early game. I assume he has double edge semi-maxed out is why there was so much damage output coming from Centaur. But
there's so many people moving to the top
does.
lane.
Yep. A lot of double edge. Yep, here comes the dive top.
Lellis on the hunt. They would prefer to get Sammy Boy, obviously, but Gunnar also making his own rotation, going to force them back. Doesn't want them to allow them to have
Ooh,
us.
good stun.
It's a stun coming out from Pi. Sammy hiding in the corner. Looks like Quinn's decided he doesn't want this anymore, and there's going to be the Burrow Strike out, but the root thrown out by Husky will be able to grab 2, and they're going for this dual damage. I'm not sure if they have enough, though. Are they going to be able to? Yes. The very last second, they'll be able to find the kill on Lellis and give him the sloppy orangutan kiss.
Sammy Boy was waiting a long time to show himself there. I mean, I'm sure they expected him to be there still, but good dual kill. Stop the pressure. Sammy Boy can go back to farming for a bit. It's going to put him a little bit behind where Quap was, but if Rubik rotates mid, this is perfect. They don't lose too much in the meantime.
Right now, 4 kills going over to the side of the Zoomers. Terrorblade sitting at the top net worth, followed very closely by Yuar, though. The dual damage is nice, though. If you can start getting that going early, the snowball potential is
That's basically the magic that breaks or makes the Legion Commander. It's whether or not you can get kills anytime you cast duel on somebody. So all comes down to the damage. See if you can jack the rune here. Nothing here. He'll just walk away.
Bottom. Oh, that's a double damage. Quinn's gonna love that.
Yeah, really good pickup. And he's got Gloves of Haste already, so very easy for them to get a kill, especially on Monkeys here with his low HP. But
they do have a ward off to the side, though. So perhaps.
Yeah, they might have seen him.
Quite.
No, they didn't. But they did know that he got the rune bottom for sure. So very makes sense that they backed up. They weren't going to get caught there.
I feel like this has got to be kind of frustrating. He's tried to make these rotations top, right? Quinn was looking for an opening, ended up having to back off, realizing that it wasn't opportune. And I feel like Quinn doesn't enjoy playing not scared necessarily, but not being able to be super aggressive.
Yeah, it's tough, but I mean, it's lucky he didn't walk all the way bottom. He didn't lose that much, and that's part of playing Dota sometimes at high levels is that you just have to start heading somewhere, and maybe they react, maybe they don't. On the bright side, with the matchup, he gets to max Scream first, and with maxing Scream, he's going to jungle way better than a Quap normally does at this point in the game, so he can be a little bit more unpredictable with where he goes with his movements, which is kind of nice. Could get his team a bit more kills. And it's going to give Ogre more levels, kind of similar to what happened with Gunnar. Gunnar rotates, the Rubik goes mid, gets some more golden experience. This is also going to open up space potentially for Venomancer too, who also has a lot of needs in terms of levels and gold.
Been making his way back middle. Rubik does have to be careful, has that double damage activated. Goes for that Scream of Pain, though. Be nice for the Rubik.
It always feels bad walking forward and casting a spell and then he gets something. Because now Ocean is effectively like a level 10 hero in terms of skill points that he has. Which is very powerful. Any gank that he does right now is a high chance to succeed. And Quincy knows this. They're rotating over.
Oh, they go. Grab the rune right from underneath their noses. They don't have the detection, though.
Yes, that's what it feels like. All right. Husky trying to force this fight, though.
I think you go after the Venoman. I guess you could go after Lellis. In fact, yes, if Lellis is going to go that far forward. Oh, but the Sonic Wave coming out from Quinn takes down Husky. And now Gunnar is just ticking down so that they do manage to get the kill on Lellis, but they'll end up losing Gunnar. Are they going to lose Ocean too? Do they have enough damage? No, they just don't have the spells.
I was pretty surprised that Husky forced that so hard because they did spend a lot of time in that area. It was very likely that Quap rotates over for that. Great ulti combo. No dual kill. They do pick up the Sand King, but it's not going to be worth fully. But not the end of the world either.
These cores are like neck and neck in terms of net worth. 4.7 over on the Morphling, 4.4 on Terrorblade, and of course, Quinn sitting at the top, 4.8. So still very even, less than 1k net worth lead. Gunnar Looking for the duel, has Husky nearby. He's gonna need those nukes, and there it is. That's some more duel damage. They're gonna try to hold Quinn down as well as they go with the root. Another couple hits, the lift coming out, and there's a follow-up beautifully done by Ocean. Can they find a kill on MSS2 though? Gunnar needs to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage underneath the tower. He does have Ocean and Husky nearby. That heal coming out from Ocean paying off in spades as Sammy sees this opportunity and says, all right, I've got meta up, let's take a tower.
Pressure at least. They're going to get this to probably half HP. Really well played by Gunnar though. Went in and dueled at a moment. It didn't even look like Ogre was going to be able to kill, but it was the perfect timing for Husky to move forward, get the Purifying Flames. The real surprise though was the Quap kill. I did not anticipate Quap dying there at all. Maybe hesitated on the blink or didn't think that the Fortune's End would really set up that much, but Rubik showing up with Burrow Strike clinched that double kill, and that was a great moment for Zoomers.
It's like one of the best spells that a Rubik can get too. I didn't even realize he had stolen it at the time.
Yeah. On the bright side, only level 2 still, so it's slightly weak, but...
Bottom lane, Monkeys trying to go and finish up, but they'll turn their attention now over to Pi. That's going to be more dual damage, maybe. Yes, at the last second, they have the hit. And now Yoar trying to run behind this tower. He's looking for help. There's also Ocean just sitting in the back line. Husky finding him over, has the vision. Trying to juke away, trying to just get out from all of these heroes, but it's not going to be enough. And on the back line, Lelis shows up. Do they have the detection? Yes, Husky does. In fact, he's right next to Lelis. Is going to just go heal himself forward. Another Burrow Strike following through, and Monkeys kills himself a Sandy King.
Dude, Rubik is dumpstering this game. Oh, he's playing so well. Moving around with the Burrow Strike, showing up to all these fights, getting double disabled. He's got he's heavily strength morphed by the way. Maybe this is why he picked up this Wraith Band, because he has almost no agility. So rather than have no armor, he picks up a Wraith Band to give him a cool like 3 armor for 500 gold, which is pretty effective.
That's tanky Rubik.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Little defense of the mid push here. Monkeys forever getting full. Gunnar having a really good game so far. Doesn't have the highest net worth, but having this many kills I think is really effective at this point.
Yeah, it's been one heck of a week for the Zoomers too. I believe both Monkeys and Gunnar lost power and internet for a little while, if not a couple days, being in the line of that big storm that came through the Northeast.
So, I suppose you're a little sympathetic to their cause.
Yeah, a little.
Also having similar issues.
Well, you know, the nice thing is I did not lose power and I did not lose internet. But it definitely came through. I definitely had to hide in my basement because there was a tornado actual warning, not just a watch, like an actual warning. That's not something you typically have happen in where I'm living, you know?
That is weird. Know a lot about tornadoes in the Midwest. Have a lot of experiences eating pizza in a little room, watching old TV shows with my parents.
That sounds
Fond
adorable
memories.
and old-timey and also very scary.
Yes, we would watch like Mr. Bean and like Ben and Jerry cartoons, just crap like that. Put a
Tom
TV
and
down.
Jerry?
I felt like, yes,
Ice cream cartoons, those sound delicious.
yes. But it felt like camping. It was nice.
I've never
Almost
been
a
camping.
pipe. Yeah, you're missing out. The ticks
I don't know.
are to die for.
I live in Connecticut. I don't want
Excuse
any
me?
more. I don't want any more of that. No more ticks. None.
He just solo killed a carry by himself
Ocean, what a god.
with Fire Blast. He
Fire
must have got a
Blast,
multicast.
yeah.
I mean, he's dead now. Who gives a shit?
He was able to go and get that kill. He's fighting through this. That is actually pretty ridiculous to see how tanky he was. Then they're gonna rush on in. Not gonna be able to quite grab Quinn, but might be able to go and clean up over here onto Pi. They'll go with the Poison Nova. Husky on the other side, they're waiting patiently. They go and they find the kill on Sammy. He is just taken down as Monkeys is the only one that they're gonna be able to save as Husky slowly being clicked down little by little here. Legion, Gunnar trying to save him. It looks like he's although Lelis, he's looking. He's trying to get over there fast enough, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to gap that distance.
They lost TV. I don't even notice that one. I did see him in that fight picking up the Ogre kill, but they must have cleaned him up on the back line. While the Oracle ran for his life. Great TP by Monkeys Forever as well. Reading the situation there. No way he dies when he gets back with the Oracle ulti. And a Blink Dagger up on Sanking. It's a big deal for sure. There's a replay of this moment. A couple right clicks here. He gets... Oh, I see. This is why. Burrow Strike, Epicenter, and that was the Sonic Wave. Gotcha. Of course he did die. I did see that.
Husky just was not close enough to get that false promise off on the Terrorblade. I think that makes a huge difference. had he
It
been.
does.
But
Got there just a little bit too late. And this is that time period too where Terrorblade's HP is just not quite high enough. And against a heavy AoE burst hero like Quap, that's a vulnerability. But either way, 12 kills on Zoomers. Seems like they should have a massive advantage, but they're actually only up by 1k. And now an Orchid on Quap is going to make everything a lot scarier for the Zoomer side, especially for players like Oracle as well as Rubik.
I think it's time that they go and they find a buddy. I don't think we're going to be seeing any more solo kills coming out from Rubik. Although we were very surprised to see that solo kill in the first place, to be quite honest.
Yes, he's done a really good job so far this game.
Yeah, Ocean's is on fire. I like it too, you know, on theme. We talked about Husky having the Husky courier. Ocean has the Ocean heart. Just makes sense.
Perfect, yeah.
Yeah.
It does make a lot of sense, yeah.
The lore implications
Incredible.
of Ocean as a player.
Yeah, it's they're huge. Very cool. Monkey's forever here, just about to finish his pipe.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And either way, even though he died, we still have Sammy Boy at the top net worth, so
Radiant's bottom
they're still in a good
tower is
spot.
under attack.
Philosopher's Stone definitely going to Oracle. Maybe
Dire's
Rubik, I don't know.
top tower
We'll see.
is under attack.
I like how you immediately backtracked on that. Definitely going to
Definitely,
Oracle.
but maybe.
But maybe.
It's good. Cast range is usually a little better on Rubik than Oracle. It's really good on both, actually. I know it's a hard decision.
I don't know, after watching that last fight and seeing Sammy Boy not being able to be saved because Husky was a little too short.
I think he did already have the keen optic though in that moment, so it helps, but it's not the world changing. All right, let's see if they can get a free duel here. Looks like it.
Looking like it's gonna be a very dead Pylai die. What was the joke? Die.
Yep. That's what he's trying to do. Break the smoke. I mean, giving dual damage away feels bad though, I gotta say. Normally dying like that, it's not good. Or it's okay, it's potentially, but dual damage makes it a little bit better for him.
We have 50 dual damage on this Legion at 18 minutes.
Yes, that's a nice start for sure.
That's pretty scary for some of these
He does have
squishier
blink,
guys.
right?
He has
blink
blinks.
on Legion.
Yeah, he has
Okay,
blink.
that's what I thought.
Ooh, Bloodlust stolen on Ocean too.
Hmm.
That's gonna make his players even happier.
Yeah, especially Legion, who gets all this free damage. Pair that with attack speed, and you've got better kills. I'm sure you'd rather have a disable though, like Burrow Strike, Fire Blast, something like that. But better for getting solo kills. But
Could be worse though.
it definitely could be. Scotty's one nice advantage that Zoomers do have against Morphling though. Lowers or prevents some of the healing. They can use that against Morphling to prevent some of the morph shift. Will make it easier to fight him to the death. But he's almost, he's got E-Blade ready. So now it is danger mode. But again, they've got Oracle to stop magic damage. If they know that the morph is coming, they can definitely protect against it. It really was a perfect Oracle pick.
They have to protect that Oracle really, really carefully though, because they do have Quinn who's gonna jump onto the back lines. Like they're gonna be thirsting really hard for Husky this entire time. They know that he is the save, and there's not a Bloodthorn. The Orchid is online, so it makes things even more terrifying.
Radiant's bottom tower
But
is
Gunner
under attack.
again sees Pi. This is gonna be the second duel that Pi gives away here to Gunner.
Mm-hmm. He just had to wait a moment to make sure he could get one other hero in range to get some damage in, guarantee the duel. Still a good E-Blade timing, despite all the deaths on Morphling, 2 unexpected ones in the laning and the jungling. Ooh, dodges the Burrow Strike.
Lelis is a little bit off on that timing. The meta comes back out. They have the vision. This should be a very dead Sand King. And it is.
And they got the ward. So it feels extra bad.
Heard an E-Blade, but not enough to take down the Legion Commander as she's finished up the Blade Mill, which means they're going to have to be a bit careful. There are some of the squishier side of heroes here. Had another double damage on Quinn.
He's getting a few, yeah. Hasn't really been in too many kills, but he's definitely farming quick. That part's not bad. Still Aether Lens sitting on Rubik. Legion Commander, very tanky, very high damage, plus 122 damage he's dealing with right now. Might be an engagement by Roche though.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're in there. They don't have Lelis. And again, there's another duel. Third amount of damage coming through here, given over to
Quinn is
Gunner as
solo.
he's chasing them down. Quinn has to be very careful. Monkeys is here too. They do have the Stampede. Their follow-up though. Lelis jumping forward onto the back line, so he'll be able to take down MSS. Looks like he'll be able to take down Husky too. Gunner finally going to fall, but the Stampede's a little late as they chase after Quinn. It's all split up, but they're still going to be able to get the kill. They'll be able to take down the Quap. Lelis just trying to play around here. There's the E-Blade going through again. They're not able to take down Sammy Boy just yet, and they even go and manage to get that save over onto Sammy, heal him up, try to get him back in the lift. There's going to be another buyback coming out now. Quinn wants to be a part of this action. He'll turn attention over onto Monkeys. He's very tanky. Sammy Boy standing back with Husky. Already used a lot of their resources for this. That Roche is sitting very low. And Gunner buying back too.
It still went really good. Like the fight started with an instant kill. The E-Blade came out, tried to save him, and it was too late. So E-Blade was on cooldown at the start of the fight too. So it's just good pressure. The silence ended up being a little bit too much, especially because it coincided with them going on Husky in the backline, who normally would have been able to save Gunner. So still a little bit of a mistake, but they held Roche. They get the tier 1 tower mid. Not too bad for Zoomers, and there's a nice net worth advantage, a little bit of an advantage there for Sammy Boy now. They're scanning it. We'll see if they commit to the Roche. They're gonna start on it. I don't think they have meta quite yet, or maybe
no,
they
used
still.
it.
Sure.
I think they used it in the last fight, didn't they? Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was from the Sand King kill, I think, over by the Ancients, I believe. Can they grab somebody else though?
Where's
Very
Pi?
vulnerable here. Oh, that's UR. I'm sorry.
There's the jump forward. This is, again, just more dual damage going over to Gunner, making it look good. Pi next to be on the hit list as he gets taken out. MSS throwing down the banana because there's pretty much nothing else that he can do at this moment. And that's going to be a Roche here as meta is back up. And they should be able to shred this Roshan very easily. Especially once Gunner gets into this pit.
Gunner's owning this game. 110 damage. Perfect dual grab. The help to have a sentry, obviously. He was able to grab him even through Sandstorm, but if he grabs Sand King, who's supposed to initiate in the rest of the fight? Pilot Eye can't do it very well because he's quite behind. Like, he does have a stun, and yes, he's Ogre, but no one else is going to counter-initiate there. So, great grab once again. That was probably the best hero he could have grabbed outside of maybe Quap or Morphling. So, Zoomers just keep dominating. 6k gold advantage now. I think they're just going to scale better and better. They've got good solutions against the scary heroes like Orchid from Quap and E-Blade from the Morphling. So Zoomers got to be really happy.
Like you said, they just picked up that Scotty, which will be very good against the Morphling in terms of slowing him down a bit with that health regen. But they're putting on the pressure in the bottom lane. Don't have all the heroes there, but perhaps just trying to do some chip damage for some TPs. Although the tower's already quite low. I didn't realize how low it was. Fortification coming out.
TB is so good against towers, Glyph especially, because his arm is so stupidly high that he does not care if he tanks towers. One nice advantage of him that normally this would be a difficult tower to take down with most other carries, but with Aegis and Sunder and TB, it's pretty cake. Now they're going to cross the map, looking for more picks in the mid lane if possible. And considering Gunner has so much gold, this will be easy to do by himself, I think.
Hesitating a little bit.
The creep was blocking him. It was really slow because it was scaled. He was trying to go in, but he didn't want to blink because he didn't need to. But he makes it. Another duel.
All right. To 130 damage, I believe, for victory.
Yep. Now they all have to buy Lincoln Spheres now. And this is, again, the power of the mid-Legion commander. You're going to lane pretty successfully no matter what, and then you just need to move around the map getting these dual kills. And there's so much movement speed from just having like phase boots and your first skill and maybe even drum. He didn't buy it this game, but so much movement speed that you can actually get quite a few dual kills with a little bit of good play.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that video that you're going to make about this since you lost the bet the other day. Hey, you're seeing the power.
It was more like you kind of just forced me into it and I said yes. Which I guess is
I'm
me
pretty
agreeing,
sure.
But
I think it was a bet.
Okay.
I'm sure there are videos to back this up, but
okay.
I'm not
The
that
Lincoln
intimidating.
Spheres-
I don't think I could force you to do anything here, dude.
Good. Thank God I'm safe. It'll just never pay out. The Lincoln Spheres could be really
alright.
big for the rest of the match as well, just because they can interrupt the duel. That'd be a really good moment. So with good play, it could be pretty sick.
It's gonna take a while though. Like, I feel like there's so many other things that can go and pop it. So perhaps it works out during the first time that you jump in and try to get that duel off, but after that you wise up pretty fast.
Yeah, and we'll see what he buys to try to counteract it, but You can do things like double edge.
Oh no! Oh, this is the perfect target. Quinn. Not expecting them to be there. 150 dual damage. Poor Gunnar. Do you even lift, bro?
And his halberd's almost finished too, so Lincoln Sphere is about to not be a big issue.
Man, the Zoomers are just playing this so well.
Yeah,
Pi
really
just 1v1ing the illusion, and I think he's... Oh boy, oh no, oh Pi. They try to save him for a little bit longer here, just have that Yules. But I'm pretty sure that Sammy just punches him in the face. And in the mid lane, we do have a whole other fight going. Husky forced to use his own ultimate on himself, but it doesn't matter because the rest of his team is looking pretty healthy, although they're going right back in. It's a nice burrow strike. Lelis trying to run away here, but there's just too much damage coming out from Sammy, but let's turn back around. You are trying to climb away. MSS somehow, with an afterthought, does manage to get taken down, and they find it. They get even more dueled victory over on Gunnar.
What a fight. It felt like they were fighting like 8 different places on the map, and Zoomers won every single one of them. Husky didn't even die. Sammy Boy shows up to the fight after using Metamorphosis just to kill an ogre. It's like they got everything they wanted to. And Papa's still dead. And they were still able to find this opportunity against Quincy Crew. Like, they're just being rolled over now.
They're looking good. The Zoomers are zooming their way towards a victory, it seems. Of course, game's not over just yet, but a 14k lead is a little daunting. Especially when Gunnar just runs it. They do silence him up. It's still going to be a dead Pi, but Lelis jumping forward. Monkeys, they have the vision. And can they chase him down? Do they even bother chasing him down? I guess is the next question. We'll take the tower. Husky needs to be careful here. We'll get saved by his Legion.
Yeah, it looked pretty dangerous otherwise. Okay. Good push. Yeah, they didn't want to go crazy there. So no reason to throw your life away. He didn't have duels, so it wasn't as simple as just killing the Sand King. It's like the one weakness of Legion is that you can't do that much in between duels. Duels is amazing. Yes, his damage is going to be effective, but ideally you need enemies to be disabled for your hero to be good. So if they just walk away, you're kind of like, well, I'll see you in 30 seconds.
Sounds about right.
Cool blink pickup for Oracle as well. That way he can sit super far back in fights and jump forward and save allies.
And the telescope
no way he
getting
gets
found
killed.
over on the side of the Zoomers as well.
All right, can he survive with Butterfly?
The question.
Oh, the meta.
Oh, he almost managed, but the Lincolns. The Lincolns.
Oh, is that what it was? Sick.
Mm-hmm. He
just
went
thought
for
it
the
didn't come out in
Sunder on
time.
Yuar.
He did.
And
Yeah.
it popped.
Okay, good play.
All right.
Good play.
Very value.
Gunner's still ready to get a kill though.
He is a very powerful woman on that Legion commander.
Yes, he really is. Empowered. Bloodlusty.
Who's scarier, the Queen of Pain or the Legion commander at this point?
Is this even a question? Come on, it's gotta be Legion. Legion kills anybody he finds. Oh.
Well, he's not killing them just yet, but does have the blade mail up and running. Realizes on the back line. Oh, I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure about this duel. Do they have the save for him? Yes, they do. All right, Husky coming in. Gonna be able to save Gunnar. Not gonna be able to get that duel damage this time around, but we'll be able to keep him alive just a bit longer. You are, though, over on the side, looking over here at Monkeys as he tries to just run back, but he'll go back in, looking for the stop. Not gonna be able to land it. You are just too fast. The nice burrow strike coming out from Lelis will cancel the teleport, and they'll end up getting themselves a pony.
Well, they saved Legion, and that looked like somebody was about to get 30 damage to me, 20 damage to me, but it didn't happen. He stays alive. Not too bad considering that Terrorblade was dead, I believe, at the start of that fight, so... I don't think he bought back, right? I don't think he did.
Whose Yules was that, though? Because I think the Yules actually saved Legion's life.
He did not buy back. Not sure. Maybe Rubik? Probably Rubik's Yules.
No, but it was the enemy's Yules, I'm pretty sure. Because it was on...
It was a neutral item. What neutral item is that? It was on screen. Go back. Go back to where Rubik is. There's a neutral item on the ground. Up a little bit. Up a little bit. Right there.
Oh, yeah. Quickening charm.
Quickening charm. That's good.
That's really good.
Taiga already has
Somebody
one.
go pick that
or,
up.
sorry, Ocean already has one.
Taiga. Oh, God. We are changing regions. That always throws me off whenever he does that. It throws
Somebody
me off
pick up
every
the
time.
neutral item. There we go. Gunnar saw it. He's ready to play. He's ready to win.
I thought he was going to hold on to it and just be like, I wonder if I can get more duels per... really
It's
up
not-
that efficiency.
It's not terrible. Lowering the dual cooldown is not bad. Lowers blink, lowers halberd, lowers blade mail. That's actually it's kind of good on him. I'd kind of like it, but we'll see.
I think
Jenny
he's
Quiver
happy
could be
with
good
the.
too.
Well,
The
he
dragon
had the
scale, I
dragon
mean-
scale right now. Yeah.
I think you could replace it. Like the armor is good, and the regen is good too, I guess. But there's got to be better items for him. There's not a lot of great tier 3 items for
Legion's-
carries actually.
Legion's
Most
not
of those are
holding
pretty weak.
anything at this point. I guess they're waiting for the enchanted quiver, perhaps.
Yeah, not sure. Ooh, Paladin Sword for Morph. He's going to be pretty happy with that one. There's their lost item, the poor Quickening Charm. Lost to the Dire team.
They'll never know.
Nope.
Feels bad. But can you miss something that you never knew you had in the first place? That is the philosophical
You
question.
open the shop and you see the shame. So yes, I'm sure they will miss
Okay.
it.
There's the answer.
It's painfully gone.
All
They're
right,
waiting to see
hoping.
if...
Oh,
There it is.
Husky?
The Husky Courier.
Don't let Husky die. Don't let the little courier die. They do have vision over here, though. They dropped that. You hear the blade mail coming out from Gunner. He's going in for the dual damage over here on Lilith. Should be able to find it, although, nope, the buy's a little bit more. Oh, he still manages to find the kill. Pie's just getting shredded. MSS gets taken out immediately. Quinn throwing out the Sonic Wave will knock them back.
What a fight. It looks like kind of close. The duel happened. It was like, oh, it took a little time to get him. And all of a sudden, those big boys just ran into the Veno in the Sand King, or the Veno and the Ogre, and they just got blown up.
Yeah. Yep, Sammy just shows up, starts throwing snowballs at them, and they had no hope. No hope at all. So that's going to be a set of racks.
I think so. Yeah, he does pick up the Quickening Charm in the end on Legion. Good choice.
I like it. More duels per minute.
Exactly.
DTM.
Everyone's dead, or alive, that is. You know, the opposite. So spread out, farm again. They have great map control. They're going to be pretty happy with their position. Queuing up a gem on Oracle, it's a great decision. If they have great map control, then you can move around and deward all their wards, and then they basically can't leave the base except for smoking. And yeah, they're going to get some kills with those smokes, but when their smokes run out, then the game is definitely over.
All right. Well,
here
let's see
comes
if
the
they can
smoke.
make anything happen. Gwen leading the charge. Scotty is completed now over on the Morphling.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They figured that out pretty quick, that it was an illusion. Roche respawns, so this is where the next action is going to be.
Look at the positioning. Monkey's just, running around, being the bait, so to speak. I think they have an idea he's over there. They dropped the ward.
It sounds.
What? Okay, yep, they break the Lincolns. Gunner going in, he was thinking about it, but the rest of the team is right behind. He's not quite sure he wants to engage just yet.
Ogre's in trouble.
But, oh, Pie. They don't even need to duel you, Pie. Oh,
big
Monkey's
stun.
jumping forward, though, grabbing two of them. They go to break the Lincolns. They'll turn back around. They'll get the kill on Lois. They'll be able to go follow up, get the kill on Quinn. It's a beautiful epicenter, though. But Sammy Boy, he's protected. He's got the BKB. He's got all the damage. You are now forced to run away. They bought back on the Venom. They bought back over on the Ogre. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Are they going to be able to save you? War, though? He's just getting shredded into pieces. Monkey's getting himself a double kill, and that's going to open up Roche. There is nothing that this Venomancer or Ogre can possibly do about it. They disconnect.
Oh,
It's just Lois. Oh, did they call
they
game
must have typed
two?
GG.
Oh my gosh.
They must have called GG earlier. 'Cause
I was like, there's no way that he just rage quit. That does not strike me as something that Lilith would do.
yeah, but boy, was that game. The game got really one-sided towards the end. All those team fights just became amazing when Rubik steals Bro Strike every time. Like, even when they throw in a great Bro Strike and catch 3 heroes, he does the same thing right back to them, and that buys them enough time to follow up with like a Centaur stun, and it gives them so much space for Sammy Boy to deal tons of damage, and Gunner just to do basically whatever he wanted to. They got so far ahead there that it was almost impossible to team fight him.
Who do you give MVP to in that particular matchup, though? Because, I mean, Ocean played incredible on that Rubik. That Rubik was
He did.
everywhere, but Gunner got so much. Was it enabling? Did Ocean enable that, do you think?
I think
You
I
give
think
it
I
to
would
him?
probably give it to Ocean over Gunner, but like I'm feeling like 60-40 Gunner. Gunner played really good too. Got some solid duels off, but other than like the map movement part, his game was a little bit more straightforward with how to play. So I guess I'd probably say Ocean, but they both played excellent.
Well, that was definitely a treat to watch. And of course, this is a best of 3 series, guys. So we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we're going to have game 2 for ESL 1 Thailand. So stick around.
I don't wanna fight it. It's time to let it go. It's time to lose your in.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
We're going through the motions, in super slow motion. It's time to lose your inhibition, developing a blind ambition. Fire it up, ignite it. I don't wanna fight it no more. I wanna see where this can go. I'm done with playing around, not knowing. Yeah, we've nothing to lose. We're lost at the night. We're feeling alright. My eyes are on you, and yours are on mine. We're feeling just fine. Just let it go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never run. Got the bodies on tap, put the body on it, getting cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never run. The shots in my tap, everybody's on that, getting cloudy on it. Yeah, we do it like this, cause I like it like that, with the blind ambition. I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not sure. Start over.
Welcome back to ESL 1, powered by Intel. Already, Game 1 is done and dusted for our second series of the day. 4 Zoomers being able to take it. Quincy Crew, they had a bit of an interesting laning stage. I think we were a bit not a bit, but very confused because Terrorblade basically got away with that lane scot-free.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was when you see the lane. I mean, the whole draft was magical damage, but that lane was only magical damage.
Yeah.
And the fact that TB can actually survive that. We did mention that TB Veno is not that bad because he can deal with the wards somewhat, and the Metamorphosis helped him a lot. But to me, it's just Sammy Boy's performance. I think Terrorblade is his comfort pick. There's a reason they picked it second. And he just played stellarly. The lane went okay for him, and then he could just jungle the whole game, and I never saw any mistakes really by him.
Yeah, I was still a little surprised though that they were able to take it that way. I mean, you have Sand
Me
King
too.
and Venomancer, you have a lot of control, and they just couldn't do anything against the Terrorblade. I mean, props to the Oracle, he got some really nice saves as well.
Husky was so good, man. I was watching it. Like, how is this boy doing this? You know, that save when they got that little duel towards the end. They got the duel. They were about to kill one of their cores. I forgot who it was. Maybe one Legion.
Yeah.
And he yols the other duel target. He actually fortunes end the Legion towards the end. I'm like, this is why. Is the Zoomer. Look at his APM, man.
Yeah, that was impressive. And also it was kind of weird that we didn't see Quap really, go crazy like we expected. Gunnar did really well in the mid lane, and of course he could, because if you can't use your usual Shadow Strike spam, so you have to use the Scream of Pain, which is like not as impressive to win the lane with it.
Yeah,
so
you don't win the lane with that.
Yeah, so then Queen of Pain just couldn't do as much.
Yeah, LC was a stellar pick. This goes down to the match we were mentioning earlier: creativity versus consistency. In this case, what Zoomers did was not the most outside the box draft, but Legion mid is more of a newish pick, and they got away with it. I think Gunnar played absolutely wonderful this game. He really knew how to rotate with the Legion. I always find Gunnar's map awareness and understanding of what he needs to do, his role, pretty high. I think that's one of his strong suits.
And the last lane we're going to talk about, of course, there is the safe lane for Quincy Kren. Pylai died. I mean, he had like 9 deaths at something like the 23-minute mark, something. And
we did say he was going to die.
I mean, but that.
I mean, it was.
He did die.
True, but I mean, you have to look at, like, for example, and of course he's not the same as Oracle, because one of them is a melee support and the other one has to stay alive to save. But there's a big impact difference. You have a hero who's really bringing you a lot with the Oracle, and you have the Ogre is just really not doing that much. So, and they missed that Bloodlust one time. That was really important.
Of course, you had to mention that Bloodlust.
What a meme.
So, of course, this is a best of 3 series, so still got game 2 coming up next. So there's still the opportunity that we get the full 3 games. What kind of issues do we kind of have to fix up here if you're Quincy Crew after that first matchup? Like, what were their major glaring issues that need to be patched up for game 2?
I think the safe lanes for both, like, their offlane and their safe lane. Like, the offlane should have done more against the Terrorblade, and the safe lane also is like maybe highlight that, maybe give him something a little bit more comfortable. Because I thought UR did okay. Like, I thought he did what he could. I mean, they even burst down Terrorblade at one point because they had a Terrorblade. They were able to get that combo off, but I don't know, the 2 side lanes, something has to be done there.
To me, maybe the way they approach the game might need to be a bit different. They are a team that's very used to the... Actually reminds me of around the TI5, TI6 EG, where they would lose lanes, doesn't matter, they will win the late game. That's what they did every time. And the reason for this is because they could always execute their plan, and that's what Quincy Crew does. They have a plan and they execute it, and they don't concentrate too much on what the opponent does. Obviously in the draft, yes, but not in the game itself. They don't think about shutting down X or Y. And this game, I feel that was actually one of the reasons. They didn't concentrate on shutting down Gunnar or Sammy Boy, and you let them get a lot of farm. And you were trying to get your Morphling online, but as opposed to that, you should have played maybe a bit more aggressively, especially in the lanes. As Otomo says, much more pressure in that off lane, and try to just lower the overall GPM. Even if Yawar is losing GPM here, as long as you're stopping the snowball, it's worth it for you.
Yeah, so just sort of wake those lanes up, right? Not just sit too passively.
Yeah, certainly. Just try to say, like, try to put the... like a stick in the wheel, right, of their plan. Because if Zoomers does not get their plan out, because they're creative and they're thinking outside the box, if something wrecks for them, it's harder to come back from that. Whereas Quincy Crew is pretty consistent overall.
Yeah.
I also think that one thing you could do is give MSS a hero that has a more important ultimate or on the position 4, because he has Venomancer, who's a very lane stabilizer kind of hero. But instead, if you give him something like the Earthshaker or the Phoenix, which are heroes he likes to play and he usually wins with, these this big ultimate that's very game changing that you can really rely on, like that clutch moment. I think that's way more suitable for him than Veno, whose ultimate is kind of like, well, I don't know, it feels a bit acidic, whatever, and then after a while it's fine.
Isn't there the chance that maybe the Veno maybe they didn't anticipate the Veno having to be support? Do you think that maybe they had to just last minute Veno swap in terms of roles?
It might have been.
Didn't they pick Veno very early in the
It was
draft?
the
Veno
first
first,
pick.
but they picked Sand King much later. It could have been. Once they saw the TB, they thought, oh, Veno's not good enough as a 3.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, thank you for breaking down our first match of our second series of the day. But don't go anywhere. We are going to have a quick break. And once we come back, we'll jump into game 2 of this series.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to. Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up!
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, 'cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Welcome back to ESL 1, powered by Intel. Game 2 between Quincy Crew and 4Zoomers is just about to begin. And of course, 4Zoomers going to be pretty happy with themselves with that first win under their belt. What are the odds that they actually take this 2-0? We've seen a lot of upsets up until this point.
Very possible. I mean, they are playing against Quincy crew without the full crew. That's one thing we have to mention. But yeah, Zoomers could take this. I mean,
I'd
they
say
proved it in game
2-0.
one.
I'd say 2-0 is less likely. I can imagine them taking this 2-1 much more likely than the 2-0. I don't know. I'd be surprised if it was a 2-0 sweep, to be honest. I think that Quincy should at least be able to take one game. I've never seen Quincy be the kind of team where you go, oh, just a bad day today. They're playing like garbage. It's most like, oh, they're almost there. They're missing a small point of their draft.
That's a fair point, but I mean, they just took a game
Like
just now.
even this game though, I think if you look at this game, you don't look at Quincy, you go, what did we just watch? You know. In fact, I think some of the games we've seen games before where the winner played worse than Quincy did now when they lost.
That's fair. All fair points, but the fact of the matter ends that it went for Zoomers, and they might be able to do it again.
Yep. Looks like the draft is ready, so let's jump in and see what we're going to be working with for Game 2. Is it going to be a 2-0? It's all up to 4 Zoomers if they're able to secure this series in a beautiful, clean sweep. But of course, Quincy crew, they've got plenty of opportunities. This is going to be... I guess it's still going to be a tough one. They are still playing with the stand-in. There's always that factor where you're playing with someone that you're not so familiar with.
Well, I mean, they had him before.
Even
right?
yeah,
They had him before.
TI9. Even without the stand-in, though, let's be honest. It's not like Zoomers is completely outclassed by Quincy. Like, we made it seem that way because the past few matches has been that case. But truly, from an objective perspective, like from a vacuum,
4 Zoomers are good.
They're both really good teams. They're both top tier in an A right now. I'll probably put them like first, second, respectively. Quincy has been better recently, but honestly, Zoomers has so much potential. I never want to discard them. I feel like this team, you start the tournament, you end the tournament, they're a completely new, different team.
Do you think
They've learned.
Zoomers will still pick up that TB first phase?
This time they still have the last pick. They could again, to be honest. They could again.
They played really well with that TB.
They did.
I wonder what Quincy... I think if Quincy does not open with such an obvious Lelis pick, like with the Venomancer, right, which is it was clearly meant for Lelis originally.
And then they changed it halfway,
yes.
yeah.
If they leave that be, because TB, there's some hero that do deal a lot of damage to the lane.
What are they going to go with? Oh, all right, they're taking Rubik this time.
There's an open that used to do a lot before.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how I feel about MSS playing the Rubik if it is his. Because like we were talking about this, and he really likes those big clutch ultimate heroes.
You don't think Rubik is that, man?
It depends on what you steal. That's the thing. And Earth Spirit's coming out for 4 Zoomers.
This is one of Ocean's best as well.
That's what that's something I think as well, is that he really does like it. And we are getting the Pylai die. Seems unfitting to give him Undying on Die, but you know what? Hey, good for him, right?
He's very
it
solid.
Fits, I suppose.
Does it fit or does not fit?
Are you a fan of the Undying yet? No.
No, I mean, yesterday was what, 2-1, right? 2 wins, 1 loss. I didn't feel like it was. I felt like the losses were Undying, but the wins weren't. You know,
so how many times does Undying have to win to prove himself to you?
Every single time. I'm still gonna not believe in him.
I mean, those expectations are a little bit too high, aren't they?
Yeah, there's so much discrimination towards undead people in our society. You know.
Yeah.
Very terrible of you.
I find it very. I can't be around them somehow.
Something about the decaying flesh and the terrible putrid smell. You know.
I mean, he's literally got bugs all around him.
Yes.
Right now.
Yes.
You're supposed to go hug the guy?
Yeah, I do it.
I don't think
But
most people would want to.
I don't like what Zoomers are doing with their.
Cutie.
He's not cute. He's not. I get when he transforms and his guts come out, then he's huggable.
Such a cutie.
Yeah, then adorable. But speaking about the bands, Zoomers really targeting Quinn and both us.
They know Quinn is such a vital part of Force.
And there you go, Terrorblade again.
Yeah, this time I think it's a bit.
They might be more prepared.
Yeah, I think Quincy Crew is, you don't fall for the same thing twice. If you don't ban it in the first 2, it's because you think you can counter,
Yes.
right? So in this case, I like what Quincy does. They don't open with their offlaner because they want an offlaner that really counters TB.
Yeah.
Sanking was okay. Venomancer's okay. I'm actually thinking something along the lines of the Legion, or I wouldn't mind seeing a Centaur, actually.
They do play Legion on their side, and Liz also does play the. I mean, do they want to go Sand King again? But you have Rubik.
I don't love the Sand King
again. Not of that. So yeah, it would be like maybe Legion, maybe Veno.
He used to play Mars a lot.
Maybe
and
Underlord.
Mars actually against TB is not a bad matchup, but Mars is just really fun.
Yeah, nobody likes him anymore.
Nobody likes Mars anymore.
I like his personality. He seems so boisterous. You know, like
Lelis as well is a ridiculously good Mars. I will never forget his performance with Beast Coast when he was standing in the major. You watch him and everyone's like, yeah, Beast Coast is just getting carried. Brazil beats Peru again. You know, Lelis was incredible. This guy's very talented offlaner, and I like his Mars a lot. I do like more the Centaur though, Legion, for the meta.
Yes, and Legion is exceptionally good here because you also is really good against the Terrorblade Illusion. Just can remove them pretty fast with overwhelming odds. The duel is very important, but we saw for Zoomer just now take the Oracle, and they do have the first pick after this, which means I think they are going to go for more save. Quincy's probably going to ban maybe the Venge and the Oracle. Shadow Demon you can keep. You have only 2 bans to take out the supports that Husky will want.
Yeah.
And there are 3 heroes that you definitely want to ban. But instead they think, oh no, Nature's Prophet. We don't want to. They're going for they have a different mentality right now.
I mean, to be fair, NP is also a flex for all the heroes and Zoomers. I have seen Husky also play that NP sometimes, and it's been honestly on this whole team. So, yeah, okay, I get it. I honestly would like to see the Oracle ban, to be honest. I found Husky's Oracle to be incredibly powerful. I don't like much the Oracle versus Undying, to be honest. I think that's a bad matchup.
Or Zoomers taking out the PL, which we talked about. We saw earlier, it can beat him. But going with the picks that we actually have, the Rubik and the Undying, with the Lift and, of course, the Fate Bolt and the Soul Rip and some Decays. Pretty decent burst damage. Undying not a lot of strength on the hero early game. So a couple of Decays really do affect him a lot.
Yep.
And Undying with his ultimate, the damage amp, you want as much damage you can at the Terrorblade in as little time as possible, and the damage amp really helps a lot with that. So it's alright this game. Sand King does get banned, but I don't know if Quincy was really thinking about that. I still feel like they might be trending towards the LC.
I want something more impactful. I do find that Sand King is a kind of hero that you end up being a good initiator and everything, right? But I want something that can scale for Lala, something that can really define team fights. I don't mind the Underlord that you mentioned earlier, though, because Underlord TB is also a good matchup.
Yeah, it's also pretty solid because if you put, you have the Pit of Malice, you have the Tombstone. It kind of becomes awkward for teams to be like, I don't know if I want to fight around this. I have to dodge this and I have to get to that, and it's
a lot of zone outs.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, but they're banning the Death Prophet. Quincy has they're like, oh yeah, they're going on a different tangent here than what we are. So they're okay if they take the Oracle.
Interesting.
Which makes me think.
So they're thinking they can counter that.
Yes, if this Oracle comes out, they think they can counter it.
Wow, that is the biggest respect ban I've ever seen. You're banning Naga just because Yawar can play her.
They go Slardar instead. Monkeys forever Slaughter.
I do find the Monkeys, he's been playing a fair amount of Batrider, Slaughter, actually his heroes I see at the top. He's really solid on those. They play a much more aggressive style, right? When you play a Slaughter, the whole point is you're going to win the lane. So I always find it very courageous picking the Slaughter, not knowing what carry is coming out.
It's also a different way of helping the TB, because one way is that you can have saves, another reason you can have frontline, which they had with the Centaur in last game. Now they have the Slaughter and the Earth Spirits.
I like this. I agree, because the amplified damage, or of course the hazes, right? So he's actually not here to buff your TB. So you don't. So Slaughter can still be relevant. He can still make the TB useful, but this doesn't make the Slaughter useless, which is the problem we saw in the G Pride game, where everyone was helping TB and nobody could do anything but TB.
And of course, Slaughter really good against both Undying and Rubik. Yes, he can just go in with a bash. Amplified damage is so much. These guys would melt to Slardar.
In the lane though against Undying, of course,
it's not fun.
Especially Earthspit, Slardar against Undying, that lane is pretty much lost. Like you're not really winning that lane easily. But Slaughter has good base armor, so he's one of the better heroes at tanking Undying.
Batrider. Wait, we're looking at Quincy.
Bat's banned.
Yeah, Bat's gone.
Yeah.
So
also, Monkeys, he already has his hero. You don't need to.
I think I'm liking Underlord slightly more than the LC. Though she does
I
have
like
the Dispel,
Underlord more though.
But Underlord, you have the Pit of Malice, and wait, here we go. What are we gonna go with? They're going to Troll.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense, honestly. I think lots of carries in the meta don't deal well with Slardar. That's why you have the confidence of picking him this early and without knowing the core. And Quincy says, we're not risking it, that they're going to block pick this or they're going to ban it in the next phase. We'll just pick it right away. What's the point?
It's definitely like a bit of a curveball for me, seeing the Troll coming out this early. But he can man-fight these guys. They're 3 melee people, so he's like, I don't have to worry too much about getting to you. I mean, Terrorblade's range when he fights most of the time, but he can get close to them. Not much stuns on Quincy Crew besides the Rubik lift, which I'm not loving.
You could really counter a Troll right now, by the way, if you went for a Winter.
Yeah, and the Forgers do have that's so good. Oracle, Winter Wyvern.
I'll take either. I like the Winter more than Oracle.
I like the Winter a bit more as well because you have you can make Undying wish he wasn't standing next to him, and of course
exactly
right. It's like Undying's like, oh, he's killing me, and I'm dead, and that's it. But who'd they go with? They go with the Winter. Well done.
You stopped yourself halfway. It's like, oh no, I'm complimenting him. You can't do that in the broadcast.
It's so weird to say something nice. Just feels awkward. But Quincy Crew now, they see about the supports they're going to deal with. They have to go with the core right now. We have seen Undying as a position 3, but
No, I don't love it. I like the Pilot Eye Undying more here. And honestly, I'm sold on the Underlord pick. Honestly, I think it's a very solid pick, especially with the Winter Wyvern, because the Zona becomes much better, right? Because you can always counter-initiate. Underlord being able to tear you all away. Like, he can actually activate his taxi, come to you, get caught by the Winter's Curse, and it's fine.
Activate the taxi. Now, what are they going to go with here?
Okay.
Storm comes
They don't
out.
want that banned. They don't want to get
Yeah,
that
I was
banned.
thinking, I was like, they're going to go with something for Quincy. And because remember,
This was the pick last game.
Yeah.
This was what they needed last game, as opposed to the Queen of Pain mid. But they banned it in the last phase.
And it's the only spirit left in the pool as well. So it's brother versus brother here. That means that it is going to be the off lane very likely to come out for the last pick for Quincy, whereas Zoomers will probably want a mid. So, and they know exactly what they're going. They're going up against Storm Spirit here.
What would you like to see against Storm? Because he's also one of the more consistent mids, right? He's greedier, but he certainly can just farm the jungle easily. So
I wonder if Vipers might be solid. You know,
Tidehunter, okay.
That comes up.
Actually, that is a older counter to the TB, right? He's solid in lane and he does deal well with him with the Ravage, but I haven't seen him as often these days.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he brings enough disable for the Terrorblade. I mean, you know, he's Ravage, but
I find Gush is also really bad against TB.
Sorry?
Gush is also really bad against TB as well.
Yeah, he has so much armor that doesn't do anything. It's like, oh, he has 50 armor. Well, now he has 44.
Oh no!
Guys, I'm worried. Yeah, so they know the axe. I would prefer the axe.
You know, actually, the Beastmaster's also been through.
Beastmaster makes it. We haven't seen Beastmaster even once this tournament.
Because it usually gets banned first phase, right? It's actually not that bad.
Underlord Beastmaster, but Quincy Crew has the pick here. Yeah, I'm feeling. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be Magnus.
Oh, interesting choice. So they're not concentrate again. They choose not to concentrate TB because this time they have the Storm. They're much more confident, and I like this because this ups the tempo of your draft a lot.
Troll World's a lot better now.
Okay, I like this.
And no, I was gonna think maybe the Max can go mid, but I'm like, nah, Storm Spirit needs it too much.
Yeah, Storm Spirit's mid for sure. So what do you run here?
Let's see.
What about a Queen of Pain? Would you just like that?
Queen of Pain wouldn't be so bad because one of the things you can do is actually push away the Troll World with your ulti, which may not seem like what, but you can keep someone alive. You can keep someone alive with that, which I like. And you can burst down the Undying the Rubik, but Rubik can steal a lot of decent spells from the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, it's true, but you shouldn't be concentrating on that.
I know you shouldn't be, but that's something we in the previous game Rubik was a big factor.
Yeah, that's true. I agree. What else could we be seeing?
For Zoomers, Invoker is available. Pango is available.
Banned.
Oh, sorry.
Invoker just banned.
Pango's
not a bad idea either. I know that's a gunner special.
Yeah, it's Pango or is it Queen of Pain?
I don't mind the puck either. I'm gonna keep mentioning it.
Elsie is available. Yeah, Elsie could save someone. Who's it gonna be? It's going to be Viper. All right.
Okay, we said it in the beginning, and then we overthought our process. It was just a simple Viper, right? They're not going for anything special. It's just a solid mid, right? You want someone. I think the Viper TB is a good combo because you want someone that is not going to be useful and he's not meant to be useful. He's just meant to be a little extra tank, right? The only difficulty I have here is Zoomers is 100% playing around Sammy Boy and his TB. So can Quincy win?
I mean, Quincy, of course they can win.
No, sorry. Can they beat this TB is my question.
The TB we saw in game 1 was really impressive. And but when we're looking at this, the Gunner versus Storm Spirit, Gunner, he won't. Even if he shuts them down, we've seen him. Quincy is very comfortable with the Storm Spirit, so he can come back with that. We have Lilith on the Magnus, which means he gives you that big X factor if you're behind. You know, you can always hope on one big RP can win the game, and with you are on the. I think I'd go with Quincy Crew. I feel like I said I agree with them in game 1. I still agree with them in game 2.
Me too. I agree. I think the Storm's pick is the solution to this TB problem. So I agree with Quincy Crew. Also, I'm not gonna lie. I want a game 3. I think this is a good series. So I would like for this to go to game 3.
I'm enjoying the picks as well. Like
I think
Slardar.
if anything, we might just have to hope you guys don't curse this match because you cursed the last one, unfortunately.
Don't know what you're talking about.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for breaking down the draft. Game 2 is just about to begin, and that's going to be covered by Moxie and Purge. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the match. And as for our casters, take it away.
Okay, well, we've got quite the matchup coming up this time around. I'm interested to see what you think about these drafts, though, Purge, because I'm thinking they're a little light on some of that team fight over on the side of Zoomers.
Zoomer team fight is a little weak. You're definitely right about that. They've got Earth Spirit, Winter Wyvern, and that's about it. Some Slardar chase hits. Viper and TB are going to be kind of slow. So I would agree. They're lacking team fight a little bit. I like Quincy Crew's draft better just because of some of their matchups. Troll Warlord against Slardar is classically the carry counter, just because you can lower his accuracy. They've got Magnus to accelerate him. They've got lots of jump and initiation with Storm Spirit, Rubik, Magnus. So I like theirs better, but the Zoomer lineups might just be tanky enough and too hard for Quincy to fight as well. And they don't have the best disable, but boy, do they have a lot of slows.
I mean, we saw earlier in the day too, I think it was G Pride, they went and they picked up Mr. Jeans, his signature hero, which of course is the Viper, but they ended up running into a lot of issues just because, you know, even though he did quite well in his lane, it didn't feel like he could do much after a certain point. And I also feel like you run into the same issue with a Slardar, where, you know, if you don't have the means to back up, it's just going to be Slardar blinking into his death.
What do you mean by the means to back up after you initiate?
Yeah. Exactly. So, like, if a Slardar blinks in and things have started to already kind of slide away from the side of Zoomers, he just kind of becomes cannon fodder, I feel. You know, he initiates and that's pretty much it. Maybe throws out that amp damage a little, but...
It can be like that sometimes. It kind of depends on when your sprint runs out, whether you go phase boots, drum, what your mobility is. But considering that there's a lot of generally big team fight ultimates for Quincy Crew, meaning like Magnus RP, Storm Spirits, mana is maybe not the same, but Tombstone for sure. There can be good moments where that's fine. Like Zoomers definitely have just a lot more raw HP, I believe, in some of these fights, but they also don't have the stuns to back it up. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
I do like seeing Lilith on this Magnus. I think he's going to be making some pretty sick plays. I'm not as familiar with MSS as Rubik. Have you watched him play this recently? Okay.
It's been a bit, but it's definitely a hero that I've seen MSS play many times, so I don't think it's going to be weird at all in terms of but good denies, good laning so far here for Quincy in the top lane. Wow, Samboy got one deny there at least, but I don't know how much the Wyvern is going to be able to do in the laning stage is one downside. He's definitely more of a defensive support in terms of laning. On the bot lane, Pylai stealing lots of strength here. And what a great matchup for him, right? 2 strength heroes that he gets to play against here with the K. Buffing up himself and lowering their HP. Like, he's going to be able to do so much here. Much more than last game.
It's definitely bullying them quite a bit, but I guess the question becomes, once you're out of the laning phase, like you said before, what does he do? He's not that position 3 that we've seen, right?
Tombstone is great. Heals are great. Decay can be good. His ultimate is really effective actually against slow heroes because you end up becoming so tanky yourself that you can usually walk in and give him a little slap on the butt, which slows movement speed by a lot for quite a few seconds. So against like Viper, even Slardar, I mean, there's enough like slow and or melee heroes on the Zoomer side that Undying can be pretty useful this game. But a lot of it comes down to how good you play your Tombstone and are you in position to land full rips. And I'm pretty sure Pylai is going to have no trouble with that.
That is what you sound like.
Oh, he got him. Got him real good.
Yeah, I did. Pi? Still fairly tanky though, does have that soul rip. We'll just trade some hits like you said.
He is out of mana though. It's the only downside here. But with the fast boots, he's pretty survivable at the moment. So we might see less impact now. MSS getting some good pressure into Sammy Boy.
Of course he's out that salve, that's for sure.
Mine.
Lane fairly even between the two of them. Nothing too wild going on there. I just feel like a lot of the times these North American teams don't really get super aggressive early, from what I've seen recently anyways. Not all of them,
yeah, it does seem like that. Yeah, I would agree with that. Haven't seen as many kills as in the SA matches, that's for sure. But it kills more likely when Quinn hits about level 5. Viper's going to have a little bit of a window there before he gets ball lightning that we might see a kill happen. Well, with everybody high HP over here, and they're going to punch him under tower. Ooh. Almost had the opportunity, but the angle was a little off.
I don't know. I don't think they get Pi. Pi's pretty tanky.
Would have had to punch him. I mean, rolling in and then use Boulder Smash to punch one of the heroes under the tower by themselves. I think that's what he was trying to do.
Why did he?
He was a little bit off on the angle on Yor, I think. So it would have been a miss, and it wouldn't have been worth the mana. So that's why he held back from doing it, I think.
Sammy Boy 1v1ing over here with MSS. Does have Lelis nearby, though. They've got to be very careful. This Arctic Bird, the push forward, and that's going to be your first blood. Sammy Boy getting slain. They'll follow up with kill on Rubik, but not quite as nice as getting a kill on the opponent core here.
Yeah, that was huge. Really big pickup. Husky gonna drag the creep wave out, take some damage.
All right, Pi finding a kill. Monkeys. I think Monkeys is dead here. I guess if Yuar decides not to follow. Well, he's looking like he wants this kill. Crush comes through. Monkeys trying line. Does eventually run back into Pi. He's getting sandwiched on. These trees are just going down left and right. But the roll coming out here from Ocean will push them back. I don't think there's an opportunity to get the kill on Pi at this time, unfortunately, for the Zoomers.
Last hit's still very even in the mid lane. Nobody dying yet. Gunner catapulting a little bit ahead in terms of levels. But that first blood on Sammy Boy is a really big deal. But bot lane's definitely the most fun one to watch so far.
I'm surprised they're not trying to rune control at all, too, though, knowing that, you know, Quinn's going to want to be scooping those up as... Oh, okay. Well, he can't get runes if he's dead, so...
That's true. Gets the kill pre-6. Now picks up 6. Good pickup.
Husky does have the Arctic Burn, trying to juke around here in this tree line. Be able to flap those little wings and get away. 5-minute runes are up, though. And some of those going over to the side of Quincy. Look how even everything is still. It's actually kind of wild to see. Yeah. All right, there's going to be a roll back on Yuar. There's the kick. Follow up with the crush.
Got the bash hit. He's hit him a lot of times here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he still manages to get away. He turned right back around, though, that net. Oh! No, miss. Needs Ocean to come in here and get here fast, and he does manage to go and find that kill. Monkey's going to be able to walk away. And Sammy Boy, though. Ooh, he's taking... Oh, my goodness. Top lane. They'll get a second kill on Sammy Boy.
I'm definitely winning the psychological battle here on the top lane. Ooh, the tips come out, too.
Mm-hmm.
Anything to tilt. A little lucky for Monkeys there. When he went on the troll, he hit his first hit despite being blinded, got the bash, so a little bit lucky there, but works out. They pressure Yuar. Both carries having a slightly rough time here. They're still farming fine, so I don't think it's that big of a deal, but the biggest...
still neck and neck.
It is. The biggest lopsider is that Gunner's winning mid by quite a lot against CCNC. But as we know, Viper's going to fall off in comparison to what a hero like Storm will do in terms of net worth, so... Maybe it's not going to matter in the long term, but if he does some good rotations, pressures towers correctly, it could be really effective. And Viper is actually decently good against the Troll Warlord. He can basically ult them all the time to lower his attack speed. If he stays a bit away from Troll, then he's going to have a nice effective time against him.
TP is coming out here top. Looks like Ocean wants to try to get a kill on MSS. Oh, Lelis, though. This pushes them both back in a nice little line. I'm pretty sure Husky still finds this kill, though. The turn around has that Splinter Blast and will collect. Lelis, unfortunately, forced to walk away here.
It's a good attempt at a save. MSS has been playing this lane really good so far, but didn't work out that time. Arcane Boots now on the Magnus, too. He's going to be able to spam a little bit more. That's basically their goal, right? Try to harass down the Terrorblade, get him in kill potential. And it's worked a few times, but might be a little bit harder now. And we're getting close to the time where TB just leaves the lane anyways.
Pi dropping the tombstone, but the rotations are coming out, and Yuar is caught over here in the corner. He doesn't have an exit plan right now. Pi trying to put some pressure over onto Gunner. They can see Yuar over here. There's the Viper Strike like we talked about, the stun, the break.
So dead.
Is he gonna be able to fight his way out? It doesn't look like he's able to. Gunner's very happy about this.
When he's broken like that, the game is over. He's getting no attack speed increase, and he's just like the crappiest hero ever is probably the right way to describe it. So nice rotation, but a little bit over dive.
Ocean probably biting off more than he could chew there. And a good rotation. That's going to be a nice pickup for Quinn. Grabs the invis. They still have the vision on him though. No mana left, but
yeah, he just wanted the rune to get the bottle refills. So use that to jungle most likely. Sammy Boy's going to rotate to the jungle now heavily here. We'll still probably see some pressure and fighting around the bot lane, but It's also effective for Gunnar to just stay mid, push the mid lane in. Usually Storm at this point goes in jungles a lot as well. The Rubik's going to try to counter push that mid.
Ooh, the slow, the silence on Pi. That should be a dead undying. And it's interesting because I feel like they thought about going back in on him, but
yeah, it's a possibility. But against the blind, it's a little bit tough, and they were on their cooldowns were gone as well. Oh, he's going Greaves on Viper. Interesting. Not as common. It's a lot more common to go like Treads, Dragonlance. But I mean, if he like Viper carrying auras is generally pretty good. It's just he doesn't deal nearly as much damage as needed usually. It's gonna be dangerous.
Lane, Vortex back. Don't think they have the response. Even dropped the tombstone for it. And Gunnar, he's pretty tanky, staying alive during a lot of this. But in the end, he is gonna fall. They've got those illusions trying to cut down the tombstone. And you are making his way over too.
I love when they do this. He started walking a long time ago before that gank was guaranteed, but now that they've gotten the kill and UR shows up, he's the one that's going to pressure the tower. Killing this tower this early is a big advantage. Oh, good catch.
Oh, pulling right back on Ocean. They'll be able to take him down as Sammy Boy's got the meta up. He's looking to see if he could catch anyone, but they end up losing the tower. UR, eyes on the prize.
Yep, so the really cool rotation there. Taking that tower means that pressuring against TB, who's jungling, is going to be a lot easier. It's also harder for Viper to feel safe playing in the mid lane, because anybody that comes to defend him is going to be harder as well. So really cool move, a little bit unexpected, but the key there was really the successful kill, but also that UR started walking over ahead of time to do the tower damage. So nicely done.
So what's going to be the role of the Viper now that he's opted to go for the Greaves instead of the traditional, I don't want to say traditional, but more
the older
common
build, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit older. It worked better with the way that his poison attack used to work. You'd only have to put poison attack on somebody once for it to do a lot of damage if they were low. Now you have to apply it like 5 times, and that takes attack speed. So that's usually why having Dragonlance typically is better. But he might just have a bad KDA this game. That's one way to explain it. Like, he's going to be the guy that gets pressured at the start of the fight, and the rest of his teammates are going to try to play around that. So that's why he's maxed out his passive. Corrosive Skin is already at 4 points to give him max magic resistance. He's going to go mech. That way he can potentially save his own life. But we're not going to... In some ways, it's better this way, because then it's not a big deal that his net worth gets behind, as long as, like, the Slaughter and the TB have decent damage. So I think it could be useful, potentially. And Slaughter's picking up Midas. At least that's the plan. Double Wraithband for attack speed and armor, and then once he builds Midas, he'll be better at transitioning. They've got some other options, basically, even if he doesn't get that farmed.
Hi, hunting for Husky. But with the Arctic Burn being up, oh, I don't think you want to be there, Husky. The steal coming out from the Rubik. He steals Winter's Curse. Oh no, Slardar just bashing away over on this Wyvern. But Gunnar's also made this rotation. Sees Pi over here, is trying to see if he can heal himself up. Splinter Blast comes through, Gunnar gets a kill. And MSS now backing off as is you are.
There's actually no greater feeling than when somebody goes to juke into trees and you have vision on them from like amp damage or thirst from Bloodseeker. It's just like they start juking and then you just keep attacking them and you're like, then they realize, oh, okay, I'm dead. There's nothing I could do actually. Very satisfying to watch. Ooh,
You can run, but you can't hide. Well, that's looking to be it. Is he gonna be? No, not fast enough. Not gonna be able to go and get that thunder off.
Really good gank there by Quinn. He doesn't have a lot of items, but he knows that's where TB's probably going to be, either there or somewhere else. He finds him and just has to keep dodging, interrupting the animation by continuing to do balls. So ball lightning, another attack, and burst him down. Really well done.
I got that mech completed now on Viper. A little bit more survivability will be good when he tries to help his team push towers. They haven't put a lot of pressure on any of these towers, though. I mean, you can see that there's a ward on the bot lane trying to help them out, but they haven't really hard committed. Feels, anyways.
Yeah,
Drums?
yeah. I suppose that's true.
They're on the hunt. Smokes out. Lilith has RP. We'll just back up Quinn for now. No one's really interested in him, though, it feels.
Yeah, they don't have the best ganking on Zoomers. That's definitely one thing that feels really rough about their lineup.
Making that
Gonna
much
put a
vision
ward
up
down.
either.
Yeah. Oh wow, a drum pickup for TB. A little bit
like
more early game. They probably need it, yeah. That way he can be more effective against Troll, for example. Like, he needs to be able to stay out of melee range on Troll. So having a drum is going to help him weave in and out of the fight. They can kill tombstones with it, for example. Drum the whole team. All right, let's see how the engagement starts.
This pincer. Jump on Ocean, zip forward immediately over to Sammy, but he's silenced up. They'll turn it back around with the Winter's Curse. Right, this time, Quinn over here, fighting off with Monkey, is just going to get zipped forward. And over on the side, they get the RP off. They'll turn back around. Can they finish off Gunner? He's survivable, though. He still has that mech. He's looking healthy. And they go right back in again. Are they going to be... Yes, they take down Quinn. They'll take down MSS, and they'll be able to take down Yowar. Oh, my goodness. This is Pi finding himself a little bit of a kill here, but now he's surrounded by everyone else, and he will be the next to fall.
Perfect demonstration of what Viper's trying to accomplish here. He runs up in the front, he gets focused a little bit, things get a little bit hairy, but he gets the mech off, and now it's like they just used their initiation. They used RP, and you haven't killed me yet. You're going to have a bad time. And that's exactly what they did. The storm jump was generally correct. That was mostly just zoomers having really good position. So the person that Quinn saw was the, I believe the Slardar off in the front. He jumps forward on him, and that's when things got weird. The silence from the Earth Spirit was actually what saved them at the start. He instantly silenced Storm to prevent him from initiating perfectly. So just really well played, good reaction from zoomers, and they were ready for that fight, and that's why they won it.
Roll forward, though. That seems like he was waiting here. Be able to get the Splinter Blast. I'm not sure about this Quinn. He's going in, he's trying to get the kill on Ocean, but he's being backed up by several heroes that are very good at helping to...
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top
Decent
tower
start to the
has
fight.
fallen.
Bloodstone Rush is what the Storm is going for. Midas is now up on Slaughter. That's really effective, obviously. Tons of attack speed. There's the Guardian Greaves. Plenty of armor for Viper, something he normally is a bit weak on, but not this game with Wraith Bands and Mech. Curious to see what he buys next. I really do not know. Maybe he'll go back more traditional Dragonlance type stuff. No, Halberd. Okay. Pretty much same thing. Similar, at least. Evasion is going to be amazing. Raw HP, super amazing. Something Viper really wants. But most importantly, the disarm against Storm and Troll are going to be potentially fight winning. So I like the choice.
Yeah, Troll especially, you know, when he goes into that ultimate, if he can't hit anything, it doesn't really make much of a difference then. He's just out of control and running like a crazy man.
And here's what they get from the TB. So the tower pushing is a huge factor. I think that he can do that much physical damage, but stand that far back from tower. Now they're going to go for Roche with that DD. They've got the tools, DD and Slardar. The only hard part is going to be the vision, but do they realize?
I feel like they do realize. They have a ward off to the side, but...
I don't think so. Pi's standing there to try to break smokes to protect the Troll Warlord in this moment.
Well, they know now.
Yeah.
Drops the tombstone. It's way too late. Way too late. They already got the Aegis. They got the Roche kill. They still got a double damage over here on Sammy and the meta.
It was a ballsy moment to do that, actually, but they got away with it. There weren't any observer wards or sentries set up. Also, there was so much action at the bottom side of the map that it was less likely that Quincy Crew would have had vision in that place anyways, because they were constantly fighting other places. It's a little dangerous. But we got the sounds off.
Yeah, that's a dead Quinn.
Oh, Ocean in the right place.
Tip.
Yeah, Sammy Boy leading that one. Good old tip response. What a good grab. I don't know if Quinn was trying to fully commit. Maybe just trying to like see what he could do, but got punished big.
For sure. I love the way that they're playing this, though. I love how Ocean is usually just a couple steps behind Terrorblade at any given time. Although, you know, I say this, but he's a little bit away from him now. He's going to be backing up Gunner, and they're going to try to get the kill on MSS. And he's just climbing, clawing, trying to get away, and he's not going to be able to. Just comes back, stares at Gunner.
The old auto attack without poison attack for 3 times. I felt like a taunt right there. Very similar.
Lawless
Does get caught.
does
RP
have
and
the
skewer.
RP, pushes him right back next to Quinn. I don't know. Ocean's here again. Does he go in on this? No, I think they're going to back off. I'm not sure he's going to try to... Oh, they have the Greaves, though. He's staying alive. Oh, the Winter's Curse coming through. Gunner going to be able to walk away, and are they going to be able to take down this troll? He's ticking down. Not quite enough damage to the roll back, and oh, my word. Quinn forced to run away. Zoomers.
Radiant's top
I love it. I love the aggression.
Really good. I really thought Gunnar was going to die there, but the crucial thing is that he saved Nether Toxin until the Troll shows up. Because if he throws that down when he's disabled, there's no fervor stacks. That means Troll can't just press his ulti and kill Viper. Normally, Viper dies to lots of single target damage, especially physical, but not when he has Nether Toxin on the ground against the Troll Warlord. So saves his life. Husky gets there in time. Really good plays by Zoomers.
Monkey's just cruising by here in the river. They see Quinn, the jump forward, the silence, everything in the kitchen sink. This poor Storm Spirit isn't even having a game.
Yep, it just feels really hard for him to play now, considering that Earth Spirit is always in the right place at the right time, and there's also a Slardar that's highly mobile and does good damage. Like, Slardar's always been a pretty good solution against Storm because he can initiate on him. Storm doesn't buy that many armor items. He has okay natural armor, but with a little bit of damage and a little bit other disable, that's going to be a dead Storm every time.
Ocean has been playing out of his mind, to be quite honest.
Yes.
Like the last game as the Rubik, and then this one now, just like perfect positioning, perfect silences. I hope I'm not cursing him by saying this right now, but it's so impressive.
It is.
It's really
He's doing
enabling
really
his
good.
cores to do what they need to do, and that's
Yep.
so value. It's how you win games.
Ooh, Gunnar picking up the Vampire Fangs, more spell lifesteal. It's quite good. You want the spell lifesteal talent as well. One defensive talents to help benefit his Greaves purchase, but yeah, he is a problem right now, that's for sure. Very hard for them to deal with him, but also very relevant that it's very important that he's in the right place at the right time. He doesn't get too out of position, because any hero can die if they're far enough out of position. See Pylai die, extremely dead, very out of position.
He just
but,
wanted the
it doesn't
rune.
happen to Gunnar. He did. Did he get it? No.
No. That insult to injury. He did not even get it. Feels bad.
Yes.
Just 3 heroes immediately smelling blood in the water. A little bit of a
What do you get
steal
from
here.
Another Toxin. Not
Another
too
toxin.
bad. That's actually quite good. Break up works really well against Slardar, stop the bash, and against the Viper as well. Break
I feel
corrosive
like he doesn't
skin.
survive long enough half the time though to make use of it.
You talking about
he
Rubik?
just really,
I mean,
yeah.
you just gotta throw it and lift a guy, and then hopefully your whole team just blows him up right there. That's the goal. Like, realistically, Viper's a lot less tanky to magic burst once you break his passive, because his passive's giving him like 30% magic resistance. So it's like a whole hood. With that said, he still has a halberd. Those items look real tanky right now.
doing exactly what he needs to do. Quinn? Jumping forward. That was very ballsy. Lelis, though, following up. They're hoping they can get the kill onto Gunnar. Let's get the left. There's the tombstone getting dropped. He's back up, though. He's absolutely fine as they go pulling back in. They've got their eyes on the troll. He's silenced up. He can't seem to just get close enough to any of them. They're just kiting him left and right. Quinn jumping forward yet again, but not going to be able to find himself a victim. That's the BKB coming out. But again, when you're disarmed, you can't hit anything you are. It's not going to help. And the Aegis gets
That's the
reclaimed.
BKB. Really well played there by Zoomers. Never mind.
Oh, Lelis going through with the RP, but the Winter's Curse holding him into place. The rest of the team making Delta Split immediately. They'll go in. There's the Stolen Curse, though. They might be able to go and shred up the Gunnar. He's just too tanky on the backline, so Monkey forcing them away. Sammy starts throwing out a couple of the hits. It was a beautiful curse, but Gunnar was not the target. He's just too tanky, like you said.
It's really good RP too, but his team was not going in at the same moment of this, so it didn't get any profit from it.
Sun zipping back in, Quinn just nudging back and forth. Are they going to be able to? That's a nice heal, though, coming out for the Winter Wyvern. Buys a little bit more time. The buyback's coming out now from the Rubik. Been fighting around this tower. It feels forever. I'm not sure if they still want to do this. Quinn is basically out of mana. He does have a little bit left for a zip. And he's going to have to TP away. They don't have anything to cancel it out. You are on the below ground. It's a nice drop there coming out from Rubik.
It's like 5 wands at the same time. Man, Zoomers is playing so good. Can they catch one?
And they're trying really hard. They're trying to get this turret, but the silence again, plus the BKB, and the Thunder gets off. He's able to just fight his way through. Yawar needs to be careful right now. He's taking so much damage. Gunnar still trying to get away. There's going to be the lift. Again, the saves coming out from Husky. They're so good. They're keeping him alive during all of this as they take down the tombstone on the other side. Gunnar chasing after MSS. He's trying to slow him. Sammy running over. There's the break. It's gotten dropped on the ground, but they just walk right through it. They don't have anything to hold him into place. And MSS, he's going to get taken down. Monkey's jumping forward, has his eyes on high, and they're just going to shred him apart. There are no supports still alive. Quinn barely. He already TP'd out. He's not going to be able to get out if they find him. He's holding his breath. They don't see him. He's actually going to survive this.
How'd he get in there? Can you walk into that spot, I guess?
I guess.
All right, I thought he was dead, dude. Zoomers has been
Well-
playing this fight. They've been doing everything so well. Just perfect in and out. Like, so all those storm kills have just made all of the initiation attempts for Quincy Crew really hard, because Troll is so much more limited. He rushed BKB relatively fast. He doesn't do that much damage for himself yet. And who else does on Quincy Crew? It's like basically just Troll and Storm and Rubik. So if they can't get kills when they weave in and out, they're going to get punished on the way back.
Another halberd picked up too over on the side of Zoomers to help deal with some of this nonsense being thrown at them. Very nice. It is just so hard for Quincy Crew to do much of anything here.
He's building Ags on TV, guys.
Oh, there's the Thunder. Right back into one of his illusions, too. Uh-oh, Quinn, he's out of mana. They pop the meta. They just... Ooh.
Rough one.
Clear skies for the side of Zoomers. There's no Storm Spirit around anymore. No buyback either. Holy moly, indeed.
What an absolutely dominating game. They played so well, and now they're just stupidly far behind. Feels impossible to catch up now. 25-minute racks. It's been a while since we saw this.
Mm-hmm.
Especially one that doesn't even feel like they can defend.
No, I don't know what they hope to. I mean, you could get a great RP, but where's your damage coming from?
Yeah.
How do you follow up? Look at monkeys.
Just in case, he's ready.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's good. It's smart. Back off, get some of these runes. They're going to be another tier of items coming out soon if they decide to hold off a couple minutes.
I don't think... Doesn't everybody think that TB Ags is awful? Is he always changing his mind? Or he already has it? Okay. I know they buffed it recently, didn't they? I can't remember.
There was a lot of upgrades here. Here, wave. Well, Kai. Gonna get kicked right back in. He pops the ultimate. He pops the tombstone. I'm not sure that was the play, though. Although they are having trouble taking it down. Pi, though, is gonna get taken out. And his courier. Basically, everything that Pi owns has been killed, razed to the ground, salted, and removed. Poor guy.
Like, I guess you could argue that with Aghanim Scepter, he can protect his allies from RP, you know? If everybody gets RP'd but him, he just transforms and Magnus gets feared away and doesn't get the follow-up, you know?
I almost wonder how much
kind
of Sambi is memeing, honestly.
Like, it could be, but in the sense that they're so far ahead that, like, you can be a little flexible with items, and this one, like, helps guarantee that there's no way that they lose. Because he can just press Metamorphosis, and Storm runs away for 4 seconds, and Troll runs away for 4 seconds, and Magnus runs away for 4 seconds. So if that hypothetically comes from a big initiation, either Storm spending 3/4 or half of his mana to initiate, or Magnus uses RP, if they take that out, or even just ulti and kill Tomb, it's like, it feels like they don't need much to just crush a team fight. So having that AoE control, semi-like a Terrorize, is pretty effective. That's what it feels like to me, and it's only justifiable because they're so far away and because they're commanding a lead.
That's possible. I think, oh gosh, I was casting some of the Great American Rivalry with Neff the other day, and he was also saying that, I forget what the lineup was, but it was essentially the same points that you're talking about now. The fact that you can make everybody just force everyone away. Otherwise, the Terrorblade just didn't seem like the greatest pick with what they had going on, but never ended up getting that Ags, and I think it would have really changed things around for him otherwise, but they're in the pit.
I'm not sold on it always here. Tomb scouts out that Rocha is up and that they're
yeah.
taking it. We'll see if they can stop it.
Not always,
Good
but in that
pickup.
situation, it seemed
Yeah, maybe.
very likely. Quinn gonna try to go in for a snatch. Not quite low enough just yet.
It's a lot of
Look at
mana.
this. Look at the
I don't-
movement. They know he's gonna try to be a little cheeky here if they're not careful. There we go.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, another Aegis on TV. Good luck killing him.
Has Sammy...
Good.
How many times has Sammy died now? 3?
I
That's
get
Gunner.
1 time.
Oh,
Three
yes,
times, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Will be difficult to take him down now, though, with everything that he's packing.
Yep. Down the mid lane they go. Seems like there's more tier 3 items. There's more items on neutral items on Quincy because they've actually been jungling. Whereas Zoomers have been Roshing and...
Oh, no. Oh, no. Quinn, baby. What is he doing? No, no.
Is Ocean just owning this whole game? Is that what's happening? He's just like instantly silencing him every time?
He's finished his 80s training arc, and he has just arrived. He is very powerful, clearly.
Dude, he has punished Quinn so many times.
He's just been perfect. All of these moves and rolls. Even on the back line here, there's going to be the Winter's Curse. It'll hold the troll in place. Not going to do too much damage, but it'll waste some of that BKB duration as they take down Lelis. He's not even allowed to be a part of this fight. And again, those halberds coming in hot here. You are. Soul Rip buys a bit more time, but not enough. As now Pi forced all the way back. He's trying his best, but that just isn't good enough.
That's a game.
There it is.
That's the game.
My goodness, poor Zoomers.
Like, even if Quinn had buyback there or didn't die, I think the game is still completely over. Like, that's basically, somebody has to do that, right? They have to counter push the lane, and it's really dangerous for anybody to do it because whoever comes up is either going to get caught by Slardar or is going to get caught by Earth Spirit. It's tough. So in that small moment, quick cast pays off because I know all Zoomers use quick cast and they get the silence. And that was not the only time. There were so many times they punished Quinn and they needed Quinn to have a better game and they needed Yawar to have a little bit. But what a commanding performance.
Yeah, the positioning, again, you know, I feel like we've been gushing quite a bit about Ocean, but in that game too, just every time that, you know, Terrorblade showed on the map, generally Ocean was sitting behind him because he figured someone's going to try something cheeky. They realized that they need to go and gank that Terrorblade, slow him down, and just perfect positioning, perfect timing, perfect rolls. Just incredible. Really wonderful. But, you know, this is the fun thing about regional Dota is that things change very quickly. So before, you know, Quincy Crew, they're sitting on top. They had just won one of the other tournaments recently for NA. And today they get knocked down a little bit by the side of Zoomers. So it'll be fun to watch them as we go throughout the rest of ESL 1 Thailand here. But that is going to be it for this match. So we're going to go to a short break. And when we come back, you'll get to spend a little more time with the panel.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
first time. It's making sense. I thought I knew you. Turns out I never did.
Can't say why.
Welcome back to ESL 1, powered by Intel. 4 Zoomers secure their 2-0 victory with a spectacular fashion with, of course, the Terror Blade. And before we go into our analysis of that match, let's head on over to our Game Fuel post-match analysis.
Oh, we're already there, apparently.
Are we?
No, we're there.
All right, then.
Sometimes Game Fuel just powers through you.
We don't need to see it. We can just
We
think
feel
about
it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, so let's break down the match. Terrorblade managed to go through first phase twice.
Yes.
It wasn't just the Terrorblade, though, was it?
I mean, to me, it was mostly Terrorblade. It seems like that was their biggest problem. Both times, I didn't even find that the drafts by Quincy were necessarily bad or had the lack of elements to deal with the Terrorblade. It was kind of their execution. To me, the problems actually show in both games. They actually had the same issue. You are not playing like you want to crush TB. You're not playing like you want to crush the enemy mid. You're not thinking about that. You're trying to enable your own cores. And maybe the first match, you underestimate Sammy Boy's TB. Okay, you know the tempo. Maybe you're thinking out tempo with your war, fair. But by the second match, he just beat you, right? You should consider him the biggest threat. You should be putting all your pressure onto him. I mean, the second match, I don't think it seemed a bit
The second
tilted.
match is worse than the first match.
The second match,
I think so too.
I think their draft was also better.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know what happened. Something was wrong with the bread. Maybe there was a yeast infection today. I don't know what happened with Quincy, but the game 2, with game 2 just didn't go as well. We saw a lot of
Very disappointed.
Quinn really dove a lot for a lot of these kills, and every time we talk about it, the cast talked about 4 Zoomers had the Earth Spirit ready. You know, he was always ready, just in the right position to keep his team alive. Really good plays by Ocean there. Husky had amazing game 1.
Husky was crazy.
Amazing game 1. Game 2, he didn't need to do as much, to be fair, but he had a solid few intercurses, but very consistent play style in both games. And Viper, again, that's the thing. Zoomers are all consistent, enabling Terrorblade, because that's what you want Terrorblade. You want your team to just be like, okay, cool, calm, don't need to do anything too crazy. Whereas on Quinn's crew, they felt like they had to keep doing something. So many times we see the Magnus one-man RP. The best one was the one-man RP on the Viper to just skewer him back, and they're the only person who's gonna kill him is the Storm. I'm like, he's got Greaves, that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So Quinn definitely, maybe I don't know, just felt desperate at some point, and that showed.
Yeah.
It was the tips. There was one play he made where he made a small mistake, and they killed him, and they 5 tips him. You know, and that's a Zoomers, man. That's a Zoomers guarantee. They knew it. That's psychological damage. And ever since that play, I'm not even kidding, Quinn kept diving. He kept playing a bit more solo. Actually, I did find that Quinn and Lelis kind of did that, right? They were playing more solo than with a team in some play, especially towards the late game. Towards the end, I gotta say that the Magnus did not convince me as much. I thought it would up their tempo with a troll, and the idea on paper seemed good. But certainly a pick that would have given them more space might have been better.
Yeah.
Again, it goes back to they chose to enable the troll rather than deny the TB. And it seemed to me that was the wrong choice coming to the late
But
game.
that goes to 4 Zoomer's strength now, because we saw them.
Yes.
The Darkseer is a staple, the Doom is a staple, and now TB is showing how much of a staple he is, because it's like, which one would pick your
You've
poison?
only got 2 bans.
Yeah, you only got 2 bans. One of them is going to go through, unless you're going to take it yourself. You have first pick and you take the third one.
Yep. But if you do that right, you kind of limit with what you can really open with, because you have to go for those 3 heroes.
Yep. So that's why 4 Zoomers having just 3 heroes, they're really teams are really scared of them. That's the strength they have right now, especially, and they were allowed to have it both games.
They remind me a bit of the older Beast Coast. You know, when they were first starting, but Ector started to be like really powerful, and everyone just banned Wraith King, and it was Wraith King and Lifestealer. You just ban that against Ector because you can't let him pick that. But here's the thing: Beast Coast has more picks too, and they always have that last surprise pick. That's what I like about 4 Zoomers. That last pick, to me, this second pick is really well utilized by them. It's always a kind of surprise, outside the box, good counter. And I've seen Gunner's performance also be very stable. He plays a nice little space creation role. He doesn't take so much farm for himself. It takes a lot of effort to do that as a mid, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just very consistent for Zoomers. Like
really good.
They
were
just
really
came
good.
really focused. Everyone played super clean.
So after today's matches, do you actually think you might have higher expectations for them coming into the league?
I mean, I had the highest expectation. I thought they would come. If I look at the league alone, Zoomers, Predator, and Quincy, maybe Crazy as well. I would put them at the top upper echelons. Definitely, I was expecting Zoomers.
But out of the top 4 though, like where would you put 4 Zoomers?
It's only
it's
very early in turn. We are
just as a feel kind of thing, not as a certain.
To me, they've always been a potential first, definitely within top 3. I think the top 3, but potential first certainly. The thing with Zoomers is that sometimes they'll try a draft that doesn't exactly work out, and that'll work against them. It's not the team is worse. It's just that they were trying to be creative, they thought outside the box, and didn't work out. That happened. It's okay. But I think they're reaching that consistency more now.
Yeah, Monkey is. I like what he did this game as well. You know, he picked the Slardar, not one of. I mean,
very smart.
Yeah, very good with the Slardar, and he went for the Midas because firstly benefit from the attack speed, keeps allowing him to scale. We saw Magnus couldn't really scale because he went for this defensive, but he's like Slardar's like, no, I'm gonna scale and then just be relevant the entire game. And love how they kept going for Roshan because when you have the Slardar, you have that option. So it's just. 4 Zoomers really came to play. And if they play like this, I mean, why couldn't they come in first in the whole tournament?
Absolutely. And it looks like on the line we're going to be having Gunner from 4 Zoomers. Hello, Gunner. Are you on the line?
Yeah, hello.
Hi. All right, gentlemen.
Hi.
I think you had some questions you wanted to ask Gunner.
Hello, firstly. I mean, it's so crazy because this is my first time talking to a pro player, So how are you doing today? Well, it's like a Skype call with
this is my
mom.
first Dota game in a week.
Okay.
So it feels good.
Oh, congrats. When you guys entered this match, how were you guys feeling like going up against Quincy Crew again?
We were pretty confident because we've talked. This is the team we talked about the most, and we were kind of hoping to play them in the last tournament, but we lost it crazy, so we didn't end up playing them. But we had plans versus playing them already.
Can you share any of these plans, or is it like, nope, these are secrets, nobody can know about them, they'll steal them from you?
They're trade secrets. How to deal with them.
I wanna ask about the first game, that LC pick that you went mid. Was that partially because influenced by Thunder, or you had that idea beforehand already, and you were already willing to try it?
We've already played that before in the past.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, exactly.
A few weeks ago. So
are you confident in that pick now? Do you think it's pretty strong?
No, I've played it like a year ago. I even started playing it versus Embers because I think Limp was the first person who started picking it. So I started picking it a long time ago. But I guess Leostar's the biggest person who plays it in the region.
Yeah. And did you find the quad matchup was quite easy for you that game? You really did a number on the enemy.
It's a good matchup.
So what would you say to your fans?
We like that pick.
Oh yeah. So what would you say to your fans who, after they watch you win?
What? Say to my fans?
Yeah.
Both
here. We have 2 of them here, right there.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I watch his stream all the time. I watched him when he was doing.
Do you subscribe?
Yeah, well, not yet. But
then you're not really a fan.
Can you cast more opens, please, Gunner? Because I was
we were trying to.
Yeah. The admins.
I think there's opens right now, but we had the games, so we couldn't do them. We were gonna watch them today, but we had the games.
What do you think of the teams that came in for ESL? Like you watched actually Infamous and Omega play, right? When they were coming up.
I think the teams these tier 2, tier 3 teams in the region just need more experience and exposure. So that's kind of what our team wants to do. We want to cast the games as a whole team and give them more viewerships, so they get more spots in tournaments and stuff like that. I think it's important for the region.
So you believe in the resurgence of America as a whole? You think the region's got a lot for?
I think there's some players that can have potential that haven't been shown yet. I know Ocean always talks about these tier 3 players and tier 2 players, and he's friends with a bunch of them.
Yeah.
And he's always they're good. They just need something, So
is there anyone
we just hope our casting will be that something?
Anyone do you think that you should mention? You give it a little shout out here.
I think his friend Yamson, he does reviews with him. He like watches their games together and stuff. He really likes him. So probably Yamson, but I think they lost in the qualifiers we watched. So
yes,
sadly we don't see them this tournament.
Well, what are your expectations for this tournament? Do you think you're one of the stronger teams you're looking
Top
at?
2 at least.
Top 2? Wow.
Yeah.
I love that confidence.
Well, at least he's humble, right?
Yeah. So humble.
All right, guys, looks like we've run out of time. Gunnar, thank you so much for answering some of our questions, and congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
All right, we'll catch your games a little bit later on in the league. Guys, looks like that's going to be it for today's matches. So for people that have tuned into our broadcast for today, let's take a look at our results for our games that happened today. Guys, I kind of want to ask you, did you expect some of these results? I know we've had our predictions, but of course you've got to be having some other thoughts in the back of your mind right now.
I think Beast Coast went as well as we expected. You know, G Pride we said they might take a game, but Beast Coast, do we expect them to win the series? But the Forzumers, I mean, winning, it's not that unexpected. You know, they could take the game, but that convincingly, that is a surprise. That's the shock. Like, wow, you could really just style all over them.
Yeah, it's not the score as much as it is how they won. To me, the fact that it was, like I said, just styled over them. They seemed completely superior. You were watching these two teams. Actually, the last matchup of the day is what I was expecting from Beast Coast versus G Pride. So it was very surprising to me, that last matchup. The first one, yeah, actually kind of pleasantly surprised with the G Pride. They demonstrated a really good level for being a relatively new team.
All right, cool. Now, of course, we finished our matches today, but don't worry, we've got plenty more Dota action coming up for you in the next couple of days. Here's our match schedule for the 11th of August. Guys, which one are you looking forward to the most?
I think I want to see Infamous play again, actually. And the four Zoomers, I mean, these are, you know, this is pretty cool.
Choose one.
I can't pick one. I like them both.
Both?
Fine, I'll go with Infamous.
Both?
Both?
Yes.
You said both.
They're both great matches.
It's 7 in the morning. It's 7 in the morning. I can make a mistake in how I pronounce.
Zoomers and Beast Coast is gonna be fun. If you're one of those people that wants to see like the Wings era of Dota, Beast Coast and Zoomers is actually
chaos.
That. Yeah, the chaos, but there's an order, there's a pattern you can see.
Maybe in this chaos we might see a knight.
I actually would love that.
I'm hoping.
Please.
I'm still hoping.
One of my favorite heroes.
I'm a big CK fan. I'm still waiting for someone to bring it out. All right, guys, any final words for tonight before we close out the broadcast?
Just thanks everyone for being with us. You know, it's been a heck of a journey tonight. Most of them was fun.
I think today we saw some of the, I wouldn't say necessarily upsets, but definitely not the most expected results.
Yes.
And this should be a reminder to us, you know, that yes, teams get these stats, and stats show certain things, and there's these ratings, and you can more or less get the average of a team. But sometimes, you know, any team can really beat any other, given the right moment. Sometimes they have a moment to shine, and teams are constantly improving. The team you thought was bad a week ago, maybe is great now. So never discount people. Don't flame. Be a better person.
Be a better person. And what was that?
And eat bread.
Eat bread.
Yeah.
But not Quincy's bread.
All right, guys, thank you so much for joining me on the panel for today. We'll be catching all of you guys on the 11th of August. Make sure you come back to catch some fantastic dotes. But until then, happy grinding when it comes to the ladder. And until then, stay safe. We'll see you next time.
Take out the courier, he's not going to be able to get any items. Although that is not something that you're happy with.
Still breathing, standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Let's take our time right now, it's just a vibe with you. I feel alive, now I'm feeling like earth to the fun, will it stand the test of time right now? I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same, my breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray, it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over.
Ooh. Yeah, yeah, I see no signals, no signs. Girl, you be tripping, no lies, nah. You said you're not set by. I flew in all the way for this. I'm not here to waste your time. I just can't give you vibes, you changed a bit. Girl, you mad teasy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. She told me take it easy. Hey, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. You're my mission, my grand prize. Catch my vision, no damn pride. Girl, you max easy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. Then she told me take it easy. Yeah, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Feel good. Sometimes make you feel good. I just wanna talk, but you don't wanna listen. Tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings. So